You know what it is? God damn it. Hello. Oh, what a fun Tuesday it is, boys. I was considering delaying my start so that the class could keep chatting with one another. Saw some interesting tidbits in the chat. It's like before the teacher gets into the classroom and after summer vacation. It's like, what did you do for summer? I slaughtered pigs. Anyway, welcome in. Yeah, I heard about a dead whale, and so I drove 5 hours to cut that whale's head off with a chainsaw, and then I strapped it to the top of the van, and I drove back as the whale juices got into the van. Fire's on fire. I love this song. Mochi Pichu, thank you for the 9 months. B. Mactara, thank you for the 11 months. Hannah, thank you for the 3 months. All right, should we start? Should we begin? Who wants to start? Oh, we've got a hype train. Auric Bond, thank you for the 18 months. Now, should I take some phone calls first? You know what? I do have some phone calls to make. That's a great idea. Crow Magnetron, thank you for the 21 months. Maybe I just don't go live. Maybe I do. Maybe this is the stream the whole time. It's just the starting soon screen. And I'm just kidding. There I am. How are we? Yes, I'm wearing the same hat as yesterday because I haven't showered. Okay. I know that everybody was thinking it. I know. Everyone was like, oh, she's wearing the same hat from yesterday. And you know what? Yeah, I am. I know. So it's one of those, like, you get ahead of the story. You get ahead of the story before you are exposed. No one thought that, but thanks for sharing, girl. Oh, no, I know everybody was thinking it. So that's why I got ahead of the story. That's what RFK Jr. does. You know? That's why he gives all those interviews where he talks about crazy things that he's done. Somebody, wait, I can't ever remember if like things happen in real life or things happen in streams. But I remember someone being like, why do you wear hats all the time? And my answer is because I hate washing my hair. I'm in a no showering phase. Yeah. I shower. I just hate washing my hair. So I love hats. I used to hate hats. I used to think I looked bad in hats. And then one day I was like, fuck it, I don't care. And now I love hats. Anyway, that's my story. So exciting. So fun. Man, I just have so much exciting news to report here. What's going on in my life? Well, I didn't shower. You know? Anyway, no, not tomorrow. Thursday, I'm going to Montana. I already told you guys this. But not everybody watches every moment of my stream, which is crazy. But I'm going to Montana on Thursday, and I'll be back on Sunday. And I think I'll try to do a stream or two down there. So this isn't me being like, you won't see me until Sunday. I'm also streaming tomorrow, and I'll probably remind again. And there will always be people like, oh, where is she? Where did she go? She hates us. She left us. It's been so hot lately. It has been hot across the world. Sometimes I'm a night shower. Raise your hand if you're also a night shower. So this is like a point of contention between morning showers and night showers. I don't like getting into bed dirty. I don't understand. And then some people will be like, how can you wake up? I'm like, I'm not dirty though. I don't wake up like drenched in sweat. Sometimes I will shower in the morning if I really need to wake up. Like a crisp shower in the morning if I need to, if I need something to really get my juice going, get the blood pumping. Anyway, otherwise, I have always been a night shower. I love the feeling of being clean and getting into bed clean, because some people will be like, I don't understand how you have a rule of no clothes, like street clothes, not in the bed. Like the bed is just for clean PJs, clean jammies, but then you won't shower at night. Like to me, I might as well be wearing my street clothes. I have arthritis, so most of the time I need to have a warm shower in the morning for the pain. Help me not to be so stiff. That's valid. That's super valid. But I think I'm talking specifically to people who think people who shower at night are weird. Anyway. I used to take 2 showers a day, but my dad said I was wasting water. My freshman year roommate's boyfriend, who's now her husband, was obsessed with taking showers. I think he might have had a little bit of OCD because he had to shower. He would shower like 6 times a day. So anytime he would go out and come back, he would need to shower. He had to shower in the morning and at night. He was a baseball player, so like, yeah, that makes sense. Like you shower after you work out, but he would shower anytime we would go out somewhere and come back. Yeah, it's a little much. I remember asking her years later, like, does he still do that? And she was like, I worked on it with him where I was like, okay, this is too much. And then of course, life gets in the way. You can't always shower 6 times a day, but she's like, he still showers minimum 2 times a day, and on weekends usually like 3, minimum 3. Let me guess, he was a pitcher. Yeah, he was actually. That's funny. Speed racer. Speed racer. Thank you for the 23 months. OMG, are you Farley's mom? Yes, I'm Farley's mom. I'm very excited we're going to Montana, and then Will is going to take him back to Austin when he leaves because I think he's done with me. He's just pissed all the time. Last night, for at least an hour, he was staring at me through the mirror. These mirrors here, right there. He was looking at the mirror but staring at me through the mirror. And he did that for like an hour. I think I took a photo. Let me see if I can show you guys. He hasn't forgiven me for the chicken. He's just pissed at me. He's pissed at me. He's always pissed. Look at him. And I would like look up occasionally and make eye contact with him. I was like, at one point he sat down, but he was still staring at me through the mirror. No weeds, no dad, bad chicken, not on Beaver Island. I know. And I've been taking him for 3 walks a day. I take him when I get up. I take him before I go live. So we just got back from a walk. And then I take him after stream. And those are the only times that he's not pissed. How long of walks? Like 20 minutes. 20 minutes each. Yeah. And so before we go on the walk, he's pissed. And then we get back on the walk and he's pissed. He's just always pissed. I can't do anything right. I know what he needs. I know he needs Will like fucking around with him. That's what he needs. I know. Anyway. Anywho, we're going to Montana and then Will's going to take him back to Austin and he'll be there for a while. Your dog's always been ridiculous, just that you're getting 100%. Oh yeah, no, he's a queen. He is. Okay, so you guys, I actually have a question. I got a question for y'all on this fine Tuesday. Bring out the Nick Cage. I put Nick Cage away because it was scaring Farley and was scaring me. So the New York Times reporter who interviewed Hassan wants to interview me as well. And I just got an email about it. I also, another publication like wants to interview me, which is really cool. So I want to like get some feedback from the community here. And I'm very curious, and I'll probably go back if I don't read your answers here, I'll probably go back and read them. Okay, what drew you to my stream? What do you think this community is all about? You don't have to answer all these. You also don't have to answer these. And what is it that you think if you were to describe me as a streamer, what am I known for? And I don't want it to just be like doing politics, because I don't think that I'm labeled just as like a political streamer. I've tried to stay away from that label because I think one, that's not entirely what I cover. And two, I just think you can get pigeonholed into that. Maybe Mom could make a quick Google. It doesn't have to be like a big thing or anything. I just want to see your guys' responses, because I feel like I have my ideas of what sets me apart, like what makes the stream different here, aside from like that it's me. In terms of the word aura, I think it was my go-to pop culture source. Yeah, and I think that like I do pop culture, but through a political lens, you know what I mean? I like to say that I'm not an e-news. I'm not a TMZ. I like to discuss pop culture on here, but have there be like a deeper meaning to it. And it's also how I cover film and whatnot. You know, like pop culture wise, we talk a lot about the culture of Hollywood, and that includes a lot of, you know, how intrinsic power abuse is, and we cover, you know, basically every court case that has to deal with bad men, bad powerful figures in Hollywood. It's like a big thing. Also the strikes, like I'll probably talk about that, where that was, I think, my first big thing where I really cemented that I do pop culture and entertainment, but often through a political lens. Okay, let me read some of these. I was very curious after seeing you in the Doug Challenge video. Love that you covered politics, pop culture with very level-headed, mostly fact-based with some opinions thrown in. Stay for the vibes. It's good. I want the vibes to be good. It's a better place for understanding for better understanding topics rather than just reading the headlines and moving on. Very intersectional. I appreciate that you take in with all the content you do. Content and vibes, but what keeps me coming is the community. The movie industry coverage having no real experience in gaming for streaming, so the segments are extremely unique compared to everyone else streaming on the internet. The millennial comes out big time. Drawn to the mix of politics, media, good and calm, at explaining things. I like that this has just turned into like a compliment session, which I appreciate. I do appreciate. I think especially the community aspect, because they haven't sent me the list of questions yet, but one of the things that I was told they want to talk about is like who my community is, and that's a big part of streaming, right? It's not just who the streamer is, but it's who your community is. And I think I think publications of the New York Times, I'm just hate watching, great. I need those too. I think publications like the New York Times and other big major publications are really starting to see platforms like Twitch and go, oh, maybe my understanding of this just being a gaming platform, or I don't have any understanding of this, is not correct. Like, I need to look into this. And obviously when it comes to politics, Hassan is a huge factor of having put Twitch on the map, especially these days covering things like the DNC. And so I think places like the New York Times are going, wait, we need to look into this whole, this whole thing. Knowing that, yes, Hassan is one of the biggest streamers in the world who covers politics, but that there's a growing culture of this type of content on live streaming platforms. It's nice to have a woman growing on the platform in a primarily male-dominated, just chatting landscape. Female commentators are... Yeah, so that's another thing that I think is important to highlight, because in my understanding, and I don't want to like erase. This would be ironic to like erase female streamers who cover news and politics, but it seems to me that of the political and news commentary sphere of Twitch, it, like all of Twitch, is still dominated by men. And so I think having female representation, and there are great female streamers who cover news and current events and whatnot. But it's like with all these platforms where men still dominate, and like the majority of viewers are men. And I like, one thing that I as a gal and as a streamer have really tried to do is talk about issues that seem like just women's issues, right? When we talk about misogyny, but actually also are bad for men. Like, it's bad for all of us. We talk about toxic masculinity, and we talk about how like that relates to the our patriarchy and and misogyny that women deal with, and how this is bad for all of us. So I think having female voices on this platform, and I also know, and I'm sure Denims has said the same thing, that I've had female streamers reach out to me to like, express how glad they are that there are women who talk about issues that female streamers and women in general experience on a daily basis, because it's not something where it's a safe thing to do so. Every time I talk about women's issues, when I talk about misogyny, I have to deal with blowback from that. Obviously I have a lot of support, right? But especially certain topics, Like there are certain topics I have covered, and there's inevitably going to be blowback on that. But it's something where like more women need to be encouraged and be in these spaces. And as we talk about AI deepfakes, which we're going to talk about again today, because we're going to take a look at what's going on in Korea, what Korean women and especially female students are dealing with, and how they're reaching out on social media right now. It's something where the proliferation of AI technology is being used to harass and bully women out of public spaces, offline. And so, we have to combat that by not just talking about this and having these conversations and bringing awareness to it, but by having more women in these spaces. I liked politics on Twitch, but there was a lack of news as far as entertainment media is concerned. You help scratch an itch. Sometimes politics can get really serious, so can media news, but it adds brevity from the hardcore. Yes, I am not, I'm not interested in doing electoral politics or like hardcore politics all day, every day. And that's something that I think I've expressed from the beginning. I found you when Will said you were going to start streaming. Love the community, watching you and the channel develop into its own thing. That isn't just a Sonic Central community. You provide a great community that is legitimately telling about women's issues and struggles that you can't get from a man. No matter how great of an ally they are, you provide a genuinely welcoming place to discuss real news and much more. Right. Just like how I firmly believe that it's important for non-Black people to talk about Black issues. Like we have to center and prioritize Black voices talking about issues that their community faces, and much in the way where men talking about women's issues is important. And unfortunately, like women's liberation will come when men stand up and, are like real allies in women's liberation and inequality. And it's something that women cannot achieve for ourselves, just by ourselves. And so this is something where like genuine allyship has to happen. Just like with any, with all civil rights and liberation movements. But I think it's something where it is really important to support women and women's voices, and make sure that you're centering women's voices on women's issues. Like there's nothing that is funnier to me than when you see a panel and it's like, oh, we're going to be talking about women's issues in entertainment, and it's all male executives. It's like, let's talk about issues that in the entertainment industry where, we're lacking in representation, and it's all white male executives. And you're like, okay, alrighty, okay. You kind of stole me away from Will's audience. That's a victory for women. Yeah, victory for women is I steal viewers, as I've been accused of doing, from my boyfriend. Those are some of my favorite hate comments. People who are like, she just stole all of Will's viewers. I'm like, Will became a bigger streamer when I started streaming. Like Will, when I started streaming to Will now is like double the size. Not that anyone asked, but I have a lot of internalized misogyny that I'm not working on. Your content has helped a lot. Thank you. Oh, wow. I love that. I'm really glad to hear that. Look, we all, as I said last night, we all have blind spots. We all have things that the first step to working on those things is recognizing them. Recognizing when, for instance, you are a woman who has internalized misogyny. And when you recognize that, then you can work towards dismantling that. Anyway, I'll go back through these comments because this is helpful for me because I haven't really sat down yet and composed and collected my thoughts on who am I as a streamer. Like, I know who I am. I know what I do, but just voicing that out loud in oh yeah, this is what I do. This is like specifically what I do. This is what I think sets me apart from other streamers who are really great and doing a lot of great stuff on here. I also like it's not just pop culture news, but also examining our culture in general, like when we talked about Yacht Girls. Yeah, I really like to talk about a lot of different things. And I'm also, when I cover news, it's not something where it's all just going to be like necessarily topical. Like, okay, here's the breaking news of the day. That's what we're going to be covering. I like to go, I like to think about what topics I want to talk about. So I'll see something and go, oh, this is really interesting. Let's talk about this subject. Kind of new here, but how you explain how issues apply to more than the core central focus point. The community feels like you're conversing with you, vice versa, rather than you talking at them. So it's a nice environment that encourages open-mindedness. It's chill and comfy while we're still learning. That's great. I love that. Ruby, thank you for the 12 months. Taro Tragus, thank you for the 2 months. Anyway, I am very much so enjoying all these kind things that y'all are saying, but also the point of it being that it is good to know, like, why we have this community here, how we have this community. You know, what do we do here? What do we do here in the Quantrage? And I also agree with that point where I like the communal aspect of it, and I think that's something that's intriguing to publications like the New York Times, who are starting to look at a platform like Twitch and see how it is for many people, especially young people, replacing legacy traditional media outlets. And the communal aspect, like the live conversational aspect, is very exciting and very different. When you watch news from, I don't know, something like CNN or you read an article in the New York Times, it's a very individual thing. And here we have conversations. Sometimes I learn things, sometimes you guys learn things. And you get to like voice your thoughts and your opinions in real time with a group of people. It is kind of like, it very much so is like in school, where you're having discussions on things, I stick around because I love glamorizing Hollywood. Yes, that's what I think. Any interview I do, I'll be like, so the most important thing that I do here is I glamorize Hollywood. I think Hollywood is so glamorous and should be glamorized and does not deserve any rebuke at all. And really, I should be glamorizing Hollywood more. I'm not very interested in the celeb news or politics, but I love the way you approach it. You talk about things in such an educated way. It's opened my eyes a lot, makes me think about stuff more. Yeah, I think when there's someone presenting a, like, why I think you should care about this, that helps, right? Rather than, let's just look at these award shows and ooh and ah over the pretty dresses and glamorize Hollywood, which really I should be doing. I think it's like there's deeper meaning to be found here, context, and can actually be of importance for you to know and to pay attention to. Make sure you mention your important and relentless Club Chalamet coverage. Yeah, I'm all over that shit. NMP famously said we're not an emote chat and people are always interacting with each other. Oh, that's true. I've never thought about that. We are a community that yaps. We are a community that yaps. We're not just spanning. That's something that I don't really think about until I see other streamers streams, and it's all emotes. Like, they only speak. Chats speak through emotes. Emotes are great, don't get me wrong, but yeah, there is a difference there. 42 Garcia, thank you for the prime. Totally not a bot. Definitely not a bot. Thank you for the tier 1. And then, of course, I must talk about gaming. Anyway, anywho, I will keep you guys updated on that, but I think it's I think that's good and exciting, and I think bringing more attention to Twitch and legitimizing this platform and the people who watch Twitch and seeing like the value. And of course, at the end of the day, you know, a lot of streamers like to joke around that like, we're just streamers. But also what we're doing here and what viewers, you know, who our viewers are and our communities are, should not be dismissed and absolutely should be in conversation when publications are covering politics and news. And we're here. We're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. And the other thing too is I hope in shining a light on Twitch and Twitch communities of political / news streamers, especially a lot of us being leftist communities, will make that more normalized on Twitch. You know, will like draw more people to this platform who are interested in those things, and especially older viewers. And I consider older viewers to be like not teenagers, you know, and recognize that like, oh, if you're 30, you can come here too. you can come here and find a streamer or streamers and a community, and you know, find value in this, and also entertainment. The Caroline interview becomes a cutie Cinderella hit piece. Yeah, the interviewer's like, okay, so this cutie Cinderella is she doesn't change her underwear. How does that pertain to politics on Twitch? I'm like, oh, trust, biggest news story. Can't get away from it. This is why I kind of always roll my eyes when people say one day this could all just disappear. We're at the point where we can confidently say streaming is just as legitimate as television or radio. Yeah, I feel like as long as there are people who want live streaming, then even if, I don't know, if Twitch crashes and burns, if Amazon is one day like, we're pulling the plug, we are out of this bitch, then we'll have to find somewhere else to go. But yeah, the people, where there are the people, there will be live streaming. You know, we'll just go to Kick. We'll take over Kick. I'm just kidding. Nikki, thank you for the 12 months. People used to say that for YouTube as well, and now there are YouTubers that are still doing content after 15 years. Yeah, and as live streaming becomes more mainstream, you know, it's harder to see how this is going to die. It's going to crash and burn when it is expanding, you know, when you have content creators like Akai Sinat who have crossed over into like fully celebrity territory. Anyway, anywho, why'd you say 30 like it's a dirty word? All right, well, I'm turning 32 in a month. So 30 is young, 30 flirty and thriving. My 30-year-olds and up, when you watched 13 going on 30 and then you finally turned 30, did you feel a sadness? Were you like, I'm not Jennifer Garner. Where's my fabulous apartment in New York with my fabulous closet? 30 years old. Isn't that crazy? I'm not Jennifer, I'm Mark. Yeah, there are certain films that when you were a kid, you look at one way, and then you actually get to the age of the characters in the film, and you're like, it was all a lie. It's crazy you got a raid from Kai. That's how I discovered you. I know a lot of people in here came from that raid. As a young man, you are a breath of fresh air among the bombardment of manosphere content. It's a relief to hear criticisms and real concerns. Well, young man, I hope that you stay. What if you were over 30 when it came out? Well, 13 going on 60? They need that movie, you know? I guess that's, I don't know. What's the closest thing to that? Benjamin Button. You know the dance from 13 going on 30? When she does the Thriller dance? I did that in 7th grade. My girlfriends and I, we loved 13 going on 30. And so we did the exact Thriller dance that they do in the movie because it was like a shortened version. That's how much I loved 13 going on 30. So, speaking of talking about things and things that we're going to cover today and that we'll be yapping about. One of the main stories that I want to discuss is what is happening in Korea. And I reached out to Kat Tenbarge, who is my reporter friend with NBC. And I've had her on she's a journalist. I've had her on the stream a couple times, specifically talking about AI deepfakes. And I wrote to her and I was like, hey, have you seen these tweets that are going viral? And they are like Korean women and Korean students who are trying to get attention on what is going on in Korea, and especially in schools where female students are being targeted by these just, you know, really, really, really awful deepfakes and this proliferation of these chat rooms that have hundreds of thousands of Korean men in them. And I wrote to her, I was like, do you know anyone who's writing about this who I could talk to? She's like, I don't know anyone who's writing on this, but people need to be writing on this. And I said, I think that's why Korean girls and Korean women are trying to use social media and be like, this is what's happening. They're not doing anything about this. Like, there was one instance I saw where there was a deepfake incident and all the girls at this school got called into the auditorium, and they were the ones who had to receive the lecture of like, hey, you guys need to make sure you're not getting deepfaked. The boys didn't get called in. No, it was the girls who all had to report to the auditorium or whatever, and were the ones who were told, yeah, hey, this is a problem, and so make sure you guys like aren't getting deep faked. Oh, okay, thanks. Make sure you're not getting deep faked. Great, awesome. I think the current president of South Korea described himself as an incel. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if he exactly used that word, but like how he's describing himself is that definition. And another South Korean politician like blamed women for rising male suicide. So anyway, we're going to talk about what's happening in South Korea. We're going to talk about the 4B movement. We're going to take a look at some of these tweets that have gone viral. And yeah, it's you know, gender-based violence is a global problem. And in South Korea, it is gender-based violence of like all the wealthiest countries in the world. I believe now South Korea has the is the worst. Like the number of crimes against women, gender-based violence against women is puts Korea at like the worst for wealthy countries. Yeah, it's a real crisis. And I was reading that last year something like 75% of 75% of those who were suspected to be behind deepfakes were teenagers, and then 20% was like in their 20s, and most of them are men. So this is something where it's like young men in South Korea who are contributing to this proliferation in sex-based in gender-based violence, and how the country is not doing anything to prosecute this. And it is like just from 2008 to 2017. And so I don't know what it is since 2017, but I'm thinking that it's gone up since then. Less than 4% of sex crime prosecutions involved illegal filming, but then that number rose to 20%. So like this is going up. Anyway, so we'll cover that. We'll cover the Rawdogging thing. We'll talk about the demure trademark legal action, what was going on there. And I think those are like the main things that I have. Cool. And then we got more Walking Dead tonight. India is up there in how much they commit violence against women. Yes. What was I going to say? I saw like some tweet. I'm trying to remember. I think it was a tweet by someone in India where they're like condemning the violence against women in Korea, as in like, oh yeah, here in India, or maybe it was the other way around. I can't remember which one it was, where it was either like a South Korean male who was condemning violence in India by saying like, we treat our women here really well, or vice versa. Either way, insane if you're from either of those countries to be like, yeah, we're the goodies here. We're the good ones here. The way that women are treated in that country over there is horrible, but we definitely don't do that in our country. Before deepfakes used to be really hard to make and requiring hours of footage and programs and expensive computers, and now because of AI, it's so accessible. Oh yeah. It's very easy to deepfake. It's only gotten easier. Okay, so let's start off with this CNA Insider video. Alrighty. Yeah, so I think this video will cover the 4B movement, which is now a movement in South Korea that women are spearheading, and basically this movement is a like desperate final attempt to escape the oppression of Korea, the patriarchal culture of Korea. And Korea has some of the lowest, if not the lowest, birth rates in the world right now. And those birth rates have been plummeting. And the 4B movement calls for no dating of men, no marriage of men, no sex with men, and no having children with men. So basically, South Korean women, and I think this came out of the Me Too movement. So the Me Too movement was not just a movement that took off in the United States, but it was global. And so South Korean women who have been battling, an age-old society where men are, men dominate. And even still in a lot of Asian cultures, women are seen as inferior. Women are simply for producing children, and men are the optimal gender. And it's seen in when Asian families give birth and how male sons are preferred and are better treated versus daughters. Isn't that the plot of Lysistrata? Yeah, where they withhold sex until the men stop menning. After trying for over a year to persuade more South Korean women to have babies, Chung Hyung-bak says one reason stands out for her failure. Our patriarchal culture. Ms. Chung, who was tasked by the previous government with reversing the country's plummeting birth rate, they're now offering, I think I was reading, they're offering $38,000 to men and women who marry. So if you marry in Korea, they will give you money because their birth rates have been plummeting, and the government is desperately trying to reverse that, but ignoring the fact that one major reason why the birth rates are plummeting is because more and more Korean women are choosing not to have children because it's very expensive and because they don't have rights like men do. They're choosing instead to have careers and to take care of themselves. And in Korea, it's like men, one group has responsibilities, one group has rights and no responsibilities. And then one group has responsibilities and no rights. So the government here, the government is like, okay, we have this major problem. We need to address this problem. But instead of like listening to women talking about why they are choosing not to have children, and a large part of that is because of how oppressively patriarchal our culture is, we're going to try these other things. Like Chung Hyung-bak, millions of young women have been collectively spurning motherhood in a so-called birth strike. A 2022 survey found that more women than men, 65% versus 48%, don't want children. They're doubling down by avoiding matrimony and its conventional pressures altogether. The other term in South Korea for birth strike is marriage strike, and the trend is killing South Korea. For 3 years in a row, the country has recorded the lowest fertility rate in the world, with women of reproductive age having fewer than one child on average. It reached the dead cross when deaths outnumbered births in 2020, nearly a decade earlier than expected. Now, about half of the country's 228 cities, counties, and districts risk losing so many residents that they might vanish. Daycare centers and kindergartens are being converted into nursing homes. OBGYN clinics are closing and funeral parlors are opening. At Siaksan Elementary School in rural Gunwi County, the student body has shrunk from 700 pupils to 4. When last I visited, the children couldn't even form a soccer team. Young Koreans have well-documented reasons not to start a family. including the staggering costs of raising children, unaffordable homes, lousy job prospects, and soul-crushing work hours. But women in particular are fed up with this traditionalist society's impossible expectations of mothers. Again, responsibilities, no rights. So they are quitting. President Yoon Suk Yeol, do they want Korean birth rates? Yes. Yes. President Yoon Suk Yeol, elected last season, has suggested that feminism is to blame for blocking healthy relationships. Really awesome when the president of a country that is dealing with plummeting birth rates because of how oppressive their society is to women who have children, who are married and have children, is saying things like feminism is to blame here. And same with this guy, Seoul City Councilor Kim Ki-duk argued that women's increased participation in the workforce over the years, which, keep in mind, there is still a huge gap between men who work, and especially work in full-time positions, and women. And Korea also has one of the worst pay gaps in, when you look at the richest countries. Korea is one of the worst, if not the worst, when it comes to pay inequality between men and women. But yeah, having more women in the workforce is what's led to men, it's caused men to kill themselves. And so we need to stop women. He said that the country has recently begun to change into a female-dominant society, and that this might partly be responsible for an increase in male suicide attempts. South Korea has one of the highest suicide rates among the world's rich countries, but also has one of the worst records on gender equality. Counselor Kim's comments have been criticized as the latest in a series of out-of-touch remarks made by male politicians. Counselor Kim from the Democratic Party arrived at his assessment when analyzing data on the number of suicide attempts made at bridges along Seoul's Han River. The report, published on the city council's official website, showed that the number of suicide attempts along the river had risen from 430 in 2018 to 1,035 in 2023. And of those trying to take their lives, the proportion who were men had climbed from 67% to 77%. So definitely an issue. I mean, male suicide rates globally, an issue, but horrible to blame this on women. It's like, oh, you know what? Here's an easy answer to everything. Blame women. Suicide prevention experts have expressed concern over Mr. Kim's report. It is dangerous and unwise to make claims like this without sufficient evidence. Song In-han, a mental health professor, told the BBC. He pointed out that globally more men took their lives than women. In many countries, including the UK, suicide is the biggest killer of men under 50. Even so, Professor Song said the reasons behind the sharp rise in men attempting suicide in Seoul need to be scientifically studied, adding that it was very regrettable that the counselor had made it about gender conflict. In South Korea, there's a substantial gulf between the number of men and women in full-time employment, with women disproportionately working temporary or part-time jobs. The gender pay gap is slowly narrowing, but still, women are paid on average 29% less than men. Yeah, just when women have gains, oh, it's so bad for men. Oh, we must stop this. In recent years, an anti-feminist movement has surged, led by disillusioned young men who argue that they have been disadvantaged by attempts to improve women's lives. Because again, they view this as a zero-sum game. Oh, my life sucks. Why does my life suck? Because women have gotten a little bit of crumbs. Women have started to work in higher numbers. There have been some gains that have made. Oh, that's bad. That's bad because it's making my life bad. Appearing to echo such views, Counselor Kim's report concluded that the way to overcome the female domination phenomenon, this idea of females dominating, that women because they've entered the workforce in higher numbers, because like I said, they've gotten some crumbs here and there, are now dominating. His comments follow a number of unscientific and sometimes bizarre political proposals aimed at tackling some of South Korea's most pressing social issues, including mental illness, gender violence, and the lowest birth rate in the world. Last month, another Seoul counselor in his 60s published a series of articles on the author's website encouraging young women to take up gymnastics and practice pelvic floor exercises in order to raise the birth rate. Okay. Hi, I'm a 65-year-old man. Here's my solution for raising the birth rate. Women, work on those pelvic floor exercises. Get those pelvises nice and strong. Get them ready to birth babies. Yeah, I'm only 5. It's okay. It's time to start you now. You can never start too early. At the same time, a government think tank recommended that girls start school earlier than boys so that classmates would be more attracted to each other by the time they were ready to marry. Such comments encapsulate just how pervasive misogyny is in South Korea, said Yuri Kim, director of the Korean Women's Trade Union. She accused politicians and policymakers of not even trying to understand the challenges women faced, preferring to scapegoat them instead. Blaming women for entering the workforce will only prolong the imbalances in our society. Currently, women account for 20% of South Korea's members of parliament and 29% of all local councillors. Oh, so you mean it's majority men making decisions on women, on what's good for women? Seoul City Council told the BBC that there was no process in place to vet what politicians published on its official website unless the content was illegal. It said individuals were solely responsible for their content and would face any consequences at the next election. Great.
In a country with the world's lowest birth rate, there is a gender war brewing.
제 사진을 가져다가 뭐 낙체 사진을
They would edit my
합성한다거나
pictures onto
성적인
nude
그런
pictures.
폭력적인 글들을
Or
이제
post
올린다거나
sexually
하는
abusive
것들을
messages.
굉장히 많이 봤었습니다.
I saw a lot of those.
As the feminist wave gains
Oh,
momentum,
you mean how yesterday when I was addressing that chatter and I said that something like AI deepfakes are used to exert control and power over women are a form of sexual abuse, that the intention of them is to intimidate women?
집회를 열었고 그때
We held a protest and talked about the Me Too movement.
a growing counter-movement is pushing back.
페미니즘이라는 것이 여성 전체를 대변하는 것이냐?
Feminists act as if they represent all women and stigmatize us as anti-women, provoking fights.
결국 낙인을 찍어버리니까 결국 이게 점점 싸움이 되는 거죠.
No, this fucking guy.
What is behind the hostility towards feminism?
전 페미니즘이
I believe
백래시를
that the
겪고 있는
backlash
건
faced by feminism is due to
여성들이 더
women
많은
gaining more power.
권력을 쟁취하고 있기 때문이라고 생각합니다.
Oh, yes.
And what direction will it take the country?
서로 이해하면 좋겠다라는
It's too hard to hope to understand each other.
힘든 거죠.
It's March 8th, International Women's Day. Thousands of people from some 800 organizations rallied on the streets of Seoul, South Korea, calling for gender equality.
Sorry. Speaking of women, I'm getting a call. Hold on. Hello, you're on stream.
Hello, I'm on stream. Is that okay with you?
Is that okay with you?
Yes, because I'm getting paid.
Oh, yeah. So am I.
Oh, you're also on stream.
Yes.
Oh,
That's what I told you. I said you're on stream.
I thought you were making fun of me, knowing I was going to start the phone call with saying you're on stream.
No, I would say to you, you're on stream.
Oh.
Oh, thank you so much, Dragon Army. Thank you for those 5 community subs.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm also getting paid.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm doing a thing right now. I'm doing on band forms. However, I cannot do any by myself. So I was curious if I could take a moment from my phone a friend and see if I could get your opinion.
Of course.
Okay. So this guy's name is Jorf McGorf.
Okay. What is he, a hobbit?
His last 3 messages were, if a tree falls in the forest and Trump eats it, is Trump the tree, or is the tree wearing a Trump skin suit?
Wow, he's asking the real questions out here.
And then he said Jover. And then he said, if a tree falls in the forest and Trump eats it, is Trump a tree, or is the tree wearing a Trump skin suit? And will the court say that Trump or the tree is responsible for the murder of a Sumbu Dumbai, who was living in their $6 million mansion that was built by the tree? Trump also ate his mansion with the tree, but Sumbai's body fell out before and got stabbed by a rock.
Yeah, this person is they're cooking a little too much, you know?
Okay.
It's burnt shit. However, if somebody submits a ban request
Right.
in the forest, does that ban request mean that they should be freed? I don't know what I'm fucking trying to say. I don't know. I mean, that person, I think, is a one track. You know, they got one thing on their mind and one thing only. I would actually probably unban them, but that's because my ban requests are usually things like, "You're fucking bitch, die."
Okay.
Yeah. So
His apology was, sorry, won't happen again, I promise.
yeah, I would unban them.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Okay.
they need to slow down on the cooking, because we don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Okay. Slow down.
Slow down,
Cooking. Okay.
you know. But yeah, I'd give him a second chance.
Okay. Do you have do you got time for one more?
Sure.
This one says, what's your thought about wasting all the plastic you waste in your stupid stream? And then their apology is she still wasting as much plastic as she used to? Fucking depressed bitch loser.
I mean, you are out here responsible for our carbon footprint being as big as it is.
Right.
Yeah. Was there an apology in their unban request?
That is the apology.
Oh, sorry. Can you read it one more time?
Is she still wasting as much plastic as she used to? Fucking depressed bitch loser.
Yeah. So that's someone who I would yeet to hell.
Okay.
You know, here's how I feel about unban requests. Okay, if you're not even if you're not even like, hey, I'd really like to be back. Like, if you're just using it as a way to try to get in one final one last word, then I'm like, oh, my job here is done. This is an easy decision.
Right.
You know? Like, there are some people who say crazy ass things and then they're like, yo, I'm sorry, I'd like to come back. And at least, you know, I'll consider it there, because I go, okay, now I just have to evaluate the crazy things that they said. But people who say stuff and they come in, they're like, yeah, okay, bitch. You're like, no, that is an automatic goodbye.
Do you think he might be just jealous about how much plastic I have?
I think he's jealous of how much plastic you have in that ass.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate
Maybe
that.
that's the plastic that he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
honestly.
it's like all the plastic in your face and your body.
Yeah.
Which honestly, it is a lot of plastic.
Yeah, I needed this.
Okay.
All right, I appreciate it. Well, I'll deny him. Anything I should say to him?
Anything you should say to him? I never know if it's like, should I just say nothing? Like, is that colder? Or,
It's up to you.
or do you say writing, typing this from my plastic?
From my plastic $1 million mansion, taking my plastic antidepressant. Just so he knows, like, I'm fixed,
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Great. Done.
Thank
Love
you.
it. How many band requests do you have?
245.
Wow. When's the last time you did them?
Oh, I do it.
Okay. Oh no, my phone is dead. Oh no. You guys. Oh shit. She's gonna be like, did she just hang up on me? No. Classic phone is dead. I'm sure somebody has gone into her chat to inform her that my phone has died. She can, yes. Or we say, you know what? I did hang up because that's my band request. I don't know what I'm saying. I do not know.
Right, Peach.
Hello.
Hello,
Okay, she's
ma'am.
calling
You're on
Peach.
stream. Is that okay with you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you
hi.
guys. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Alrighty. It actually makes me feel better because sometimes I feel that I have really, really bad unban requests, and I have a lot of them, and it makes me feel better. And I'm not the only ones. No, it doesn't make me feel better because it's only an indication of what we're talking about here, which is crazy ass misogyny, Cutie doesn't even do news. She doesn't cover politics. She doesn't, even though my mother, back when we were first planning the DNC, was like, oh, do you think that Cutie can get you credentials? And I said, Cutie Cinderella? She's like, yeah, is she going? And I said, no. Are you saying her because she's like the only streamer that you know? My mom was just like, is Cutie Cinderella going? Could she get you credentials? And so I texted Cutie. I said, my mom wants to know if you can get me the proper credentials for the DNC. And she said, I'll work on it. And guess what? She fucking didn't. She failed. She just gets pure misogyny. They don't even need to criticize her opinions. They're just like, hey, I hate you, bitch. Dumb bitch, whore, woman. Okay.
이게 이번 해가 정말 역대급으로 많이 참여를 한 해라고
Back to Korea.
하더라고요. 원래 이렇게까지 많은 사람들이 오지는 않았었는데 솔직히 말씀드리면 이번에는 부스도 굉장히 많이 열렸고
There were many booths and people this time around. So she's talking about how the Me Too movement,
엄혹한 시대인데
or the women's movement,
엄혹한 시대인데도
had the most people it ever had.
축제와 같은 분위기로 이루어졌던 것 같아요. 아마 그날 현장에서도 좀 느끼셨을 것 같은데.
Ryu Huna and Hong Han Sol are the managing directors of Fire Femi Action, a feminist group known for staging bold demonstrations. Like this one, outside Facebook Korea's HQ in 2018.
아마 저희의 인지도가 좀 높아진 계기가 언급하셨던 그 상의 탈의, 저희는 이제 찌찌 해방, 뭐 가슴 해방 이렇게 부르고 있는데 그런 액션이었을 것 같아요.
그 먼저 기억이 나는 반응으로는
What I remember the most is the reaction of other women who have never experienced this freedom or seen how it was
자유롭게
expressed.
이렇게 표현해보는, 가슴을 해방해보는 그런 경험을 해본 적이 많이 없는 분들이
꾸준히 해오고 있는데요.
Women's sexuality
교육에서
isn't explained
이루어지는
enough in our
성교육의
current public education system.
한계라던가 좀 여성의 주체성이나 여성의 몸과 섹슈얼리티에 대한 충분한 설명이 이루어지지 않는다는 문제의식에서 우리가 그럼
We wanted to change that, so we started the education program.
하면서 성교육 사업을 계속 진행을 하고 있고 그 외에는 주로 이슈에 따라서 집회를 연다거나
We held rallies and press conferences, wrote commentaries and statements.
쓴다거나 그런 식의 활동들을 대외적으로는 하고 있습니다.
Fire Femi Action participates in the annual Women's Day events organized by the Korean Women's Associations United. But this year's March 8th rally was different. There was tension in the air. A palpable anger in the rallying cries. The catalyst? The government's plan to do away with the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. The government body, founded in 2001 to address discrimination of women, has become a symbol of the gender war brewing in South Korea.
사실 지금 여가부 폐지를 해서 그 인구
They have said
가족
they are going to abolish the
양성평등
Ministry of Gender
만들겠다고
Equality and
했잖아요.
Family and make a center of sorry, let me go back. Make a center for population, family, and gender equality. By abolishing the ministry and changing its name, the government is showing where it is headed.
그 이름마저도 아예 사라진다는 것이 앞으로의 정치 기조를 보여주는 액션이라는 생각이 많이 들고.
Why can't we all just get along? I wish I could bake a cake. Do you even go here? No, I just have a lot of feelings. Feeding it to more division is only okay. So I just, I get this a couple times, so I'm just going to address this real quickly. Pointing out division that comes from when one group of people is fighting for equality and another group of people is like, nope, I don't think so. That's not feeding into the division. That's shining a light on that division, why that division is happening, in an effort to stop that division. Do we get it? Do we understand? Do we understand that we don't want things to be divided, but when one group does not have equality, then there is division. And there are people who are part of movements, who are heading up movements because of those unequal divisions.
그거를 되게 일관되게 윤석열이 후보 시절부터 하고 있는 거고.
Okay?
A year ago, conservative candidate Yoon Suk-yeol won a tight contest for the presidency, beating his opponent Lee Jae-myung by a slim margin of less than 1% of votes. While campaigning, President Yoon had taken aim at feminism, blaming it for the country's low birth rate. Many feared his victory will roll back the strides taken towards gender equality. Strides that were made following a gruesome crime 7 years ago.
그 2016년
A woman was murdered on May 17, 2016 near Gangnam
한
Station.
여성분이 살해를 당했는데 강남역 근처에 있는
She was murdered in a
화장실에서
restroom near the
당하셨고
station.
그 당시
The criminal said he
가해자가
killed her because she was a
여성이라서
woman.
죽였다라는 말을 했고 그래서 관련해서 많은 여성분들이 여성이라서 죽었다, 여자라서 죽었다, 그리고 오늘도 살아남았다 이런 이야기를 하기 시작하면서
Today, all that remains of the crime scene location is a construction site. To be clear, the outcry against the sexual harassment of women had already been building in Korea. But this heinous murder broke the levee. cultural critic Jung Dok-hyun studies and writes about social shifts in the country.
그게 아주 촉발점이 됐죠.
It was a huge spark. Before that, it was mostly under the surface.
그러니까 여성들이
To women,
가장
it's very
간단한
clear.
얘기잖아요. 그냥
They don't
밤거리를
feel
이렇게
safe
그냥
walking on the
걸어가는데
streets at night.
안전하지가 않다. 이게 뭔가 불안하다.
It
이거
makes them
자체가.
feel anxious.
거기에 대해서 여성들이
That makes women start to
있다.
realize that they're facing some
라는
sort of
생각을 기본적으로 할
discrimination.
수밖에 없는 상황이죠. 왜냐하면 남성들은 그런
Since men don't face the
받으니까.
same discrimination.
Crimes against women are a perennial problem in South Korea. Prior to the Gangnam murder, a 2015 survey reported that 8 out of 10 women had experienced sexual harassment.
That is, yeah.
In the years since, South Korea's feminist movement progressed steadily. It co-opted the Me Too movement that originated in America, which gained momentum following sexual harassment allegations against film producer Harvey Weinstein.
아무래도 그 2018년
In 2018, it can be considered the year we fought back.
미투의 해처럼 여겨진 경향이 있을 것 같은데 페미 퍼레이드
We held a protest and talked about the Me Too movement.
를 열었고 그때 중심이었던 의제가 미투였어요. 그래서
South Korea's Me Too movement had been one of the most impactful in Asia, taking down major public figures accused of sexual misconduct.
A famous Me Too case involved sexual assault by An Hee-jung, the former governor of Chungcheong province.
사건에서부터 온 이제 미투로 생각을 하시는데
An Hee-jung was initially acquitted of assaulting his secretary by a court in Seoul. This prompted numerous women's rights groups to protest the verdict. A higher court eventually overturned An's acquittal and sentenced him to 3.5 years in prison.
At the time, the Me Too movement was widespread in culture and arts, in publishing, in politics, and in various job sites. Many women bravely spoke up about the gender discrimination and sexual violence they faced, urging for a change in our society.
Oh Kyung-jin is the General Secretary of Korean Women's Association United, an umbrella organization comprising over 30 associations that coordinate activities focused on women's issues.
On one end, it strongly unified women to grow as agents of change. However, on the other end, there was backlash from people with conservative anti-feminist sentiments who opposed feminist movements.
Some observers say that it was this conservative bloc that President Yoon was hoping to tap when he spoke out against feminism, including a promise to abolish the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family.
지금 이제 단적으로 없애겠다라고 얘기하는 건 저는 굉장히 정치적인 선택이라고 생각하거든요. 윤석열 정권이 사실 여가부 없앤다는 얘기로 정치적 이득을 가져갔잖아요. 그래서 그걸 통해서 뭔가 이 선 갈라치기를 했고 거기서 표를 가져간 부분들이 있고.
For those who worked previously at the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, the announcement was met with dismay.
그것이 현실적으로 실효성 있는 정책으로 가는 과정에서 여러 가지 그 한계, 갭을 메꾸는 것을 여성가족부가 더 적극적으로 해야 된다 하는 관점에서 많이 활동을 했습니다. 그래서 어떻게
I think we've also put a lot of emphasis on how the state can make women's lives safer.
가능하게 해줄 수 있을까 하는 것에도 굉장히 많은 역점을 두었다고 생각을 합니다.
For now, the ministry remains intact. But President Yoon has argued that discrimination is an individual issue, not structural, and hence the ministry is no longer needed.
I
was very surprised by the remark that there was no structural gender discrimination in Korean society. She's very polite.
구조적인 성차별이 없다는 주장에 대해서 저는
You know what I
굉장히
would have said? I would have said, fuck that bitch. Fuck that lying piece of shit.
경험했습니다. 왜냐하면은
Because in Korea, the
한국은
gender wage gap is
성별
32 to
임금
35% less
격차가
for women than
남성보다
for men.
32%에서 35% 적게 받고 있습니다.
On the economic front, South Korea performs poorly in gender equality. According to the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap 2022 report, it ranks 99 out of 146 countries, below countries like Cambodia, Indonesia, and Bangladesh. South Korea fared especially poor in economic participation and political empowerment. But even as women fight for more gender parity, they are now facing a pushback.
페미니즘에 대한 얘기를 하면 뭐 이제
Whenever there's a post
올페미다,
about feminism, abusive
그런
comments
식으로
such as
시작되는
you
욕설
are
같은 것들이
gogol femi, which is a radical feminist, are what sometimes dominates the
어떤
feedback.
면에서는 피드백의 거의 전부일 때도 있어요.
Where is this backlash against feminism coming from?
Yeah, new band name just dropped.
Choi Ji-eun has written extensively about women's issues in South Korea for over a decade. But recently, she's found that her articles are increasingly met with vitriol.
여성 필자들
Female writers, and among them writers who discuss feminism,
생각을 말하는
are always
필자들은
suffering from malicious
항상 악플을
comments.
시달려요. 뭐 저도 물론
Of
경험을
course,
한
I've
적이 있고
experienced
어떤
it,
글을
and when I
쓰거나
write
어떤
something
말을
or
해서
say
기사가
something that
되면
becomes an article,
댓글에
the comments start with something like, "What's
저렇게
wrong
생긴
with a woman who
여자가
looks
어쩌고
like
이런
this?
말부터 시작이 되는 거죠.
Because she has short hair?"
In some quarters, feminism has become an ugly word, used to disparage those who claim the label, like the Fire Femi Action Group.
그래서 사실상 저희 부구페미
So if you look at the comments posted on our social media, such as our Fire Femi Action Facebook page, they're very misogynistic. In order to oppose feminism, they've become misogynistic. I think that might just be a bad translation there, but to be clear, they oppose feminism because they're misogynistic.
Even politicians like Park Ji-hyun, the former co-chair of the Democratic Party of Korea, were not spared.
제가 위원장 직에서
I was pretty much protected while I was serving as the co-chair.
내려온 이후에 텔레그램에서
But after I stepped down, there were Telegram group chats made specifically to insult me. It was called the Park Ji-hoon Insult Group, and the last that I checked,
마지막에 확인했던 부분에서는 300명이
there were
넘는
more than
가해자들이
300 members
있었고,
in the
제
group.
사진을 가져다가 뭐 낙체 사진을 합성한다거나 굉장히 성적인 그런
They would edit
폭력적인
my photo
글들을
onto
이제
nude
올린다거나
pictures.
하는
See, okay,
것들,
this is...
성적인 그런 폭력적인
They would edit my
글들을 이제
photo onto nude pictures or sexually explicit images. So, this is why I talk so much about sexually explicit deepfakes and how with the technology of AI, it is simply a new tool that is being weaponized to harm women, to abuse women and girls. And after this, we're going to look at some of these tweets that I was talking about that have gone viral on Twitter because female students are trying to like bring attention to what they are experiencing at the hands of male students in Korea. And it's not just students, but AI deepfakes particularly are being used to target female students at school.
굉장히 많이 봤었습니다.
페미니즘이라는
After the expression feminism spread throughout society, people had the impression that feminism was gaining strength.
생각하면서부터는
So there were people who started using the word
생겨났죠.
feminazi, which is feminazi,
그런데
which, yeah, we
글쎄요.
know that. But I don't know, are the people who
저는
use those
그런
words to the
말들을
general
쓰는
public?
사람들이
Well, not necessarily.
우리가 생각하는 아주 보편적인 의미에서의 보통 사람들인가라고 한다면 꼭 그렇지는 않다고 생각을 해요. 이 사람들의
I think
목소리가
it's misconception that most men in their 20s and 30s have this point of view.
입장이다. 혹은 20대 남자들은 이렇게 생각한다 같은 식으로
And the problem is these
확산되고
voices are
있는 게
continuing to
문제라고
spread.
생각.
So one thing that's been happening in the United States of America is that more young men are being radicalized to the right. They're being drawn to these, red-pilled manosphere type figures. It's why, like Andrew Tate's and Donald Trump's, and why these, very toxic masculine macho dudes are gaining a ton of followers in young men. And it's happening, this is like these issues that we're talking about here, they're global issues, right? We're just specifically looking at what's happening in South Korea. And there are, of course, like differing problems that all these, countries face. But the issue of more and more young men who are being radicalized this way in a response to their own disillusionment with their lives and looking around for who, the source of their discontent and coming to the conclusion that it's women. It's women. And so, women when they gain more rights, women when they're in, public spaces, women when their voices are being heard, like that, according to a growing number of young men, is having a negative effect on their lives.
합니다.
While relatively fringe, the pushback against feminism is growing worldwide. In a recent global survey, 46% of those in South Korea agree that promoting women's equality has led to discrimination against men.
Wow.
Overall, 54% of everyone from the 32 countries surveyed agreed with the sentiment.
Those are concerning. Those are really concerning percentages.
As the movement gained traction in South Korea, men's rights groups like Rawdogging emerged. Founded in 2018 by Moon Sang-ho, it supposedly has 10,000 registered members. However, Sang-ho disagrees with the characterization that men's rights groups are anti-women.
어떤 여성에 대해 반감을 가지고 있는
I think the expression itself is misleading since we don't hold
페미니즘 정책에서 잘못된 부분에
we
대한
do
비판을
criticize a
하는
lot of the
것이
wrong
많지만
policies
저는
based
가장
on
큰 게
feminism.
남녀
The biggest
간의
thing is that
신뢰를 서로
feminism made
유지하고
men
서로
and women lose
적대시하게
trust in
했다는
each other and made them hostile to each other.
Patriarchy is deeply entrenched in Korean society. For over 100 years, the country had what was called the Hoju system, which places men as the head of the household.
Yeah, it's that quote that I also saw someone post earlier. When you're accustomed to a life of privilege, equality feels like oppression to you, right? Other groups gaining rights feels like they're being taken from you because you view things as a zero-sum game where, oh, wait a second, women are gaining rights, Black people are gaining rights, LGBTQ people are gaining rights. That means that I am losing. That means that this is coming at my expense.
The patriarch is the family's legal representative, its nominal leader, and family members are registered under his name.
그러니까 우리가 개발 시대 때는
During the period of development, Korean society had to grow rapidly.
그래서
One person had to lead the country while the rest of the country had to follow the leader.
뭔가 리더가 가자 그러면 나머지는
and move in perfect order so that we could quickly get out of poverty and achieve economic growth.
벗어나서 경제 성장할 수 있다. 그래서 했던 거잖아요.
In that process, the construct of patriarchy was formed. The head of the family would go out to work while the rest of the family members were put aside.
국가도 리더가 나가서 하면 그 밑에 있는 노동자들이 또 희생을 한다거나. 이런 식으로.
The leader would step up and take action. This is how the institution was created.
The Hoju system was eventually abolished in 2008 as South Korea moved towards greater gender equality. But for those championing men's rights, this is how their argument goes. By leveling the playing field for women, it has instead become tilted against men.
First and foremost, the problem is the mandatory military service. In Korea, women are not allowed to be soldiers. Only men
이런
are required to be
부분에서 특히 이제
soldiers.
남성 같은 경우
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Here's the answer to equality, okay? More soldiers as women. Women soldiers. In this regard, since men serve in the military right before their
커리어를
careers,
시작하는 젊은 나이에 군복무를 하기 때문에 그 시점만 놓고 봤을 때는 오히려
that
여성보다
puts
훨씬
them at a
약자적인 입장에
disadvantage
처하고
compared to
있습니다.
women.
Shin Young-hui
How
is a
about no
political
more
science
war?
student
Yeah.
in Dongbuk University. For him, the concerns go beyond the mandatory military service.
왜냐하면 한국
The
학생들이
biggest difference between
남학생과
Korean male and
여학생의
female
가장 큰
students
차이라고 하면 남학생들을
would be the
군대를
fact that
갔다
male
오는
students
게
go to the
가장 큰
military.
차이가 아닐까 싶은데 군 휴학
But universities have a military leave system.
기업에서도
And when companies hire
채용을
people,
할때 남성
they
나이를
raise the age
2년
limit
정도
up by
더
2 more years
유보-
for men.
좀 유보해서 이렇게 뽑는다든지 하는 그런
With those
제도는
systems in
마련이
place, I
됐다고
don't think the
생각해서
military service
큰
poses that
갈등은
big of a
아직 아닌 것
conflict.
같습니다. 근데 하나
But there's
제가
one
조금
thing that I'm
아쉽다고
not so
생각하는
happy
부분은
about.
제가
Okay?
진로적인 부분에서
I want to go to law
제가
school for my future career
법학 전문
plans.
대학원을 가고 싶은 생각이 있는데 약학대학의 경우에
Co-ed universities where both men and women can go to offer law degrees, as do women's universities in Seoul. In the case of law school, Ewha Women's University is one, and other co-ed universities do too.
좀 아쉬운 부분은
What is unfortunate is that the demand for places is similar between men and women.
들어갈 수 있는
But
입학
it doesn't seem
정원에는
fair to men
여대가
because
있기
there are
때문에
more schools that women can apply to.
여성만 들어갈 수 있기
Since only
때문에
women can
눈이
enter
조금
those
차이-
universities,
그러니까
women have more
눈의
opportunities to make it to
좁기,
those
넓기가 좀
graduate
차이가 있다는
schools.
부분이 조금 아쉽지 않나 싶습니다.
You know, it's
struggle to
like,
gain
I think you have to ask yourself, why are there women's universities in the first place, you know? Like why is it and this is one problem with like not universities but lower grade schools like K through 12 or whatever it is in Korea, where they had girls only schools, but now there are male students who are being accepted more and more at those schools, and it's creating issues. Like these are some of the places where AI deepfakes are being used to target female students at places where like there's supposed to be safety because they are all female schools. Well, letting male students in, and it leading to harassment of female students. And so, like, as far as him saying, you know, this is the problem, right? It's not to dismiss like these feelings of, I wish that we had more opportunities. I want to go to law school and there's not as many opportunities, but it's directing it at the wrong party, right? And it's saying that, oh, women have it better than we do because there are women-only universities that have law programs that they can apply to. And so the, number of opportunities for men are not as much because we don't have men's only universities. Dude should be asking, why the fuck do I have to serve in the military and take their anger out towards that? Yes. So it's directing their anger at the wrong party, while also ignoring the fact that like women, because there are less opportunities, because women are disadvantaged, that they did things like and for other reasons, they did things like create women-only universities. Like, look at the acceptance rate for men versus women at co-ed. Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. How many more men get accepted than women with fewer merits? Exactly. Like, look at why women's only universities had to be created in the first place. So, not to dismiss this young man's feelings of like, I am worried about my future. There seemingly are less opportunities because we don't have men's only universities to apply to, but you're getting things wrong here as well. For example, in Iran, there are more women than men who go to university, but only like 10% of women get jobs. Right. And so if you look at it only as, well, more women go to university, so that means there's more opportunities for, more education opportunities for women than men. That's not the whole picture. Also, Korea is controlled by like 3 companies. If you don't get a job there, then your life is cooked. So the competition for a good job is probably stoking the fires of sexism. Yes. So I think it's really important to like understand where a lot of the anger comes from. And I don't think that every man who is signing up for like these men's rights groups and is talking about like, you know, men's struggles does so from a fundamental place of hating women. But I also think that they are misguided and misunderstanding the, you know, like what the realities are between the genders, and their anger at their own struggles in life and the failures of their government are being directed at women. And so men's rights groups really prey upon young men like this, and you know, it brings them down this rabbit hole then where they do become very misogynistic, and they do look at their they look at their society and see that women are dominating and that women are, you know, it's unfair, that men are disadvantaged.
In a place in a desirable cause gives some clues to the growing popularity of the men's rights movement. According to a 2023 report by the Korean Economic Institute, only about 7 out of 10 recent graduates will find jobs. Some experts have warned that Asia's 4th largest economy is teetering on the edge of a recession. Under such tough economic conditions, some men feel that their opportunities are being taken away by the emancipation of women.
사실상은 지금 이 불안한 경제 체제 속에서 물가는 오르고 취업률은 굉장히 낮고 다양한 사회 구조적인 문제를 지금 저는 남성들이 많이 겪고 있다고 생각해요. 그런데 그러한 사회 구조적인
this is important. The root of these societal problems is not caused by the feminist movement.
본질이 사실상 여성 인권 운동 때문은 아니거든요. 오히려
Rather, I feel that the fundamental issues young men
주요 문제의 본질과 여성 인권
are facing
운동이
are the same societal problems that the feminist movement is looking at.
같다고 생각합니다.
이러한
That this economic inequality is caused by women and the excessive preferential treatment given to women is a story that some have made up and are using politically. Women are taking what is theirs and they can't get a job because of this, which is creating economic inequality.
이런 현상이 생기는 게 아니냐 하는 그런
These are the things that men are complaining about.
But contrary to what the men's rights activists think, the data shows a different picture. Women in South Korea are still very much disadvantaged, at least in the economic space. Among the 38 OECD countries, South Korea has the widest gender pay gap by far, with the average woman...
and this is what we talk about a lot in politics, where people ignore data, right? Or they just don't even know what the data is. And they base their beliefs on their own perceptions of their life. So if you're a young man who feels like, you don't have opportunities in life, that life is harder than it was when your parents were your age, and that you are, like what you perceive in your own life is affecting what you think is actually happening in your society. And you're ignoring the fact of, data like the gender pay gap. You're ignoring gender-based violence. You're ignoring all of these really important data points that illustrate how, no, women are not dominating men, let alone have achieved equality to men. But the data doesn't matter, because what matters is how you feel in your own life.
Earning around 30% less than their male counterparts.
여성 문제에서 심각한 건 경력 단절입니다.
Fake data.
여성들이 아이를 안 낳으려고
Women don't want to have
하는
children because their careers could be
경력 단절이
disrupted.
심각해서요. 30대, 40대
About a quarter of
여성의
women in their 30s and 40s have had their
지금도
careers disrupted.
경력 단절 여성이 됩니다. 이런 식으로
Yeah, and again, we're talking specifically about Korea, but this is not just unique to what's happening in South Korea. You know, this is something that working women globally are experiencing. You know, this is a problem in the United States where women, even if they're the breadwinners in their family, are still societally expected to be the caregivers. And so they are. Women, even as more and more women have become the breadwinners in their families, are still giving the majority of the care to children.
여전히 경제적으로 여성은 불평등한데 사실은
I think that making up and spreading the story that the plight of men is due to women
만들어내고 그거를 퍼뜨리는
played a
것이 저는
serious role
굉장히
in bringing about the
이러한
anti-feminist sentiment.
반페미니즘의 정서를 가져오는데 굉장히 심각한 역할을 했다고 생각합니다.
Nonetheless, this anti-feminist sentiment has translated in the polls. In last year's Seoul mayoral election, almost 3 in 4 young male voters backed conservative candidate Oh Si-hoon, bucking the trope that the younger generation trend is liberal. Others were attracted to President Yoon's campaign promise to abolish the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family.
실제로 여가부 폐지 같은 경우에 남성은 이제 압도적으로 찬성을 했지만 여성분들도 50% 넘게 찬성을 하셨어요. 그 당시 대선 당시 여론조사에서. 그러나 여가부의 정책은 여성을 동등한 존재로 보지 않아요. 꾸준히 지원을 받아야 되고 국가가 무언가를 해줘야 하고 뭔가를 보장해주지 않으면 할 수 없는 존재라고 계속 이야기합니다. 여성들에게 이 여성의 인권을 이야기한다면서 어째서 왜 여성들에게 너희는 도움이 없으면 할 수 없어라는 정책을 계속 내는 건지, 그렇다면 여성분들이 그런 정책을 꾸준히 받아들이게 된다면 결국 도움이 없으면
He's saying if women continue to accept such policies, like government policies, they will eventually become dependent on help. He's like, you guys, this is Korean Ben Shapiro.
그래서 뭐 페미니스트라고
The reason why many women were against abolishing the ministry,
공감하고
regardless
반대를
of whether
외칠 수
they
있는
identified as
동력이 되었다고
feminist,
생각하는 게 특히 그 복지가
was
누구를
because it
향해
took care
있었냐면
of the welfare of children and women.
여성.
It's not up to a middle-aged man to say whether the ministry served its purpose. That should come from young women and people who need gender equality the most. Yet Yoon Suk-yeol is the one who is saying it.
As the anti-feminist movement gains more traction, some are worried about a deeper
shit!
and more sinister
Small
side
f,
of the
small
gender
f.
war. In South Korea, the gender war has caused a re-examination of one of its most popular exports, K-pop. With skimpy outfits and suggestive moves, questions are being asked if the genre perpetuates the objectification of female idols, many who debut in their teens.
성적 대상화를 한다 뭐 이런 얘기들에
Sexual
관해서는
objectification
사실
is
그런
definitely
측면이
there, of
물론
course.
당연히 있고요. 네. 왜냐하면은
All the outfits and
걸그룹들이
makeup
하고
styles of the
나오는
girl
모든
groups are meant to
옷차림,
accentuate the beauty of
메이크업 이런
women.
것들이 아무래도 여성에 대한 그 여성이 아름답다고 생각되는 부분을 부각시켜서 이제 나오는 것들이기 때문에 조금 엄격한 잣대를
Which can
들이대자면
also be
이것도
considered a
성적
type of sexual
대상화의 일부가
objectification.
맞다라고 얘기할 수 있죠.
Park Hee-ah has written 2 books on the struggles K-pop idols face at home and abroad.
K-pop 산업뿐만 아니라
Women are objectified in
팝
Western
산업에서도
pop
사실
culture as well as the
여성의
K-pop
성적
industry.
대상화가 일어나요. 근데
People talk about sexual
팝이
objectification more in
지금
K-pop culture
세계적으로
than in other pop
흥했다는
cultures
이유
because
때문에
K-pop is
그 부분에만 좀
growing globally.
집중해가지고 그걸 부정적인 시각을 끌어내는 면들이 사실 없지 않아 있거든요.
이게 뭐냐면 2000년대
In the early 2000s, there was a wave of popularity for girl groups in Korea.
그래서 뭐 소녀시대부터
We saw lots of girl groups debuting, such as Girls' Generation and 2NE1.
걸그룹들이. 그리고
With the abundance of girl groups, competition
너무 많이
was
등장을 하면서
fierce.
경쟁이 치열해졌었어요. 그러면서 그 컨셉 자체가 굉장히 선정적인
As such, many girl groups adopted suggestive themes.
있었죠. 근데
Interestingly, that was met with a lot of
그 당시에
criticism
비판이
back
엄청나게
then.
쏟아졌거든요. 그거 가지고. 그러니까
That shows that our
자정하는
society
힘이 있다는
is
거죠, 우리
capable of
사회에서.
correcting itself.
In 2022, K-pop group New Jeans made headlines when they released their debut album, but for all the wrong reasons. With lyrics like, "Keep looking at my cookie.
Keep
Does it
looking
smell
at my
different?
cookie.
Taste it. One bite isn't enough." The song Cookie was thought to be filled with sexual innuendo, something their record label denied. The problem? The members of New Jeans were all minors, between 14 to 18 years of age.
근데 저 같은 이제 저널리스트
As a
입장에서
journalist, I
봤을
see the hidden
때는
connotations
그
clearly.
문단만의 이제 문장 사이에 숨은 함의가 분명히 있다고 생각을 하고 실제로 그게
And the general public
대중의
can read
입장에서
them
그런
too.
식으로 성적 함의를 담고 있는 걸로 해석될 여지가 있을 때에는 그런 식의 가사를 특히나 미성년자 멤버들에게
I
그런
need
걸
to
부르게
speak up if
시키는
the
건
underage
문제가
stars sing those
있다라고
songs.
지적을 하는 쪽이어서 어느 누구에게나
Popular
이제
culture
폭력에
content can be
영향을
very
끼칠 수 있다는
influential.
게
It affects
전제가
everyone.
되어 있기 때문에 비단 K-팝뿐만 아니라 사실은
This is
콘텐츠를
not just for K-pop,
만드는
but for
사람들
all
모두가
creative
어떤
content.
콘텐츠를 만들든 간에 그걸
All creators must
영향을 끼칠 수
understand
있는
how
사람이고
influential their
이
content can
콘텐츠가
be.
갖고 있는 파급력이 그만큼
Wait, what? Not me though. No, I'm good. I don't have to think about it.
크다는 거를 좀 인지를 하고 제대로 만들 필요가 있죠.
어차피
K-pop content has no choice but to move according to profits and it's commercial.
움직일 수밖에 없고 상업이잖아요. 여성들이
It's also the principle of feminism to criticize women for their overtly large bosoms, narrow waists, and their sexuality.
성적으로 이렇게 활용하는 부분에 대해서 계속해서 비판을 가해왔던 게 또 페미니즘의 원리예요. 그런데 저는 K-팝
But I don't think there's such elements in K-pop, but those feminist groups still repeatedly find fault with it. Yeah, I don't know if she's saying this. That this is not true. Yeah, sorry. I'm reading the translations here for people who aren't for people who can't read, for people who aren't listening, or if they're just listening like a podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she's saying that that's what like feminist groups are finding fault with, because there is a difference between a big difference between K-pop stars who are doing sexual content and are adults versus ones who are minors. Like, the worrisome part is the fact that they are minors. Like, that's why it's bad that they're 14 to 18 years old. That is the part that is concerning here. As much as people talk about how they miss the sexy concept that was peak in 2015 K-pop, it was disturbing finding out how much some of the companies heavily pressured the women ex-stellar. Yes, I mean, famously, K-pop stars do not have any autonomy. Like, they are controlled by their labels from head to toe. Like what they're allowed to put out publicly, how they dress, how they look, what they sing. They don't have autonomy. Yeah, a big difference having the agency to choose to be sexy. Yes. So having the agency, okay, so choosing to be sexy, choosing not to be sexy, and then also being a minor versus being an adult.
속에서 찾아내기 시작한 거예요.
But rethinking the role of pop culture in the sexualization of women comes in the wake of some disturbing statistics. According to a 2021 government survey, 1 in 3 South Korean women has experienced violence in their lifetimes, half of them at the hands of an intimate partner.
가정폭력 심각하고요. 그리고 스토킹, 온라인 스토킹, 그리고 친밀한 파트너 대상과 안에서
Sorry, let me
일어나는
go back and write this.
가정폭력
Domestic violence is rife,
심각하고요.
not to mention
그리고
stalking, online
온라인
stalking.
스토킹 그리고 친밀한
As well as
파트너
sexual violence and gender
대상과
violence taking
안에서
place in private
일어나는
locations with their
다양한
partners.
형태의 성폭력들, 젠더에 기반한 폭력도 너무너무
It's
심각합니다.
terrible.
그런데
However,
이러한
most of these
폭력들의
assault cases are not
대부분이
punished
사실상
severely or
많이
resolved properly.
처벌되거나 정의롭게 해결되지 않고 있고요.
근데 지금까지는
But the biggest
계속
problem so far has been
성폭력
denying the
얘기한다고
existence of
했을 때는
sexual violence when talking about
성폭력이 있어라고
it.
얘기하는데 없어라고 계속 부정하는 식으로 했던 것이 제일 큰 문제인 것 같고요. 그래서 일단은 이런 문제가 있다라는 걸 인식하는 것부터가
So the starting point would be to recognize that there is such a problem and there are various ways to do so.
첫 번째로는 가장 단순하게는 신고했을 때 제대로
The simplest and clearest way would be to give adequate punishment for these cases, and it's crucial to have an understanding culture that doesn't blame the victim.
인식과 문화를 갖는 것이 너무 중요하겠죠.
And for thousands of women,
I went over a similar crazy story out of South Korea. This is about South Korea think tanks suggest girls start school earlier to raise birth rate. Yeah, we covered that. Fucking insane. It's like, hey, yeah, they'll be more attracted to each other if they start school earlier, and so then they'll get married.
This has provoked a rather radical response. 2019 saw the rise of the 4B movement, or 4 No's. Bihon, no to heterosexual marriage. Bichusan, no to childbirth. Biyone, no to dating. And bisexu, no to heterosexual sex. Part of the movement can be traced to a feminist
Homosexual marriage only. That's right. We're only doing women loving women. Women loving women. I mean, obviously this is very extreme, right? But for a growing number of women in South Korea, they feel like it is the only recourse that they have. That they have to remove themselves from a male society. You know, I mean, they still live in society with men, but that they will have nothing romantically to do with men, that they will not be having children, because that means then that they will be having children with men, and that they will be, helping this country that is so oppressive to women in a very serious problem that they're experiencing. And the idea is like, okay, if we make the birth rate go down, keep going down. I mean, it's already at like, it's already like kind of nuclear with how they have the lowest birth rate in the world, and the panic that this has caused in Korea. But if it's something where it's like, okay, if this is the only way to to achieve equality here, or like have things be better for women, to have our male politicians take women's issues seriously, then I guess that's what we're gonna do. A lot of women in Korea identify as hetero abstinent lesbians. It's so punk. Yeah, they have literally said no to heterosexual men.
In his book and film called Kim Ji-young, born 1982. It told of the hardships faced by a Korean woman who adopted the traditional gender roles of wife and mother.
여성에게
More people are finding that sex, dating, marriage, and childbirth are all risky gambles for Korean women.
리스크가 큰 도박이라는 것을 점점 더 많은 사람들이 확인하게 되는 거예요. 그러면 이런
So it's hard to believe that making this choice won't infringe my dignity.
침해하지 않을 것이다라는 믿음을 갖기가 힘든 거죠. 그렇기 때문에 여성들이
That's why women have become more and more wary of having intimate relationships with men.
것을 굉장히 경계를 하게 됐고.
그런
Why do we
맥락에서
have to get married?
결혼 굳이 해야 되나? 또 나의 결혼을
Women began to
거부하겠다는 그
think like that and
운동까지도
began
갈수
rejecting
있었고
marriage.
또 여성들한테 그런 맥락이 많이 이어져 왔다고 생각해요. 그래서 출산 같은 경우도
We saw our mothers
저희
giving
어머니
birth.
세대를 보면서 자라고 그걸 느꼈던 바들이 있고 사실 되게 흔하게 하는 말이잖아요.
It's a common saying, I'm not going to live like my mom.
그게 되게
I
많은
think
것을
that says a
함의하고
lot.
있다는 생각이 들고
But for critics, this is a form of misandry. Feminism taken to its extremes.
실제로 이런 페미니즘 정책에서 특히 저희
Feminists have been producing a culture and a system that unilaterally sees men as potential perpetrators and label men as attackers.
남성이 가해자라고
Which is the very reason why our group started.
문화들을 생산해내고 있기
That's how I
때문에
think he
저희가 이제
talks.
생긴 것은 2018년도에
Our movement started in 2018 after the so-called Bone Broth restaurant sexual harassment case received a ruling.
유죄가 나온
The
사건이
court found the accused guilty even though there was no evidence.
In 2017, a woman accused a man of molesting her at a bone broth restaurant in Daejeon. The man insisted she bumped into him while passing by. In a case of he said, she said, the man was found guilty and sentenced to 6 months in prison.
Wow, a rarity.
For Song Ho, men have become victims of reverse discrimination.
Yeah, men are victims of the Me Too movement.
이제 규탄, 사법부
So we began to
규탄으로
criticize the
시작된
judiciary, and that was the start of our
이런
movement.
부분에서
We aim to eradicate gender
남녀차별이
discrimination and to achieve
진정한
true gender
양성평등을
equality.
이루는 것 또한 저희 단체의 목표입니다.
To do this, Dang Dang-wi drums up support for men they feel have been falsely accused of sexual assault in social and mainstream media.
감정적으로 가장 힘들었고
There were more
먹먹했을
emotionally
때가
tough
어떤
moments, and the most difficult and depressing occasion was when a mother of a falsely convicted man came
아드님이
to
억울하게
us.
이제 성범죄를 물리셔서 감옥에 갔어요. 감옥에 갔는데 여성분이
It was the woman's claims against the man's with no actual
실질적인
evidence.
증거가 없었기 때문에 많이 노력을 해서
He was detained and later found innocent after his first trial.
저 2심이 아니라 1심에서 이제 구속됐다가 무죄를 받고 풀려 나오셨는데 전 처음에 이제 구속도
He shouldn't have been detained in the first place.
거기에 대해서 문제
I
제기를
went to the police
함께
station with his mother to raise an
경찰서에
objection.
갔다가 결국 구속되는
But in
걸로
the
결정이
end,
돼서
he was still
구속됐어요.
detained.
그럼 이제
I
저는
couldn't
이
do anything
어머니한테
for her
해드린
son.
것도 없는데 나오시면서 어머니 지금 자기 아들
But
감옥에
this woman who just saw her son being put
들어가는
into his cell came to me and said,
보고 나오셨는데 저한테 문 대표 고생했어요
Mr. Moon,
그러시더라고요. 지금
you've
자기
worked
아들
hard.
유치장에 넣고 왔는데 억울하게.
She still said that even when her son was put in
근데
a
제가
cell.
그런 사례들을 너무 많이 봐서.
But for feminists, there is a worry that
So
such
this is a thing that men's rights activists will do as well, and men who believe that men are victims of movements like the Me Too movement, they will latch on to like one or two anecdotes. Okay, they will take the very, 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 very minuscule percentage of false rape claims, and they will turn that into what largely sexual assault and sexual harassment claims are. So they'll be like, yeah, remember this story? Where in this case, it's not even that we can say it wasn't true. It's that there wasn't evidence to detain him, and then he was still let go. Like this guy was not prosecuted for anything. And yet this is the example that they're like, see how cruel it is, how horrible it is to be a man. And it's like, what's crazy is that the percentage of men who actually go to who face prison time for rape is like the same percentage as false claims. That is how rare both of those are.
actions discourage real victims from coming forward for fear of backlash. According to one survey, about 8 in 10 victims in South Korea do not report their assault.
성폭력 피해 경험 같은
Sexual assault experiences were a huge stigma for women, and society made them feel like they had to hide it.
감추어야 한다라는 그런 사회 분위기 때문에 자신의
So it took a lot of
자신의
courage
피해
for them to
경험을
speak up
드러내는
about their
것은
own
굉장히 큰
experiences.
용기를 필요로 하거든요.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, that when you look at the extremely low percentage of false claims, you're comparing that to numbers that are already skewed because of how many victims do not report sexual assault or sexual harassment against them. Like already the numbers are skewed because of that fact, because of how most sex crimes are not reported, and how most sexual misconduct goes without a word. Don't look up cops 40%.
그렇죠. 너무나죠. 피해자 비난.
Yes, it's common to see victim blaming and secondary victimization, which is the term that is commonly used. Criticisms such as, why did you go there? Why did you meet that person? Did you not know what kind of person they were? Why were you speaking up now when you were quiet then? Are too common. I think this society denies the crime of sexual violence itself. Yes, societally, we view it as problems of individuals and not problems of a society. We don't see this as systemic. We see this as on an individual basis. And that's also what men's rights activists believe. They do not believe that this is, at all an indictment on the reality of an unequal society. Who is the dominating power, and instead it's bad apples, right? It's just some bad apples.
And with the proposed
and also women lie.
Abolishment of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, South Korean women could lose an important advocate.
그리고 또한 여성이 또 일상 속에서 겪고 있는 여성 혐오 그리고
Sexual assault, it's an individual problem, but feminism, a systemic problem.
폭력에 관한 이 불안함.
In their lives, women also face many issues such as misogyny and anxiety about sexual violence. These issues are still not resolved. So it's only natural that women would feel anxious about the idea of abolishing the ministry that oversees women's issues. Yeah. It's like, oh, you thought things were bad for broads in South Korea? Great, we're going to get rid of the ministry that is supposed to address women's issues. Like the few organizations that we have that are intended to make things better for women, we're going to get rid of it.
Voices for women empowerment are emerging elsewhere, in somewhat unexpected yet fitting quarters. K-pop.
최근에 나온 걸그룹들 보면
If you look at the recent girl groups, they tend to show a confident image rather than a suggestive one.
그리고
They also voice their own opinions. In K-pop, it's usually male K-pop artists who get to produce their own music or write their own songs. But Jeon Seon in GIDLE writes her songs, produces the group's music, as well as creates the group's style.
잡을수까지 있는 그런 대표적인 아이돌로 이제 전소연이라는 멤버가 존재를 하고 있는 거거든요. 그래서 마마무 같은 경우는 좀
Mamamoo is notable for breaking stereotypes.
그룹인데 처음에 이제
They tried different styles throughout their career, such as dressing up as guys.
자신들이 남장을 해서 이런 부분에서
They demonstrated the various things that women can do.
기여했다는 점에서 마마무도
So Mamamoo can be seen through the lens of feminism.
밟았다라고 얘기할 수 있는 측면이 있습니다.
But under the intense glare of the public eye, showing your feminist stripes can come at a price for K-pop idols. When Irene, a member of K-pop group Red Velvet, shared that she had read the feminist novel Kim Ji-young, born 1982, the backlash was swift.
이 소설을 읽었다라는 말을 한 것만으로도
But just by saying that she read this novel, Irene suffered from cyberbullying.
있었던 거예요. 뭐 사진을
They burned her picture and said, "I won't be your fan anymore," because she read a
팬이
book.
되지 않겠다라고 한다거나 뭐 앨범을 부수는.
Oh, she read a fucking book and there were effigies burned of her. Oh my God. Midnight Gem, thank you for the 2 months.
뭐 그런 사진들을
Or posted a
올린다거나
photo
그런
that
식이었던
defaced
거죠.
their album.
as activists on both sides continue to push for their point of view, and politicians continue to lean into populism. What will be the effect of these shifts on Korean society?
Yeah, no shit, they started the 4B movement.
It has been a year since President Yoon Suk-yeol became the leader of South Korea.
Guess who also just closed down the Ministry of Women? That's right, Javier Milei in Argentina.
A term which saw frequent demonstrations, some 100,000 strong, outside Seoul's City Hall. They are calling for Yoon's resignation. Protesters' grievances range from the faltering economy to Yoon's pivot to closer ties with Japan, while sweeping war atrocities under the rug. As a result, the president's approval ratings plummeted to a 4-month low of 30% in late March 2023. Having just returned from a diplomatic tour, including a stop in Washington, some expect President Yoon to turn his attention to domestic affairs by honoring campaign promises to win back support.
그런 것들 때문에
Since he had been elected
그때
as the
나왔던
president,
정치적 공약이 지금 이미 당선이 돼서 이제는 또 수행을
he must
이행해야
now
되는
fulfill his
입장이라
political
그걸
promise to
어떤
abolish the
식으로도 하는
MOGEF
그런
he made during the
상황이라고 볼 수
elections.
있거든요.
For now, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family still stands. But it has become both a physical and symbolic battleground for South Korea's gender war.
I feel that the gender conflict among the younger generation is pretty serious. It's natural for conflicts to be escalated online as people share their own
그러다가
views.
굉장히 갈등을 이렇게 막 크게 일으키고 할 수도 있는 거지만
However, I think it is the responsibility of politicians to resolve that.
생각하거든요. 정치인은 우리 사회에
I feel that
존재하는 많은
politicians should be
다른
able to
생각들,
gather the differing
많은
views and
갈등들을 한
disagreements.
곳에 모아서 이야기를 듣고
Listen to
생각이
these
다른
people and
사람의
mediate
의견,
these
그리고 나의
opinions.
의견을 조율을 해서 사회를 더 나은
And
방향으로
propose
갈 수
solutions
있게
that can bring our
합리적인 안을
society
제시할 수
towards a
있어야
better
한다고
direction.
생각하는데 지금
That is not
그러지는
happening
못하고
right
있는 것
now.
같고요. 그러는 사이에
In the midst of that, the conflict online is getting out of
온라인상의 갈등은 지금
control.
최고조로 치닫고 있는 것 같습니다. 사회가
Our society
대화와
seems to be
타협이라는
unable
걸
to engage in discussion and
모르는,
compromise,
그런 게 불가능할
believing
거라고
that it
믿는
is not possible.
세상이 되고 있는 것 같아서 조금 불안하기도 해요. 걱정이
That makes me anxious and
서로
worried.
이해하면 좋겠다라는 바람이
It's too hard to
이루어지면
hope to
너무나 힘든 거죠.
understand each other.
그리고
And as long as the
정부가
government
이렇게
says that they don't care about gender equality
성평등은 우린 안 할 거야. 한국 사회
and
구조적인
sends a message that there's no
없어라는 식의
structural
메시지를 내고
gender
있는 이상
discrimination in Korean
해결은
society,
너무너무 멀게
the
느껴져요.
solution seems too far away.
Perhaps an important step then is
Yeah,
more
how
female.
the fuck do you compromise on equality, you know? Especially when you have a government saying, actually, we don't have any problems here. Next.
Representation in politics. Currently, men outnumber women 4-1 in the 300-seat National Assembly.
우선은 제가 있는
To begin with, don't you think there needs to be more female
정치
participation in
참여 확대가 먼저
politics?
필요하지 않을까요? 사회 각계의
I feel that we need to see more female leaders in all areas of our
여성 리더의
society.
모습을 더 많이 볼 수 있어야 한다고 생각을 합니다.
Ryu Ho-jeong is a member of the National Assembly representing the Justice Party in South Korea. At 30, she's the youngest member of the legislative body.
전 페미니즘이 백래시를 겪고 있는 건
I believe that the
여성들이
backlash
더
faced by
많은
feminism is due to women
권력을
gaining more
쟁취하고 있기
power.
때문이라고 생각합니다. 그리고 이제 여성의
Though it's
정치
still
참여도
few,
여전히
female
적긴 하지만
political
확대되고
participation is
그렇기
increasing.
때문에 그것의
That is why I
위협을
think the
느낀
backlash
어떤
came from people who feel
사람들은
threatened
백래시가
by
아닐까
this.
싶거든요.
Right, because the idea is like, wait, if a woman's there, then that's one less man. And therefore men are actually the victims of gender inequality here, right? It's the same thinking with, oh, there's a black person in this position. That means that this was taken by a white, this is a position that was taken from a white person. So therefore, these are policies that are discriminatory against white people. Black people have had it too good for too long.
그렇기 때문에 저는
As such, I hope we wouldn't feel too disheartened by the backlash,
계속해서 힘내서
and instead continue to push forward and tear down this wall that we have.
이렇게 생각을 합니다. 그리고 또 미래에는
I get a lot of questions about what I hope to achieve as a female politician.
무엇을 할 거냐라는 질문을 굉장히 많이 받는데 미래에는
But I hope that in the future,
여성 청년 정치인이라는
young women in
존재가 낯설지 않은
politics
존재가
will no
되어서
longer be seen as
그런 질문을 안
unusual, and they will
받는
no
사회가
longer be
됐으면
asked
좋겠어요.
such
지금
questions.
남성
After all, nobody asks
지금
male
중년 남성
politicians about what they
정치인으로서 뭐
hope to
할 거냐라는
achieve as a
질문을
middle-aged man in politics.
여성의 경험과 목소리가
When there's a lack
대표되지
of female
않는,
representation and
그리고
perspectives,
남성
since
중년
the National
이상의
Assembly
남성
and
엘리트
local councils
정치인들로만 가득 차 있는 국회
are
그리고
filled
의회,
with
지방의회
middle-aged
안에서
veteran male
여성의
politicians.
의제는 당연히
Women's agendas are naturally put on the back burner and considered to be minor agendas only concerning women. Eventually, these agendas will not be properly executed according to plan. That is why one of feminism's key aims is female representation in politics.
So, what happens next for South Korea? In a country that's seeing record lows in marriage and birth rates, some worry that should the gender conflict go mainstream, it could tear apart Korea's social fabric.
사회에 악영향을 미친다고 생각합니다.
I think it will have a negative effect on society. For society to be sustainable, the people must come together.
연대하고 통합적으로 연결되고
Integrate as a society and make it happen together. However, the government is looking at the current trends of feminist movements. I'm sorry, this is like the most fucking Asian kid bowl cut. If you're Asian, you know the pain of the bowl cut. My mom is a white lady, and I still had a fucking bowl cut. Why? Why does this happen? Anyway, however, the government is looking at the current trends of feminist movements and anti-feminist groups opposing them as a fight between women and men. That is a huge problem.
정부와 정치권의 시선이 여성과 남성의 집단 간의 싸움으로 포장하는 것 자체는 굉장히 문제가 있다고 생각합니다.
이게 언론의 문제가
Part of that
약간
problem
있다고
lies with the
생각하거든요.
media.
그런 부분들만 딱 짚어서
I'm Latino. My mom made me have this so I'd focus on school instead of girls. She's like, surely if I give you the ugliest haircut ever, no girl will ever talk to you. I'm going to give you the most hideous haircut so that no one will talk to you and you have to focus on school. They focus only on that part and portray it as a conflict. So it evokes an image of an intense fight between anti-feminism and feminism, between men and women.
형상만 머릿속에 떠오르는 거죠. 중요한 건 뭐냐면
The most important thing is that we change along the way through communicating with people. Through communication, we will realize when we have incorrect mindsets or say the wrong things, which we then acknowledge and change our behavior. That is how change happens.
But on the other hand, perhaps there is a silver lining. With the attention given to the gender war, it is an opportunity to rethink the roles of men and women in Korean society. A chance for compromise.
사실
I think anti-feminism stems from their misunderstanding that feminism is female supremacy.
보고 있어요. 그래서 이 페미니즘에
If our
대한
society
교육이 좀
becomes more educated on feminism,
그런 페미니즘
I believe these
대
talks about feminism versus anti-feminism will also naturally cease to exist.
보고 있습니다.
여성들이 오히려
I want women to try to
남성들에게
talk to
자꾸
men, talk and
대화를
discuss together
시도하고
and
함께
solve
대화하고
problems.
토론하면서 문제를 해결했으면 좋겠고요. 남성들이
Men have a
불만이
lot of
많지만 20대
complaints,
여성들도
but
좌절감이
women in their
굉장히
20s are
커요.
also very
왜냐하면
frustrated, as
취업에서
career-wise they
어려움이
face
20대
more
남성보다도 훨씬
difficulties
크기
than men.
때문에 이런 문제는 공동으로 토론하면서
I think it's important for men and women to come together to discuss these problems and find a
필요하다고
solution.
생각을 합니다.
일단은 이게 지금
Throughout this
이
interview, we've been
인터뷰
talking
내용
about
안에서도
confrontation
사실은
between men and
이
women.
남성과 여성의 대결 구도로 얘기가 지금 진행이 되고 있잖아요. 근데 저는 그렇게
Okay,
보고 있지는 않아요.
here's the other thing. All right, this relies on men who are engaged in these men's rights movements, okay, who are actively feeling like feminism in their country is leading to a worsening worsening economic opportunities for men. First and foremost, men have to believe that women are equal. Like, fundamentally, that women are equal. I don't mean that women are equal like as the law dictates, but I mean that you believe that men and women are equal. And so therefore, society should reflect as such, that our laws, that you know, every aspect of our culture and our society reflects that equality. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Because there are a lot of men who don't believe that. They fundamentally think that women are inferior. They don't think that women should have more opportunities. So this is a problem, because how can you reach across the aisle, right? How can you talk to each other and be like, let's all like come up with a solution here, if fundamentally one group has a lot of members who don't think that equality should exist, because they don't think that both groups are actually equal. We are all suffering under capitalism. Blaming women is your misogyny. Yeah. And so look, it's one thing to be like, okay, let's talk about like your anger being misdirected, that you are misunderstanding the root causes of your problems. That's one thing, okay? I genuinely think that we can have conversations on that we can fix misinformation, that we can go, hey, you're pissed off, but let me show you what actually the stats are, what the data is, okay? Women actually aren't dominating. Women aren't it's not a female supremacy thing here, because women still across the board unequal, right? Talk about the pay gap. Talk about promotional opportunities. Talk about like male CEOs, percentage of male CEOs versus women CEOs, whatever. Talk about the number of men versus women in politics. Okay. That's one thing, versus a man who's like, yeah, no, I don't think that women should have any of this, because I don't think that women are equal. I think that men are superior. I think that men deserve these things, and I don't think that women do. That's a different problem, you know? That's something else. And I think there's crossover between the two. But those are still separate things too, you know? Like, I don't think all men, like that young man earlier in the video who was talking about how he wants to be a lawyer and he perceives that there are more opportunities for women in law because there are female-only universities. I want to believe that that's a guy who thinks not that women are not equal to men fundamentally, but that is mistaken in having bought into this BS that because of feminism and because of women's rights movement, that women have gotten more and that men have gotten less.
한국 사회가 변화해가고 있다고 보거든요.
I think Korean society is changing. It's changing from a local society to a global one. We need to look at how the world is changing.
근데 그 바뀌는 틀
If there were
안에서
certain
지금
roles that men and women have traditionally been
남성
taking
여성의
on,
어떤 역할들이 있다면 지금은 그
we need to
역할들에서
find out how
달라진
these
어떤
roles
것들은
will
뭔가
differ in
이걸
this
찾아가야
changing
되는 거죠.
construct.
그러면 여기에 맞는
What are the
가치관은
values
뭘까?
that
이걸
we
찾아내야
need?
되는 거죠.
That is what we need to figure
여전히
out.
과거에
I think
그걸
being stuck in the
가지고서
values of the
우리가
past and causing
이게 갈등
friction,
양상을 계속 여기에 집중한다는 건 아주
it is a
소모적이라고.
waste of energy. Okay. Right. Oh, that ends on a nice, happy note. Wow, so happy. So happy. Everything is good. Everything is good. Yeah, I just accidentally showed my DMs, but it's nothing bad. It's Mike giving me shit. It's Mike giving me shit for liking France. And it is me talking with Kat to try to figure out a journalist who's covering this topic. Mike is always giving me shit. I'm sick of him. I'm sick and tired of this fool, okay? All right. look, I know what's going on in France. I get it. I understand. I am aware, but I am still down bad for a baguette and a croissant and un café in Paris, okay? Mike is real for the French take. No! Mike told me this is what he messaged me, okay? He messaged me and said, still liking France is liberal coded. Still liking France is liberal coded. You know what, Mike? Suck my pee. Okay, let's take a look at some of these tweets that have gone that I was talking about that have gone viral on Twitter. Omega Lullacy wrong. I'm not going to fight on this. No, this is not a Mike is right. No, I refuse. I refuse. Okay. This message is from a female high school student in South Korea. Please retweet. Hello, everyone. I'm a Korean high school student. First of all, I'm frightened by all of these deepfake crimes, and these are obviously translated messages. My friends' schools are being uploaded as being the victim of being deepfaked. For me, one of the most shocking cases was Miram Information Science High School. This school was a girls' high school, but it started to accept male students this year. And now, as you might have expected, the girl students are suffering because of deepfake. So many female students are frightened about this situation. We are not even able to upload our selfies on Instagram because these selfies might be used to make deepfake videos. Although every female student is concerned with this, some male students say to us like this: you don't have to worry about being deepfaked because you are not pretty. Why are people so sensitive about this? I don't understand it. Isn't it good to be deepfaked as a person more fit than themselves? This is what like young girls are dealing with. Well, after hearing this, I lost my momentum to work hard in my life. I don't want to have a career among men who don't even know the basics of human rights. The sad fact is that even the schools are blaming girls for this situation. Today morning, one of our school teachers turned on the school broadcast and said that we should all delete our photos on Instagram and turn our accounts into private ones. I was okay with this because even though it's not our fault, the school might be trying to minimize the danger of being deepfaked. But I guess it wasn't the exact point. The teacher told us that students should try their best to keep deepfake crimes from happening. Reminder, our school is a girls' school, so the students only mean girls, not boys. I was shocked. How? How can we try our best to keep them from happening? We didn't do it. It is the male students who must stop deepfaking. I just can't understand people blaming us. Thank you for reading and sorry for my broken English. Yeah, I mean, when there's no legislation, when you literally have a government that is, when you have a government that is telling you that there is not systemic gender discrimination, then like young girls are being left to have to handle this by themselves. And there was a story recently of a female student who died by suicide because she was being harassed with deepfakes by male students. To be clear, that was better English than most Americans. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Why are so many Korean women suddenly asking for help from foreigners all at once? Why do Korean women ask for help in a foreign language? Read the tweet I quoted. She wrote a tweet in a thread. Okay. Another nth room crime in Korea. Korean men have been creating multiple chat rooms using Telegram and spreading personal information of women around them, including their family members, coworkers, and classmates. They also categorize victims by the regions that they live in. There are so many rooms of Daegu that they made Room Season 4 for only Daegu itself. The offenders entered these rooms by sending 10 pics of a victim and making sexual deepfake vids using those pics. The offenders gathered in a specific room by sending the victim's basic information to the room. So Jane Doe, name of her school, her year of birth. If they think they know the same person, they uploaded the victim's pics and make deep fake vids. The offenders made chat rooms for each school and approached the victims asking if they were the ones shown on the vids. They also threatened the victims using those vids, and this is very similar to the strategy used by nth room criminals. Please retweet the tweets above and raise awareness for this issue. We need everybody's help outside of Korea as well. There is a room with 1,932 members only for humiliating the victims. The subcategories for these rooms are cousins. So one thing I was reading about are how like there's a trend of young men taking photos of themselves groping their mothers or their aunties or their like women in their family while they are asleep. And like I was reading about that, and it is horrifying. The subcategories for this room are cousins, mothers, acquaintances, sisters. They use pics of victims in those categories. They're even using their own family members for the crimes. The offenders also made the victims consume drugs to sexually assault them. The criminals share almost all personal information of the victims within these Telegram channels, including the victim's name, school, year of birth, detailed home address, what grade and class they're in, Instagram ID, and phone number. If you want to get more info regarding this crime, read this thread. This is a crime that has been common in Korea. Korean men sharing pics of a woman around them and instigating other guys to sexually harass her or spray semen onto the women's pics. Trigger warning: sexual abuse by family, sexual harassment, cyberbullying, collective sexual violence. Here's the translation for what they said in one of the Telegram rooms. Let me just look at this before. It's going to be a bit late today, 6 p.m. A blanket, skirt of sleepwear. This is a video of the offender touching his sister, rolling up her skirt. If you have an older brother and if you think this is your blanket and sleepwear, get the Telegram app and check it. My younger sister's thigh is so fucking soft. LOL. I failed. This is the translation. I failed at sleeping pills today. Failed at making her take them, so I'm going to make it tomorrow. I'll be waiting for it. Hold my breath. I mean, this is all sorts of fucked up. Okay. Korean feminists went undercover and investigated the cases themselves. In fact, secret men's Telegram rooms were discovered in over 70% of South Korean schools. 70% of South Korean schools where female students' faces were photoshopped into porn using AI. This is what Kat and I were talking about, where she's like, I saw the map where like such a huge percentage of Korean schools where deep fakes are proliferating, and they're being used as a tool to harass and abuse female students. Is this a video about this?
Something very disturbing is happening in South Korea right now that not a lot of people know about. Now,
Yeah.
I have to be really careful.
And so, like, a big problem here is that this isn't being reported on, and it's why, like, girls and women are taking to social media to be like, please share these stories. Please bring attention to this so that the media will report on it.
About the words I say or visuals I show, or this will get taken down. But shockingly, there is a deepfake crisis gripping South Korea right now, and the scale of this is mind-blowing. Extremely inappropriate AI deepfakes of real women are being mass-produced and distributed on chat rooms like Telegram. And a major concern is that it's not just celebrities, it's of ordinary women like family members, mothers, sisters, teachers, female military officers, and even students at all level of schooling, including elementary, high school, and university. No woman is safe from this in South Korea right now. Individuals are even scraping social media platforms like Instagram, saving pictures of women, which are then used in these criminal acts. And just to give you an idea of the scope of this, every red dot you see on this map is a school that has been affected by this crisis.
Yeah, and it's causing young girls to leave social media. They don't want to post their selfies. Or if they do, they only want it to be in like special private, like a close friends thing where it's just girls. But even still, they are concerned that this is going to happen to them if any picture is posted of them. Lucas Mucus, thank you for the 17 months. Oh, Lucas Mucus.
Reports say that in one group, which has a staggering 227,000 users, as soon as you enter, a message pops up saying...
By the way, 227,000 users, that's more than the number of babies who were born in South Korea last year. So let's just think about that for a second. There are more men in this one room, in this one Telegram community of deepfakes than there were babies who were born in South Korea last year, in a country that has the lowest birth rate in the world because of how many women are rejecting marriage and childbirth because of the oppressive patriarchal society that they live in.
Send me a photo of a woman you like right now. Upon entering an image, an illegal deepfake version of that person is created within 5 seconds. And remember, there is over 220,000 people in that chat.
That is one chat room. That's one Telegram room.
Staggering 5.2% of the entire male population aged 15 to 29. And from all of the messages I'm receiving from people in South Korea right now, they say that this topic is being severely underreported. Authorities have now confirmed the existence of these group chats, and a large-scale investigation is currently being launched.
Yeah, it is. It is very, very frightening. A chatter shared this very long but good video that talks about this. Ooh. This might be really heavy. An hour and 19 minutes of this. Oofda. Okay, let me. It's really hard to watch. Oof. Okay, let me just let me think about it. This is a plan to escape after the men's secret telegram room was discovered by the women. These are screenshots here. Your attention has created a miracle of getting the Korean government and media to work. Thank you, feminists around the world. Now the Korean news is reporting on the deepfake incident, and the South Korean president and opposition leader also ordered a resolution to this incident. This miracle happened in just a few days because feminists overseas showed solidarity with feminists in the South. If only Korean feminists had protested this issue, it would have taken at least 1 to 2 years, like the Nth Room incident. Because this incident became famous and was covered in the news overseas, Korea could not hide it and responded quickly. You saved every girl in Korea. Well, unfortunately, it's like, anyway, I'm not going to be. I remember Korean feminists working for a long time to get even a single line in the news during a similar Room N case a few years ago. And now that foreigners are paying attention to the issue, the media and politicians are responding quickly. Your retweet may have seemed insignificant to you, but it became a miracle in Korea. You are heroes, be proud. Even though I've been targeted by anti-feminists, I don't want to take away from, like, yes, solidarity and drawing attention to issues happening in a country that's not getting attention is really important and can move the needle on things. But it is like one of those where we just watched a whole video. We just watched a whole video about South Korea and the oppression of women, and how this is just one tool in that oppression of women, and how AI deepfakes are, a problem globally. I talk about it all the time as it pertains to, like, what's happening in the United States. Porn being illegal in South Korea, why are authorities not cracking down on this? On the other hand, you and the rest of the girls being accused of production of said porn and landing in legal trouble that way too. Well, I think it's one of those where, like it is in the US, the law is slow to catch up to technology. And because, here, I'll read this. Is it this piece or? Yeah. It's about how there's so many sex crimes now that are of the category of deep fakes that it was like, oh, this is also a reason that perpetrators were slipping through the cracks because of simply how many that there are. An increasing number, so this is in the Korea Times, an increasing number of Koreans, and this was posted yesterday. So I don't know if this is something that is again in response to this social media movement where people online drew attention to this issue that then, got a lot of shares. An increasing number of Koreans, including minors, have fallen victim to deepfake sex crimes where images and videos combining photos of unidentified individuals with explicit content are circulated in Telegram group chats. Law enforcement authorities have pledged to mobilize additional resources to apprehend the perpetrators, while experts are calling on the government to initiate a nationwide campaign to raise public awareness about the crime and advocate for stricter penalties for the offenders. An online post uploaded Sunday on X, formerly Twitter, disclosed a list of hundreds of middle schools, high schools, and universities where students have become victims of deepfake sex crimes. Whether these schools have actually been affected and the extent of any such impact remains unconfirmed. However, the post received over 57,000. Okay, so this is about the post. Received over 57,000 retweets and 26,000 likes as of 2 p.m. Monday, with the numbers continuing to rise as the account accumulates reports from online users about similar cases. In addition, student councils of several schools in Seoul and Gyeonggi Province, including Hongik Design High School, have issued warnings on their social media accounts, alerting students to the potential risks of deepfake sex crimes. The emergency notification read, "Currently, deepfake images using photos of Hongik Design High School students and their personal information are being shared on Telegram. It urged students to remove or avoid posting photos of themselves online to prevent becoming victims of deepfake crimes." Oh my God. According to the Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency Monday, 10 teenagers aged 14 or older were arrested for deepfake crimes in Seoul alone between January and July this year. An overwhelming 75.8% of suspects involved in deepfake image and video crimes last year were teenagers, according to data from the National Police Agency. Additionally, approximately 20% were in their 20s, resulting in 95.8% of suspects being aged between their teens and their 20s. The vast majority of these cases involve male students targeting female students, but deepfake crimes are increasingly emerging as a form of school violence or harassment that affects all genders. It is deeply concerning that not only students but also teachers have fallen victim to deepfake crimes, which are proliferating among teenagers who are well versed in IT devices, a police official said during a regular press briefing. Deepfake sex crimes targeting female soldiers have also come to light. An online chat room with over 900 participants was discovered, where deepfake videos and images of female soldiers referred to by users as munitions were distributed and exchanged alongside degrading and abusive comments. Furthermore, a Telegram chat room in which paid and free bots immediately turn images into deepfake nude photos was reported by local media last week. The chat room offers the first 2 deepfake images free of charge, then switches to a paid system that charges 49 cents per photo in cryptocurrency. Jesus, what a horrible sentence. As of August 21st, the chat room has been joined by nearly 227,000 online users. There are approximately 260,000 taxis in Korea. That means the likelihood of encountering a sex criminal in Korea is almost as high as finding a cab on the streets, according to an online user wrote on X in response. According to data submitted by the National Police Agency on Wednesday to the Office of Representative Cho Hyun-hee of the Democratic Party of Korea, the number of deepfake-related crimes increased from 156 in 2021 to 160 in 2022 and 180 in 2023. While technology advances rapidly, laws and systems struggle to keep pace in preventing emerging criminal activities. Although an AI Act was proposed during the 21st National Assembly, it failed to pass and was discarded before reaching the threshold for approval. While the 22nd National Assembly is anticipated to consider several AI-related legislations, the revised Sexual Violence Punishment Act of 2020 mandates that perpetrators of deepfake sex crimes, whether producing or distributing such content, face imprisonment for up to 5 years or fines of up to 50 million won. However, only a few have actually faced punishment. What doesn't make this better is that there is a law that doesn't prosecute minors under the age of a certain age in Korea who have committed crimes such as these ones. Yeah, I mean, usually laws to protect minors, from crazy prison sentences are good, but considering the fact that it is minors who are proliferating this deep fake content, yeah, that's it's a problem here. Like, I don't think the solution is locking up all these young boys, but this is a growing problem. We will strengthen according to the Supreme Court's online ruling system, as of Monday, 35 cases, over half of the 71 rulings in the first and second trials, related to deepfake crimes and were suspended between 2020 and last year. Of the remaining 36 cases, 31 resulted in prison sentences for committing other sexual crimes in addition to deepfake offenses, while only 5 cases were sentenced to prison solely for deepfake crimes. Most first-time offenders receive probation. The government should educate the public about the seriousness and unethical nature of deepfakes. If ethical approaches are insufficient, the law should be used to address the issue, said Kim Myung-ju, a professor of information protection at Seoul Women's University. The Sexual Violence Punishment Act is not effectively raising awareness because the penalties, which are often lenient for first-time offenders, do not serve as a strong deterrent. We will strengthen prevention education to ensure that students understand the serious consequences of criminal behavior and how a criminal record but okay, here's the thing. And I don't just mean for Korea. I mean in general, right? It shouldn't be deterrence of, hey, if you do this, you're going to prison, kid. It should be, if you do this, it is a morally wrong thing to do. This is sexual abuse. You are violating people's rights to safety and privacy and to be safe from sexual abuse. Like that is something that education needs to focus on, that this is not consensual. And it needs to be taught to children as a form of sex abuse that is wrong, that is really, really wrong. The Korea Communications Commission plans to respond strongly to deepfake videos, although identifying distributors remains a challenge as Telegram has servers overseas. AI experts and industry executives abroad, including pioneering technologist Yoshua Bengio, signed an open letter in February calling for stricter regulations on the creation of deepfakes. Titled Disrupting the Deepfake Supply Chain, the letter recommends regulating deepfakes, including full criminalization of deepfake pornography, and mentions criminal penalties for any individual who creates or facilitates the spread of harmful deepfakes. This is what happened at a school after the deepfake scandal broke. The girls were called into the auditorium and told to be careful not to get deepfake while the boys were playing soccer. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is a post. Today, this is the Korean translation. Today, the homeroom teacher told the boys that if they signed up for Telegram, they should immediately cancel. She said that if they did something wrong, the school violence committee could be held and they might not be able to go to college. She treated it as a mistake, saying that they might have signed up. See, this is the problem, okay? This is the problem. You can't approach this by deterring these boys in saying, you won't go to college. This is, you could get in trouble for this. Rather than getting to the heart of this, which is that it is not consensual, that it is a form of sexual abuse, that it is, dehumanizing and harassing. It is dehumanizing in a form of harassment. I don't know a lot about Telegram, but generally when I hear about it, it's not positive. Given that the founder was just arrested, is there a benefit to this thing operating like this? Good question. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with Telegram either. So this is the video that chatter linked. Is the fact that not only 260,000 men were there to watch that content. Yeah, I'm still debating watching this. Telegram is another messaging app that offers optional encryption. To quickly summarize that video, it's about the original Nth Room, a wide Telegram system exposed in 2020, which is what this second Telegram wave is replicated from. Two of the top organizers of these disgusting blackmailing Telegram rooms was Moon Hyung-wook, also known as God, and Cho Jubin, who are now in prison. I agree with you, but I think school admin power is limited. Like, I remember my American assemblies, and I totally think the principal would tell the boys the same general thing, like discussions around social media, posting stupid pictures, don't do it, will affect your college application. Yeah, I mean, but okay, it's one thing if it's like, hey, don't post pictures of yourself drinking. Don't post, don't do those things because that will potentially hurt your opportunities later in life. It's another thing of like having middle school and high schools where boys are targeting girls using AI to harass and to bully and to intimidate, and like that needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed not from a you could get in trouble for this, but like why this is wrong, why this is bad. It needs to be adults who are talking about why this is dehumanizing and abusive to female students. From what I know, Telegram is also used by activists. I was reading that Ukraine uses it quite heavily and effectively. Yeah, I'm sure it's not something that like is entirely bad. Like there's always good uses to, always good ways that platforms and communication apps are used. Like, what's up? Dear our international friends, Korean women are under a serious attack. This message was sent to me from Korea just now. They need your help. The Korean media has turned a blind eye. There's no news of any kind. We are seeking your help to bring this to light. Please retweet. So I was seeing a ton of these messages pop up on my timeline. We are Korean students. Please help us. We are Korean students. No woman is safe in Korea. Spatial 12 to 22 students, and I am 18. Deepfake room combines girls' faces and pornography to spread. This is so sad. This is so fucking sad. South Korea's male population aged 15 to 29 is 4.3 million. 220,000 Telegram deepfake room users. So about 5%, 1 out of every 20 people is in this room. Can't punishing them for the laws of the Republic of Korea. They're saying enjoy it more because you're not punished. For some reason, the Korean media is trying to subside this case and not report it. Please help us. I know. Anyway, this is one way that social media can be very helpful. That it's not entirely a bad thing. It's like Twitter is not entirely a dumpster fire because it helps get these messages out, right? And it's a way for stories that are not being reported on by the media and are not being handled by the government to get traction online, and then it will have the effect sometimes of getting media coverage and then of getting, the government to respond. Yeah, you read this stuff and you read this stuff and you're like, yeah, no wonder there's the 4B movement. No wonder that women in Korea are finding that they have no option, feeling that they have no other option than to do this. Digital sex crimes have become an epidemic in one of the most wired nations in the world. Men have set up spy cameras in public bathrooms, women's locker rooms, stores, and subways to film women, distributing the videos online without consent. Less than 4% of sex crime prosecutions involved illegal filming in 2008, but the number rose to 20% in 2017. Thousands of women's lives have been impacted, but the prosecution of digital sex crimes and the punishment of convicted perpetrators are notoriously low and lenient. The overwhelming male grip on the police and judicial system, where women comprise only 30% of judges and 4% of police, contributes to the problem. Young, educated, and tech-savvy men have been the main drivers of misogyny and hate speech against women online. They blame women and feminism for their economic and social difficulties in a society distressed by high youth unemployment, spiking housing prices, and growing economic inequality. Sexual abuse in SK is such a complex topic that deserves thorough attention. Thank you for going into depth on this. I really hope things do change through global solidarity with Korean feminist activists. Yeah, I mean, we got a double problem here where you have growing numbers of young men who are disillusioned, who are facing problems in their country that stem from, a terrible government. And they also are the generation that is most tech savvy, that spends all this time online. And there's a reason why deepfakes are being created and disseminated largely by younger men, because those are who those are who spend a lot of their time online and are more tech proficient because of their generations, even though creating deepfakes does not require to have it doesn't require to be a coding expert. Some of these men have formed the base of the alt-right movement in South Korea. But the other thing, too, is that a lot of these men, because they're so online, they're being dragged, dragging themselves down these rabbit holes where then they find these online influencers. They find people like Andrew Tate, who's an answer to all of their problems, who it's like, oh, this guy gets it. Here's an alpha male. Here's an alpha male who understands my plight, and he is, and he gets it, and he's telling me who the problem is. The problem is women. And then you start with Andrew Tate, and it's just your algorithm continues to feed you more of this alt-right, manosphere, red-pilled, very, violently misogynistic content. I had to steer someone I was mentoring away from Tate, and thankfully he listened. Yeah, I mean, it's something where we all have to, this is a problem. This is a growing problem in society, and it's one where especially men who are looking to be allies, who want to be allies here, and who are also, in a position to be mentors to young men. It is important that young men have good mentors so that they aren't drawn into this shit. Also, Korean idols, celebrities, influencers, people with the potential to have powerful voices in Korea can't speak up because the backlash they'll get, especially from their agencies. People have gotten... oh, yeah. No, Korea is it's very locked down in that regard. Recent surveys reported that 76% of men in their 20s oppose feminism, in contrast to 64% of women in their 20s who support feminism. That is fucking insane. Unsurprisingly, almost 60% of respondents in their 20s believe that gender issues are the most serious source of conflict in South Korea. Despite the turbulent anti-woman environment, South Korea's constitutional court recognized women's right to abortion in 2019 and decriminalized abortion in late 2021. This means that women who had abortions and medical professionals who administered abortions were no longer subject to fines and jail sentences. Yeah, that's a reminder that that's a reminder that abortion in South Korea was not decriminalized until 2021. Just so you get an idea of how oppressive South Korea, the society, South Korean society is. People become so disenfranchised they will flock to anyone who provides them with answers in communities like cults are able to be. Yeah, we've been talking about cults a lot this past week. I'm sure the main place these deepfake operations are occurring in chat rooms by design. Yeah, I mean, this deepfakes are a step from being misogynistic to wanting to harm women digitally. You know, it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, women are the source of my problems, women are the problem, and then to engage in creating and spreading this technology, creating and spreading deepfakes as a way to harass women, to harm them, to abuse them, to intimidate them, to blackmail them, to get them out of, just to cause pain and suffering, and to say, and to feel like you have power, to say, I have power over you, and so I can do this to you. Koreans have more animosity towards feminists than towards sex offenders. Korean women avoid having short hair for fear of being mistaken for a feminist. Yeah, and there are also Korean women who are cutting their hair short because they're part of the 4B movement, because they're actively like, I want men to know that I don't fuck with them anymore, that I have taken like an oath of no men. Huh. Well. Okay, I do want to get to... I do want to get to covering some other things, and so I'm not going to cover this hour 20 video. Oopsie, I did not mean to do that. Oops. I accidentally copied and pasted that TikTok. Shit. I can't share this link.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Producers from...
Oh, there we go. There's the link to that. Yeah, we touched on this topic, and it's a 2-part video. Yeah, I just, it's not something where like I back away from heavy topics, like what we've been talking about is a heavy topic. Is it a 2-part video? But anyway, I just want to get to covering I just want to get to covering some other stuff, Do y'all think removing Telegram would help or more moderation on that app? I only ask because cases where it's not deep fakes and they're blackmailing women, it's usually through Telegram. The same with the cat torture videos. I will say that I don't know that much about Telegram, and I'm also hesitate to totally remove something because there are people who also rely on these same platforms and apps. So I don't know enough to say how we should proceed.
텔레그램 엠번방 사건에 대해서 들어보셨나요?
Okay.
그 조주빈이라는 사람이 그 텔레그램에서
텔레그램
Have you
엠번방
heard
사건에
about the
대해서
Telegram
들어보셨나요?
nth room
그
case? A
조주빈이라는
man named
사람이
Cho Ju-bin
텔레그램에서
on multiple chat
엠번방이라는
rooms called
곳에
nth rooms on
여자
Telegram would
애들,
target elementary and middle
중학생이나
school
초등학생,
girls.
그 위에 이제 대학생까지
And even up to
전부
college students.
노예로
And he would treat them like
자기가
his
생각을
slaves.
해가지고
Wow, what a great
몸에다가
guy.
나쁜
And
짓을
force them to do
한다던가
harmful
그
things to
여자애가 자기
themselves.
스스로
Or he'd
그런
make them do
행위를
sexual acts to
시키는
themselves.
나쁜 짓이라고 알고 있어요.
저희
I really
한국에
couldn't believe that something
이렇게
like
심각한
this
사건이 발생한 게
could
진짜
happen
믿기지가
in Korea.
않았고 이것 때문에
And I
진짜
feel like I
어떤
can't
사람도
trust
믿을 수
anyone
없게
anymore.
되고 지금까지 들어봤던 사건들
I
중에
think this is the
제일
most shocking
충격적이었던
incident
것
I've
같아요.
ever heard.
아무리 저희
Even though
나라가
Korea looks normal on the
겉으로는 뭔가 좀
outside,
이래 보여도 깊은
does
곳에는
it?
뭔가
In the
좀
deep dark
되게
corners of society.
악랄한 그런
I just want to say I can believe this about any society. I don't discriminate in thinking that that there's no way that this could happen. This is an upstanding society.
행동들이 되게 많이 있다는
There are a lot of
것을
malicious
좀
acts
깨달아
of
조금
evil being
불쾌하고
done.
좀
So I was very
부끄러웠어요.
disgusted
부끄러웠어요, 좀.
and felt embarrassed by our society. I mean, here's a good example of that. Israel, right? Israel, which to the outside world, the only democracy in the Middle East. Israel, the most moral army in the world. Yeah, right. Jacobo Eduardo, thank you for the tier 1. Le Cree 0, thank you for the prime. As a former reactionary dude, a massive issue is men are taught about sexual assault via a self-preservation lens. It creates a barrier against allyship even when there's no malice towards women. Pop culture and porn normalizing pushing past a girl being hard to get makes this worse because you feel like women are trying to punish normal behavior and fear being a victim of this. Counter-programming on this needs to be done from early puberty. Well, what it also is too is that men who are not abusers feel like an indictment of their gender is an indictment of them. So it's why men will say well, not all men. And that's not the point here. They get personally offended rather and believe themselves that they self-victimize, which means you're also part of the problem, men, when you do that. You shouldn't get praise for not being abusive. Do we see? And men are victims as well, right? So you shouldn't get praise simply because you're not an abuser. Just like if you don't go around serial murdering people, you should not get a pat on the back for it. It's like, hey, well, nobody's giving me a sticker for not serial killing people or not selling children into sex slavery. It's like, yeah, because that's horrible. That's an awful thing. And same with men being abusers. You don't get pats on the back for treating women like they're human beings. That's what you should do. You know? That is the standard for decency. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Sometimes I hate when I do the dark mode because it kind of throws me off on other things. Sometimes I have to take it off dark mode and then I'm like, okay, let's cover this sillier story unless it's got like a deeper meaning to it that's bad. we'll cover like
Proving that.
what the fuck is this raw dogging thing? A new way to be annoying on planes. I agree, more so trying to draw attention to what the problematic mindset is. No, totally. Oh, I was agreeing with you. I was just like yes-anding. Yes and. And I think like for dudes like you who were former reactionary dudes, you know firsthand how to talk to dudes who are red-pilled, right? Who've gone down that same manosphere alt-right pipeline. Like, this is why it's really important for men, and especially men who were, who are ex-red-pilled, to talk, to like to say things, to try and like, to try and stop other men from doing this, but also like reaching out to men who they see are manosphered. Because those men, here's the thing, those men not really likely going to be listening to women. Unfortunately, a man who believes that I, a woman, and the source of his problems is probably not going to listen to me when I'm talking about this subject. But another man, and this is why, like, having Hassan and having Mike and Gremlo and all these guys who cover this stuff on stream, and Shauna Black, having these guys is very important. Even though when it comes to women's issues, like, I still want to center women's voices. I want to make sure that women's voices aren't getting lost here, because this is us who are these are our rights that we're talking about. But having men who can reach out to other men who are vulnerable to this, who are susceptible. And unfortunately, there are men who, if they're going to change their minds, they're not going to change their minds because they listened to women. Even though I wish you would, hear what we were saying, I recognize that male allies are needed for many reasons, but one being because other men will listen to them. Nodders, I helped steer an old coworker away from Tate over a year ago by using Hassan talking points. Well, you know what? That's good. I've tried to reach out to men a lot, and yeah, they do not listen. If you approach them as a woman in an empathetic way, they say you're lying. I mean, I'm just curious, like, people who find my chat, first-time chatters, are like, Grug, this is bullshit. This isn't true. If I were a man who was covering these topics, would they be more open, Because I have to think that, like, they haven't found any of these other dudes who are talking about misogyny and talking about feminism. And so I have to believe that I'm like the first streamer with some of these guys who they're hearing this for the first time. And I wonder, like, if I were a man and I was talking about this stuff, would they potentially stay and listen and not just be like, oh, woman complaining about being a woman? From watching Wake and Hassan, they sometimes still aren't receptive. No, I know that. I know. I know. This isn't me. This is me just like, I wonder if, like, maybe one person out there would be more receptive if I were a man. I know it's also Twitch, and I see when Wake and Hassan have to deal with this shit too. But you always wonder, you're like, okay, if I were a dude saying these things, would there be a couple of grugs who maybe stop a moment and take a little listen before telling me, dumb woman, shut up? My BF used to say the not all men thing and feel bad when seeing reports talking about men doing this stuff, but after seeing the rise of Andrew Tate has since understood that it's not an attack on him personally and the harm in saying not all men. Yeah, and I think you should frame it like for I mean, you don't need to for your boyfriend because he already gets it, but for other men, frame it exactly as I said, where it's like, do you think that you need to be patted on the back and that you need to be singled out for treating women the way that you should treat women because they're human beings? Like, why should you get special treatment for that? Do you understand that that is an indictment on men? And the fact that, like, you are taking away the, you are taking away what happened to a victim, a female victim here by saying, like, by making it about you. Where you're like, where is Will? Is she going to stop talking? So I have to tell you something. I talked so much that Will's head exploded and he's no longer with us. And that is because I never stop talking. And here's the thing. If you stay in here, your head might explode too. There's a likelihood of it because I literally never stop talking. Ever. Ever. Also, the fact that you wrote that comment twice. You wrote, where is Will? Is she going to stop talking? Where is Will? Is she going to stop talking? Which is funny because you can't stop talking. You can't stop asking that question, clearly. So sorry to tell you that I talked so much that your precious Will is no longer with us. That's what happens when women yap this much. Men's heads explode, literally. Stop it. First I thought it was someone just joking. Bro, Will is live right now. No, here's the thing. You misunderstand. There are people who come in here rather than go check Will's stream to see if he's live or not and go check in his Discord, like if they are wondering where Will is, and they'll come in here and say, where's Will? Where's Rachel? They think that they're Batman and they say, where's Will? Where is he? And I'm like, you want to know how I got these scars? Swear to me. It's helpful to frame it as if you are a good person, you shouldn't feel attacked by these topics, but as a man, you need to demand better of other men and understand the patriarchy, enlighten others, and bring everyone up. There we go. It's like it. You can apply that to anything, though. A lot of what we talk about here is applicable to all social justice, civil rights movements. When we're talking about Black Lives Matter, okay, you don't get a pat on the back. You don't get a, oh my God, you're such a good person because you believe Black Lives Matter, because like you purport to stand up for Black equality. And the thing is that most of the time the people who will be like, oh yeah, well I put fucking BLM in my profile. I posted a black square. They're performance artists, right? They don't actually. It's always a self-report, right? Like they view it as transactional. It's like, I put a black square, okay? I posted about Black Lives Matter, and so you're going to support me supporting this genocide, all right? Yeah, these are not truly morally good people. I put out a sign that said, in this house, we believe that love is love and Black Lives Matter and science is real. The part I don't understand is why is it okay to say all men but exclude yourself if it doesn't apply? But it's not okay if you make a similar generalization about Asians or women. Is it simply a power thing that it's okay to generalize men in this way? I'm a bit autistic, literal, and do not understand. So we're not saying when we talk about misogyny and when we talk about like what we were talking about today with South Korea and with deepfakes, no one is saying every single man, but individual men who want it to be known that they are, and I'm being genuine here, so please guys, like let's have patience with this chatter, okay? So when individual men say, well, not all men, in response to topics like misogyny and when discussing women's rights, they are the reason that's a problem is because one, what they're saying is I deserve to be applauded, I deserve praise because I'm not like those men. And again, what we say is you shouldn't get special praise for like believing women are human beings. Okay, that's something that you should just do because you're a good person, right? And because women are people and you should believe that. But also what it is taking this topic of the patriarchy when talking about how our world is patriarchal, our societies that we live in are dominated by men, where men possess the power. And so that is the big picture. And we're not talking about individual men, we're talking systemically. So when we talk about the abuse of power in Hollywood, when, you know, powerful men get away with sexual harassment and sexual assault, we're not talking that every single man in Hollywood abuses their power, but we're talking about a system that has allowed men to do so and that protects men who are abusers. So the difference you're making is if someone assumes a comment about a specific man or a specific type of men, assuming it's pointing at an individual man who feels they must defend themselves. Yeah, so here's an example. When the whole man versus bear thing happened and women went, oh, I would choose the bear because I would be less scared that the bear would rape me. Women who we're calling, you know, we're pointing out the fact that there is so much gendered violence in this world, right? Who we're making light of it, like it was supposed to be a light TikTok topic, but all of these women who were choosing the bear because they're like, I wouldn't be afraid that the bear would hurt me simply to hurt me on purpose, right? Like if the bear hurts me, it's because the bear sees me, it's nature, right? Versus the bear wanting to hurt me to exert its power over me. So a lot of women making points of how, you know, of how men often behave because we live in a world that allows men to do so and allows them and protects those who are abusive towards women. And how a lot of men, a lot of men responded to women saying, oh, I would choose the bear over the man by saying, well, not all of us are abusers. And it's like, okay, but do you think that changes the fact that systemically abuse is allowed to take place because of the because of the power that men possess in our society? And so for individual men who are wanting to draw attention to themselves as like, well, I'm one of the good guys, well, that doesn't change systemic inequality. That doesn't change, that doesn't change misogyny being baked into our society simply because you're a guy who considers yourself to view women as an equal. You know, and it's like, why are you making that about yourself? Why do you feel the need to stand up and go, oh yeah, well, not all of us are like this? We don't think that every single man is like that, but it also makes you seem not like a real ally if you feel the need to make it known that you're not like those other men. Just be normal. Exactly. Yeah. Like it should be a given that you view women as equal, that, you know, men view women as equal, rather than it having to be like, all right, let's separate them. Okay, so this guy is good. This guy thinks that women are human beings. This guy is not good. This guy thinks women are not human beings. And your actions, like your words and your actions, should show that you believe women are equal, that you you want a just society where all are equal, and it shouldn't be something where we have to, and I'm not speaking, like I'm speaking to this chatter, but I'm not saying that they're like this, but it shouldn't have to be something where you are singled out and given praise because you're not an abusive piece of shit towards women. Thanks. It felt like it was being offended. Okay to say men are terrible to women, which is a generalization. Yeah. I think there should be this. There's this understanding. Like a lot of people have an understanding that when we're talking about men and women, that we're talking about systemic, pervasive issues of, you know, one group versus another. But obviously that it does not pertain to every single individual in that group. Yeah, it's very much so I'm not like the other guys. Good guys finish last. I think it's important to point out the men who aren't the worst perps, but allow men to get away with that behavior, turn a blind eye, justify it, don't condemn it, and stop it, are also part of the problem to bring up. Not all men distracts from the actual topic. Right. It's like the whole, you know, with cops, people want to argue, well, those are bad apples. Those are individuals. No, this is a system that allows cops to be bad because cops who aren't doing those things turn a blind eye as well, right? It protects those cops. This is a system that protects those cops. Same with men. With men who are bad, that system allows them to be bad, and a lot of other men who are not, who are not directly committing that abusive behavior are allowing it to happen, though. You know, it's like the whole locker room talk type thing. And yes, it's correct that it does distract from the topic to say, like, if somebody's talking about Black Lives Matter, wait one second. Okay. Sorry. If somebody's talking about issues that the Black community deals with, and I go, like if we talk about like racism in America, and I go, I'm American and I'm not racist against Black people, I'm making it about myself. And is my point that this is not true because I, as an individual, am not racist towards Black people? Like, because that is distracting from this important topic. And it is also me basically being like, oh, no, I refute this because I'm not like that. Even if that's not what I'm saying, right? Like if we're talking about any issue and somebody feels the need to be like, okay, but I don't do that. Well, does that mean that this isn't a real pervasive issue? Like, is that what you're saying here? Or you just want us to hand you flowers and say, good job that you're not misogynistic. Good job that you're not racist. Good job that you view people as equal, but not good job that you're asking for praise for that. Anyway. This conversation is so old. I feel like people who bring the whole not all men, they're deaf part of the problem. Yeah, it's still good to explain. And that chatter explained that they are autistic and they, understand things literally. And they just wanted an explanation as to like why it's not good to say not all men. All right, you guys. All right. Let's get to another topic. Let's just get to another topic. I do have to pee. Anyway, chatter, I hope I answered your question. I hope that makes sense. If you have future questions and I'm going pee, there are helpful people in chat who will be kind and compassionate and help to illuminate. If anybody else in chat has questions too while I'm peeing. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, I also like to move on from things and cover other things just because these are topics that we do revisit, Like we're not going to say everything that needs to be said, even though I do feel like I say things repeatedly. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I did wash my hands. Even though I feel like I repeat myself a lot, it's still something where these are recurring issues that we discuss on the stream. So, yes. Anyway, now we're going to talk about raw-dogging flights.
Hey folks, this is a sponsored video.
I don't know who this is, but
17-hour flight, no food, no water, no films, just safety instructions. Ryanair commented, "We don't fly that far." Is it part of the rules that they have to sit there looking deranged? Like you're not allowed to turn your head either, you just have to be like this the entire flight? Just did this for 12 hours, guys. Hello lovely people, my name is Emma. Welcome back to my channel and welcome if you are new. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but there's a new trend.
I love that she has duck earrings, I just have to say. Okay, I love these duck earrings. Thank you for talking about it, especially as a Korean American. I appreciate it very much. You got it. Okay, so this is a video that's where Emma is going to be talking about the TikTok trend of raw-dogging flights. And this is something that I guess a lot of people, but especially men, are doing on TikTok, where no matter how long the flight is, and it's not just flights, it's forms of transportation. I saw my cousin jokingly post on Instagram that he raw-dogged a 6-hour drive, but that was because his electronics were all dead and he didn't have any chargers. But yes, this is, I guess, a lot of men who have discovered meditation. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I haven't really looked into this trend too much. But it seems that may be what this is. That you are simply existing. that you are not giving in to the distractions that are, the technology that is available to us can provide us. And so you are simply alone with just you and your thoughts. And the trend is called rawdogging.
Even worse, it's a manly men's trend prolific on TikTok. This is such a big trend that it's been in the
shit. Hogan, thank you for that gifted to wear as well. And Coda Hera, thank you for the 2 months.
Mainstream news, which is why I heard about it. Let's be honest, if this was just on TikTok, I would have no idea. And I'd be happier for it, honestly. So thanks a lot, news. I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that this doesn't cause me any problems on YouTube, because I'm going to have to say it a few times, I think. Men are rawdogging their flights, their aeroplane flights, and posting about it on TikTok. Now, the first time I heard about this, it was an article popped up for me with a picture of Erling Harding. He's a Norwegian footballer, and it was a picture of him sat on a plane looking straight ahead doing sort of this expression. I'll put a picture up for you, but I'll try and recreate it from memory as well. We can see how accurate it is. Sort of looking like this.
You know, I have to say, as someone whose phone is dead all the time, and I'm frequently in situations where it'd be nice to have my phone, I guess I too have been rawdogging much of life, because I find myself having to just exist with myself because my phone has died.
His plane just staring directly ahead. And I saw that under the headline, men are rawdogging on flights or their flights or something to that effect. I thought this was a trend of gay men having unprotected sex on airplanes, in like airplane bathrooms or something. I know that sounds insane now, if you've heard about the story. If you've never heard anything about it, you just see pictures of men like sat like this, like they're plotting and just staring straight ahead on planes under the headline, men rawdogging on... What would you think? You'll be glad to hear this trend doesn't actually relate to unprotected sex on airplanes or anywhere.
I just want to say, too, sex on airplanes, I feel like that's something people do simply to say that they've done it. There's no way that it's enjoyable. I hate bathrooms to begin with, and I despise airplane bathrooms. And I really feel like it is something people do to say that they have done it. To be like, yeah, I'm part of the Mile High Club. I don't care. No, if I was the last person on this planet who was not part of the Mile High Club, I would be happy.
Rawdogging refers to, in this context, why somebody chose that term. Who chose it, I don't know. It obviously has caught on, so I suppose well done. It refers to taking a flight without consuming any kind of entertainment. Sitting, staring straight ahead. Just the safety instructions is like quite a common phrasing, because people will just stare at whatever is on the back of the seat in front of them, and they'll record their personal best. I just rawdogged a 14-hour flight. I enjoyed this Elle article, men are rawdogging flights and God help us. Apparently, according to GQ, a TikToker named Westy started the craze. A clip of him posting about having completed a 7-hour flight watching just the maps went viral in May. And in the caption he asked, anyone else bareback flights? Which I would argue is an even worse choice than rawdogging. He told GQ that it didn't start as some sort of self-control thing. He just travels a lot for work and was tired of watching the same movies. As per this BBC article, which I will share with you down below, increasing numbers of young men, and it is mostly athletic-looking young men, are posting videos of themselves on board, staring at the in-flight map or the safety instructions card, vowing to use the power of the mind to get them through. For these men, the appeal seems to be the opportunity to prove their resilience and self-control.
Tibetan monks are like, that's nothing, okay? Try going a year without talking.
madness is giving you a rash, you might want to check out Geology, today's sponsor. Geology is a 35-time award-winning skincare brand. They make skin, hair, and body products. They have over 10,000 5-star reviews.
I feel like young men being alone with their thoughts, maybe not good. Maybe the group who most should not be sitting there alone with their thoughts are young men.
You know, that kind of thing. I don't know what that is. What does that do for my skin? Should I use that instead of something else? I don't know.
I think it's good if you are I don't know, distracted by watching The Office on your flight.
Very important to me.
You know?
No fads, no fluff, no
yeah, and
nonsense.
also as somebody who doesn't like when my seatmates talk to me,
as a silly little guy with no
I'm also averse to people raw dogging flights. I really hope I never end up sitting next to someone who is raw dogging a flight because I don't like to talk. I don't. Caroline, no, I think we do. We could literally discover that women are real people, not simply objects. Yeah, maybe men are sitting there and actually having epiphanies that are good.
Tone control morning cream, and then I keep my nighttime routine by my bed. Wash face in bathroom, then eye cream.
Sometimes I forget my headphones. I can't stand the audio of the ones they give you, so I don't watch anything. I will even if my headphones are dead, I will keep the headphones on because I don't want to talk. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry that is how I am.
You're a silly little guy. I didn't want to put on makeup the other day, but I wanted to show off my alien jewelry.
Wait, so they're allowed to talk?
So I took a picture.
I like how it's like, wait, so they can talk? What can they do and what can't they do? What are the rules for raw dogging a flight?
Because life and hormones and whatever, but when I actually take care of my skin properly.
I'm ashamed to admit I deliberately picked the window seat so I can turn away and pretend to sleep when the snack cart comes around. I have a knack for waking up right when the snack cart comes around because I always sleep on flights, but I never want to miss the snacks.
Follow my link down below. Use code EmmaThorne70 to get yourself 7%.
You know some guy's going to claim that they experienced ego death from raw dogging a 14-hour flight. Yo, I've seen the universe, man.
Using the link down below. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to Geology for sponsoring
I
this
understand
video. Let's just take a quick
everything
look at
now.
raw dogging on TikTok and pray that it's just flights that we see. Here's Erling Haaland. Okay, we'll come back to this in a minute once we've watched a few. But
okay, I'm not gonna lie. If I saw a dude doing that, I would think that like maybe he was about to hijack the plane. You know, if I saw that guy and he's just sitting there, he's not sleeping, he's not on his phone, he's not drinking anything, he's only staring at the map, I'd be like, oh, he's gonna hijack this plane.
Take note of no phone, no sleep, no water, no food on a 7-hour flight. Bizarrely, you can see that they seem to have drinks.
Hashtag
and he's just
easy.
Refused as some sort of macho move. Unless it's not true. But either way, it's perpetuating the idea. And let's be honest, he looks deranged in that clip. The face he's making is concerning. Oh, this one made me laugh. This is just for fun. Back to Raw Dog this 2-hour flight. No movies, no music. Just the map and flying. Pilot Josh. New Raw Dog personal record. 17-hour flight. No food, no water, no films, just safety instructions. Ryanair commented, "We don't fly that far." Your man who posted this, Charlie Sutherland, replied, "Away, Ryan. Man, take a joke. It's only a lie until you get caught, and then it's a joke." That's not a joke. There's no humour in that. Man was just lying and got caught by the airline. And then everyone who knows the airline. I like that he's laughing at his own expression at the end. It also says no phone, no pods, no water. No water again. 0 in-flight entertainment.
Also, I gotta say, that's crazy because flights dry you out. Like, I drink water on airplanes and I still will feel so dehydrated. Like, I don't feel well after I fly because I just don't do well with these, I don't do well with the mechanics of an airplane. Yeah, like you should drink water because 1, you're at an altitude, and 2, because flights dry you out.
Amen. How did you film this? Phone. Rawdogging 60-minute flight, Paris to Manchester.
What?
The good news is lots of people are taking the piss, at least. Just raw-dogged it, 15-hour flight to Melbourne, no music, no movies, just flight map. I counted to 1 million twice. The comments point out you can't count to a 2 million, which is a million twice. I can do maths in a 15-hour flight. People point out it's hyperbole, but I don't think this is really a correct use of hyperbole. I think a lot of dudes are just lying about their ability to raw dog flights. And what a thing to lie about. Of all of the challenges to your masculinity, how long you can stare at the back of a plane seat. It's just very bizarre. The comments are so people are like, window seat doesn't count. If you're filming yourself and taking a picture, it doesn't count. Like, what are these arbitrary rules and why are they so intense? The problem is it's become such a viral trend now that I can't tell who's doing it genuinely and who's taking the piss.
I know. It is hard to tell who's treating it like a meme and who's genuinely like, I am man.
Rawdogging personal best, 16-hour flight, no music, no window. This is not a plane that looks like an EasyJet plane. This is not a plane that would do a 16-hour flight. And if it was a 16-hour flight, you would have some in-flight entertainment. Rawdogging a flight over the Atlantic. No food, no entertainment, no music, no toilet, only flight map. Is it part of the rules that they have to sit there looking deranged? Like, you're not allowed to turn your head either. You just have to be like this the entire flight. Just did this for 12 hours, guys. First time completely raw dogging my morning flight. No water, no snacks, no entertainment, seat fully upright. Look at those silly sleepers around me. The power of my mind knows no limits. 7-hour flight, no headphones, no TV, no drink, no toilet. Just raw dog the whole way. Why? So, okay, you get the idea. It's more of the same. So obviously, the men doing this challenge have found some benefit to it. They wouldn't do it otherwise, even if for a lot of them the benefit seems to be TikTok clout, proving that
Flight map kind of cheating, not gonna lie. Please go into the comments of every single one of these flight raw dogging TikToks and say that. Be like, reading the map doesn't count.
Masculinity and self-control. It's about self-control and self-reliance. People are finding it a good reflective time to focus on work, think through problems, just to relax, and even if you're not sleeping, you're resting your body and your mind. Some of you might be thinking what I was thinking, which is that a bunch of hypermasculine men have just discovered meditation and think they're onto some hot new thing. But you know, I'm all for accessible mental health solutions and mental well-being. If it takes some stupid hypermasculine TikTok challenge to get some men into meditating and then they find that beneficial, then so be it. Hurrah for them. I often feel much better after like a digital detox, even if I put away my phone and I'm...
Ms. Kiff has done this several times, staring at a wall for 12 plus hours. Yeah, I feel like Ms. Kiff is proof that this doesn't work.
Still like watching a movie or something. I still feel better being away from certain
maybe men will be better if
especially the internet and all of the chaos that brings. So
putting the men in mental health.
Especially, I think, with a shorter flight, I especially love looking out the window. Whether it's a plane, a bus, a train, whatever, I love looking out the window and just seeing the world. And then I can watch my silly little stories that I make up in my brain. The problem lies in the guys that are taking the challenge to the extreme of not moving, not even talking to anyone, including the flight attendants, which is just rude. Not eating or drinking, even drinking water and not going to the toilet. Obviously, on long-haul flights, those things are not intelligent. Dr. Jill Jenkins, who is a GP who works as a medical escort in air ambulance work, says, they're idiots. And I'm inclined to agree. All the rest of it, apart from the digital detox, she says, is against medical advice. The whole risk of long-haul flying is dehydration. I personally get very...
Also, I will say, this does rely on taking men at their words that they did raw dog the flight and that they didn't just post a photo of themselves saying, oh yeah, I just raw dogged a 16-hour flight.
Sore knees if I'm sat in one position too long. I have to stand up and stretch, otherwise my knees cause me a lot of pain. Even if you're the fittest person in the world, you're gonna need to at least have a stretch of your legs walking to and from the bathroom on like a 12, 17-hour flight. I mean, come on. I struggle on an hour's journey sat in the same position. And of course you need water. You have to hydrate. And if you're going to hydrate, you're going to need to go to the bathroom. We all know, I don't think I have to explain why holding it when there's a bathroom available is bad for your body, right? Not moving for that long puts you at risk of deep vein thrombosis, which dehydration makes worse.
No, when you are a manly man, when you are a real man, those are just words.
Some people who have tried the raw dogging themselves have basically said, nope, that was awful. I hated it. Pretty sure the only thing that took off was my sanity. Not at all as enlightening as people make out. And then a lot of people just doubt the truth of many of these claims. The thing about detoxing digitally and resting and meditating and thinking through your problems and maybe thinking about work stuff, doing all of this stuff in your head.
Should I raw dog my flight to Armenia next week? I think it's like a total of... I have a layover. It's like 22 hours of travel. I think it's a 3-hour layover. So like 19 total hours of being in the air. Should I do this TikTok trend? How about this? How about I don't raw dog the flight, but I post a photo or I post a TikTok with the music and with me staring crazy and say I just raw dogged a 19-hour flight.
It sounds delightful for like a couple of hours.
And I didn't even look at the flight map.
Through what that would be like for 7 hours
raw dogs
or so
count or
any
layover counts
break.
as breaking. Okay.
There's an independent article
so I can't
where a
leave.
chap, Mike Bedigan, tried the trend.
Raw dog the layover.
Thrilled. Why does this feel like the latest iteration of toxic masculinity hidden once again behind the facade of a mental or physical discipline and benefit? That's the spicy take that I'm kind of feeling. One man interviewed about the trend for GQ said it was about pleasure. I don't think men have the same treat culture that women do, which is frankly a shame. I'm inclined to agree with that. You got to treat yourself now.
Man, you can have treat culture. As a woman, I'm going to tell you right now, you too can have treat culture. Okay, Treat Yourself Tuesday or whatever the fuck that was. That was Aziz Ansari, a man who said that on Parks and Recreation. You can treat yourself, men. Treat yourself. You can do it. You can have treat culture.
And then you got to give yourself a little treat. A long flight for women is the perfect venue to organise an entire itinerary of treats. And I do think men tend to be...
what if you do a raw dog stream? We all raw dog watch. No content, no chatting, no nothing. Yeah, let's do that, okay? I'll sit here and just stare, and you guys also do the same while watching the stream. So we're both doing it.
Be more stoic and weird about the spaces in which they allow themselves to receive pleasure. Mike
No
says
one
that
can
watching
get
a
up.
movie he doesn't want to pay to see in cinemas under a blanket
No
with a
one
free gin
can
and
get
tonic and a
up.
tiny snack sounds like an awesome treat to him.
A raw
At
dog
8:15 a.m.
subathon.
on Wednesday, I boarded my flight at Los Angeles International Airport, determined to give the trend a go. After approximately 0 minutes, the nice man sitting next to me saw me fiddling with my phone and thought I was struggling to connect to the Wi-Fi. He was visibly unsettled when I told him that I was trying to raw dog the flight, until I explained what it meant. My
Would you
father-in-law
rather
does
sit next
that,
to
he
someone
said.
raw dogging their flight or have this happen?
And I had a window seat, and the man next to me was eating a whole rotisserie chicken. And when I say whole rotisserie chicken, I want you to understand, you know when you go to the grocery store and you see with the bubble, it was that. This wasn't just some chicken.
Okay, I have talked about crazy food that people bring on planes.
It was a whole chicken. And there's nothing like when you meet somebody and they start out nice and then they betray you, right? Because we had a very cordial conversation initially, I'm not crazy.
Caroline, it's Teresa. You texted me on Discord. Do you have Discord? I guess it's fake. It's fake. It's fake. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Fever Gummy, thank you for the 13 months.
Crazy conversation, then he switched up on me, right? They say that not all heroes wear capes. And apparently not all terrorists have bombs because... And
the worst meal that someone ever had on a plane was this couple had an entire lobster dinner. They literally had gotten lobster before they got on this flight. Like they had bags of it. And they spread it all out. And I mean, it's shellfish, right? It's shellfish. And even if you like shellfish, that smell sucks. Oh my God. Joel with the 10 community subs. Thank you, Joel. Didn't know you could bring whole ass meals on a plane. Oh yes, you can bring what you want. Yes, they had lobsters on this flight and it was awful. I do think that should be not allowed, you know. I think that most foods on planes should not be allowed. I have very stringent beliefs in what you should be able to eat on a plane and what you should not be able to eat. Especially when it's really hot, when it just feels like there's no air on the plane. Yeah, tuna, shellfish, anything like that. Anything like that.
He went to South Africa from California one time and just looked straight ahead the whole time. He's a strange man, he added, before going back to watching Dune Part 2 on his iPad. I envied him. As well as doing away with visual stimulation, hardcore disciples of the raw flight movement will not eat snacks or drink during flights. In my mind, this doesn't count as entertainment because it is sustenance, as long as I abstain from reading the wrapper of my mango fruit bar. Honestly, if you're reduced to reading a freaking a wrapper, a food wrapper, like maybe you're not having a good time rawdogging, you know? Inevitably, such a male-dominated trend has already turned into a competition with doggers. Please come up with a different name for it. Posting online about their personal bests, i.e. time spent airborne with no stimulation. One person claimed to have abided by the self-imposed rules for 20 hours while travelling from Bali to London. Back in reality, after exactly 4 hours and 39 minutes in the air, we finally touched down in New York. I was incredibly relieved as I reached for my headphones. At its best, rawdogging a flight is a demonstration of true mental fortitude and Spartan endurance. At worst, it's yet another weird and grossly titled male obsession with self-control, hidden behind the facade of mental or physical discipline.
It's just, I'm sorry, it's so stupid. It's stupid!
If you want to spend 5+ hours in the air doing nothing except watching the animated flight tracker map, be my guest. But don't pretend it has any sort of deep mental, spiritual, or physical benefit. Having a cheeky gin and tonic and watching Dune Part 2 on an iPad is one of the best things about air travel.
Yeah.
Why not live a little?
Yes. There are things that I do on planes that I like only do on planes. And it also can be a nice respite, you know? Usually when I go to travel somewhere, I've been working a shit ton leading up to that travel. And so being on a plane allows me to like get a nap, to sleep. That I can watch movies and TV. You know, I can relax. I can read. I can do whatever I want. It's like a time where it feels like the one nice thing about travel is feeling like there's not stress for me to get all these things done. You know, I love a good respite. I mean, I know. Colin Stans, thank you for the 3 months.
So clearly, it's not for everyone. There's some men.
Hey, men, I'm gonna tell you something. Men, if you want to feel like men, okay, if you want to really reach deep and and be at peace and have mental fortitude. You don't have to do this. You can just subscribe to my channel here. You can just subscribe. And it's such an easy way. It's so easy. And it will bring you what you're looking for. You'll feel like a man, okay? You will feel so manly. You will feel so manly. Kept Nice, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you for those 5 manly subs. Yeah, some of you it's already done. Exactly. Already. And you just feel like men. Yes.
And
Randolph,
who are just using this as an opportunity
Pepper,
to,
thank you for the 2 months.
decry their mental
Did it work?
fortitude.
You tell me.
I am so strong of will
Tier 3 is
and strong
very
of body
manly,
and
yes.
mind that I can, last this many hours without doing anything, without any kind of stimulation. Some of them are genuinely finding an opportunity to unwind, meditate, etc. You don't have to do that for the whole
Canola
flight.
oil, thank you for the
If you
2
want to
months.
like
This will
make
give you
yourself
pride.
kind of detox digitally
It
from the
will.
world and just look out the window, look at a map or something for a little bit, then you can do that for like an hour and then have a snack and a drink and read a book.
thank you for the
Like,
tier 1.
there's no benefit.
Oh my god. You guys, now we gotta chill out. We're gonna have too much masculinity. This chat is gonna be so strongly masculine. George, thank you so much for the 5.
There's no benefit, 0, to raw dogging an entire flight and taken to its extreme and with all of these personal best challenges.
This is the
becomes
new
dangerous. It becomes
manosphere.
a
Yes.
health risk. Like so many of these weird manly man, I am the manliest man challenges, whatever. Good news for those of us who aren't frequently on planes on long-haul
I am the
flights.
manliest man.
Somebody has made a simulation, a browser-based simulation game where you can try raw dogging for yourself. Raw dogging a flight in this. It's not... You know what I'm talking about.
What have
How
we
can I fairly
become?
comment on the thing without trying it myself?
Jamsley, thank you for the tier 1.
Motherfuckery raw dog simulator.
No,
Look at our
dude.
pilot. It's beautiful. Sit back and endure the flight. I do love a bit of cheeky satire. The How It Works page redirects to raw dogging videos.
Bro, you can practice raw dogging a flight by just simply staring at a map.
Raw dogging flight videos on TikTok. A number of people have lasted 18 hours and 40 minutes, according to this high score table. I hope that's not true. I enjoy this deluxe edition art they've made. This is very fun. I adore that somebody made this for free just as a piss take of this trend.
25 pounds.
So I guess we're going from New York to Singapore. 1 passenger today, yeah. Dame Emma Thorne. I enjoy that it lets you sign up with your information. Estimated journey time 18 hours 40 minutes.
What is the deluxe edition?
Obviously, I'm not going to do this for 18 hours 40 minutes. Okay, we have 1 available seat, which we will book. Protect yourself against the unexpected with Raw Dog travel insurance. Loss of aura. Tweaking. Battle pass. No thanks, I'm okay. Dame Emma Thorne, seat 25D, in-flight entertainment package none, economy class. Very well, let's depart.
This is your captain speaking. Welcome on board this Raw Dog Airlines flight RD69 service from JFK to Singapore.
Oh my God.
Our flight time today is approximately 18 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh
Please
my
ensure
God.
your seat is in the upright position and
Look
that
at
all
the giant
phones,
baby.
laptops, and sources of dopamine are safely stowed away. We kindly remind you that looking away from our flight map is strictly prohibited on this service. Failure
Right.
to do so will result in being removed from the aircraft. So, buckle up.
But all
lock
these other
in,
people-
What is happening on this flight?
and endure the flight.
The other
Why is
people
that baby so big?
looking away, ready to raw dog the longest flight in the world. No phone, no movie, no dopamine. If you look away for more than 5 seconds, your mind is weak and you will be removed from the flight. Oh shit, it actually uses your webcam. Are you serious? I had to fail just so that I could get the eye tracker working with my recording software. Okay, here we go. This is the one. Could you wear a VR headset on a plane? Because that's the future of in-flight entertainment if you could. Okay, here we go. I'm ready. Here we go, 18 hours, 39 minutes. And you'll notice if I look away, I get bullied by the game to get back to raw dogging. Man, I guess this really runs for 18 hours and 40 minutes, huh?
Oh,
look at all
my
these
God.
places in New York.
Oh my God,
Hackensack.
you guys, should we do this for gaming?
What a great place name. Yonkers. You know what? If it stays like this, got all
I'm
the
just
entertainment
kidding.
I
I
need.
would die.
Western
I can't do
East
this. I'm not a manly
Orange.
man.
Mount Pleasant, I've heard of that. I should be trying to do it like the guys do in the
I'm
TikToks.
not a manly man.
I should be in the position with the expression. I think that'll make it easier.
That's so Sam Stacy. Thank you for the 16 months. Do you know who I feel would do this? Point Crow. Because hasn't Point Crow done a lot of content where it's like, I watch paint dry, I watch water boil, I watch ice melt. This is definitely something Point Crow would do. Gotta make this guy's expression. Yeah. Also, Vio doing this? Absolutely.
I forgot to breathe. Oh, Ringwood. There's Ringwood in the UK. Garfield. As long as we keep looking at place names over the US, I think I'll be okay. It's when we get over the ocean that I think I'll have a problem. I'm just picking up my coffee, I'm sorry. I looked at the corner of the map and it was upset. I'm
Wait, how
just
does it
gonna
know?
stare down Tuxedo
How
for
does
a
it
minute.
know?
God, will that person stop fucking sneezing? Blow your nose.
Creepier
Cornwall?
leak, thank you for the 10 months.
There's a Cornwall? In
It has an
America?
eye
I
tracker?
mean, they don't do pasties like we do.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
I
so it
officially can't tolerate it
knows.
anymore. I give up. I'm looking over here. I'm enjoying it. I love this bit of wall. Weak! I'm putting on an action movie.
See, women are weak. Women are so weak. They can't do this, okay? Women cannot do this because women are not men. Men will do anything but go to therapy. Men will raw dog a 20-hour flight rather than go to therapy. I feel like Doug would make it a challenge than every... Oh, yeah. You know if a... Okay, here's the thing. You want to know how fucking Twitch streamers work? Okay. I feel like especially male Twitch streamers with something like this, you have a male streamer like Doug do a challenge out of this, and it would become a thing.
Here we go. It's my favourite Shutterstock film. Your mind is weak. I hang my head in shame. And you know what?
I hang my
don't
head in
care.
shame.
I could do that on a flight. If I had to, I could do that for like an hour. I reckon. I mean, there's times when I've forgotten my headphones and I've been travelling. You know, like, it happens. Or something's run out of battery, you know? You can deal. Your mind can make up some fun little stories. You can get distracted on an anxiety train, imagining future conversations you're going to have and events you're going to go to and running through all the worst possible scenarios for a couple of hours. You can do that. If there's a food service on the transport mode that I'm on, I'm using it. If not, I've brought my own snackies. I've brought a book. I'll have a little game console. I'm going to be playing Ooblets on my Switch, you know? Like, there's no way that people are genuinely getting satisfaction out of this challenge.
Well, obviously, Emma, you wouldn't know because you haven't done it. Okay, everyone who's hating on it, you're haters because you're weak.
For like a 7-hour flight. For like 5 hours plus. Even less than that. I can't imagine it. Nobody can enjoy pure meditation for like 5 hours. The reason this is a challenge and it's like test your mental fortitude is because it's hard, because it sucks. And I hope that the people that are claiming to do this, they're claiming to not even stand up, to not even drink water or use the bathroom. I hope that they're lying. I hope that they're lying for clicks.
It's not that deep. Yeah, it is. Try it. Try it, I dare you.
Because the alternative is very worrying medically. Luckily, I think most people know how stupid it is not to like drink water or stand up or move any part of your body for all those hours. I don't think I need to do a big PSA about why that's bad. I think most people understand that. It's just another bizarre, like I agree with Mike, it's just another bizarre sort of like toxic masculinity thing where, enough people... Again, part of the problem, I think, is that you can't tell who's being facetious and who's being genuine. Enough people have claimed that this is a symbol of masculinity and mental fortitude that it's become...
You know what? If this is an alternative to dudes watching Andrew Tate, I do it. I'm all for it. I'm down. Raw dog that flight, The true path to enlightenment lies within raw dogging. I've seen a couple, you mentioned Hassan's name. Hassan would kill himself. He would, yeah, no, he is maybe the worst to do something like this. I'm just gonna say that, okay? Yeah, would not last 5 minutes.
A trend. And it's dumb. Watch Dune Part 2 and have a little gin and a snack. Don't do it, but you're not going to because you're not an idiot. Let me know your thoughts. Do you think... Here's my big question.
He would be pissed.
Do you think
he would be pissed at people suggesting for him to do this. He'd be like, that's fucking stupid.
Real trend? Or do you think a couple of people talked about flying without entertainment? Maybe they exaggerated slightly and it caught on, but nobody's really doing it. I saw enough... debunked raw dog flights, just briefly looking them up on TikTok, that I have this strong suspicion that maybe not many of them, if any, are actually genuinely doing it. And why would you? Like I say, I think that's better. In this case, lying is better than being a fucking moron and damaging your body and your mind.
This is kind of a funny article. A new way to be annoying on planes. There's no such thing as raw dogging. Yes, there is, dude. Just because you can't do it. Just because you can't do it, it means you're weak. And you're not a man. It was time to buckle up and face the void. I was going to raw dog this flight. A new trend in extreme air travel. God forbid men have hobbies. Raw doggers, according to the dubious lore of social media virality, overcome the longest of long-haul flights by means of nihilism. They claim to spend the entire journey, perhaps as many as 18 hours, doing nothing other than staring at the flight map on the back of the seat. My flight was an embarrassingly modest 78 minutes long, but I didn't last even 15. A purebred raw dogger might call me weak, unable to endure even the length of one perfect stranger's before leaning on the artificial crutch of Spotify downloads, Fast and Furious films streamed via in-flight entertainment, young adult fiction inhaled from an ebook reader, the lure of laptop work, or the foaming hat of a Diet Coke poured from the rolling cart. Such is the I love to have my little drinks and my little snacks on a flight. Such is the sorry state of contemporary culture. They might lament that these temptations of the flesh cannot be relinquished even temporarily. Raw doggers seem to believe that they have invented a new form of meditation, and who am I to say that they have not? Whereas the Buddhists might accept the captive circumstances of a long flight as an invitation to let go of worldly snares, the raw dogger seeks to overcome them through refusal and its public performance. He rejects the movie. He rejects the frail crinkle of the plastic airline refreshment cup. He rejects the tender sorrow that cruising altitude somehow always amplifies. Having ascended thanks to the ingenuity of humankind, the raw dogger now rises above the very idea of ascent. And then he publishes a TikTok as proof, which perhaps millions of people view. You know what? Here's a challenge. Why don't you raw dog and not post it on TikTok? New challenge issued. New challenge just dropped. Raw dog a flight and don't post it on TikTok. Let's see who can really do that. Thanks to its success as a meme, raw dogging has now been applied to deeds well beyond air travel. One can raw dog subway rides, cinema screenings, office work, mental illness, no meds, meals, no sauce, sports, no betting. Most of these are jokes, and that's sort of the point. Raw dogging is an aspiration, not an act. It's a fantasy of returning to a supposedly pure prior circumstance, which likely never really existed anyway, undertaken for symbolic exchange on social media, not as lived experience let alone enlightenment. The practice evolved from the broader rise of aestheticism, especially among young, very online men. To be alive on Earth these days is to suffer the barrage of constant lures. Sex, substance, gambling, sloth, so widely available and easily accessed that one must fight constantly to avoid their seduction. That state of affairs has diluted aestheticism from the actual, if difficult, rejection of indulgence into a fetish for that abstinence. Rawdogging of flight is surely a fictional act. Few would really actually spend a transcontinental plane ride blinkered like a draft horse to the flight map. But talking about the idea, there's a subreddit for it surely. When rawdogging first appeared as a popular cultural concept, some rawdogging critics connected it to contemporary sexual slang, raw as in unprotected sex, or No Nut November, an abstention from sexual gratification for people who need to touch grass. But that's wrong. Rawdogging is about purity in a more general sense. It's about living raw in some ideal, natural state, unsullied by cultural decline. And that has always been impossible. Human culture has always struggled to accept this fact, and rawness finds itself at the center of that struggle. The structuralist anthropologist Claude Levi-Strauss proposed a culinary triangle that describes 3 phases of food: raw, cooked, and rotten. Raw food is unadulterated by either human or natural processes. Cooked food subjects raw food to human preparation. Rotten food subjects it to natural decay. It's fucking rotten! Rotten is also relative. A ripe, smelly cheese in one culture might seem rotten in another. Roasting or grilling performs less processing on foods than sautéing or souffléing them. Enough cultural manipulation engineered prepackaged foods, say, can make food seem rotten, stripped of both nutritive and social value. This circumstance made rawness, once seen as primitive, flip into a new ideal for the civilized. That's why some see raw sugar as better than refined or artificial ones. Raw materials such as wood or leather seem closer to nature and therefore more pure. Cocaine or heroin are raw when they are uncut, the narcotic delivered at full strength. Rawdogging takes this sense of rawness and attaches it to an actor, the dog, a bloke, a dude, an hombre who would enact rawness by becoming its agent. But just as today's raw foods are highly processed culturally, packaged, sold, and ideologized as green or organic, for example, there is nothing pure about a raw-dogged flight. What is natural, after all, about being hurtled through the troposphere in a pressurized metal tube burning petroleum distillates refined from dinosaur debris? And if rawdogging just involves abolishing frills, the airline industry stripped flying of most of its previous luxuries long ago, even in some cases, the very seat back screens that might display a flight map at which a rawdogger might rawdog. We cannot reverse time on social progress, even when that progress feels regressive. Regression can also be a kind of progress. The cinema was degraded by smartphones, but smartphones also built tiny theaters into everyone's pocket and purse. The impersonal modernist thrill of watching strangers on the crowded subway has been eroded, but those strange leers have also been replaced by actual fellowship on group text chats. Nothing in life is ever just better or worse, pure or more sullied. Nothing in life is ever just one thing or the other. But to pursue a state of purity, even a fictional one, even a made-up, obviously impure one, still feels righteous. To act on an attempt to feel closer to nature or some imagined state of unadulteratedness also makes one feel as if one is getting the best of it. As a metaphor for one-upmanship, it is fitting that air travel became the top dog of raw dogs. Purification rises up and the raw-dogging flyer is closer to heaven already. Can he just get a little higher? Instead of dancing the skies on laughter silvered wings, better to stare them down. Alas, every time one feels that one has overcome something, another simply purer way to conquer it materializes. After abandoning my own modest attempt at raw-dogging my flight, by pulling out my laptop, I found an even purer version, Raw Dog Simulator, a raw dog flight sim video game. After buying a virtual ticket from New York to Singapore, I piloted my raw dog avatar down the jet bridge and took my virtual seat for the 18-hour, 40-minute flight to nowhere. The software uses a laptop camera for eye tracking to ensure that players gape into the virtual flight path or else it's game over. Staring down the pretend map on the seat of the pretend plane from the real seat of my real plane, a familiar sickening taste rose up from my throat. Ironic detachment, the unadulterated flavor of purity's momentary success. The joke's on you, meat space raw doggers, actually flying to Singapore like twits. I was raw dogging itself. Here's my response to that piece. Weak. You could have just written, I'm weak. And it would have saved you a lot of words. This could have been one sentence. I'm a weak bitch. So, that's what I have to say. Raw dog this. Yeah. Raw dog this. Why don't you raw dog this piece, okay? How about that? How about that? All right. Well, that's the raw dogging trend. And next, this story isn't too long. We're going to talk about what happened with the very,
viral TikTok
the very demure TikTok trend. And okay, all right. So, what was the drama here? Okay. Jules, who is the TikTok creator who gave us Very Demure, Very Mindful, came out and said that she was trying to trademark Very Demure, Very Mindful, and that somebody else was trying to do it. Somebody else was trying to trademark Very Demure, Very Mindful. And so then that got the lawyers cooking on TikTok, being like, can you do this? How can you just trademark something that you didn't come up with? I want to say this by far the most time I've heard the word raw dog in a single setting. What was the one word that I kept saying on stream one day where I was like, I promise I'll never say this again? It was like a word or a phrase. But then I kept saying it by saying, I'm never going to say this again. I don't remember. She said Chapel wasn't very... Oh, I know. I called her out for that yesterday. No, it wasn't moist. It wasn't snow. Fuck. I don't remember.
Did y'all see Very Demure, Very Mindful got trademarked, but it wasn't by Jules? Someone else snatched that up. TMZ has reported that it was someone named Jefferson Bates. It says Jefferson Bates in Washington State filed the documents to trademark Very Demure, Very Mindful. Now, unfortunately for Jules, that means she can't release her merch or...
Okay, so spoiler alert, Jules got this. I did kind of laugh, though, when I saw some random dude in Washington being like, oh, I'm going to trademark this.
Like plans that she had for her own catchphrase. It says whoever is behind the trademark application, they want to use it for advertising, marketing, and promotional services. Why would you do this, Jefferson? You didn't come up with it.
Oh my God. Very demure, very mindful, Gurgery knew. With that 20 banger. Thank you for the 20 community subs. Very demure, very mindful of you.
Now, TMZ also stated that they weren't sure if Jefferson Bates was Jules' government name, but it's not. And they said all they know is that the person listed a Washington State address, uses a phone number with a Nevada area code, and Jules is apparently based in the Windy City. Now, in a now deleted video, come to find out, Jules found out about the trademark. Like, someone just snatched that from her.
Like, this merch situation is, like, really, like, fucking me up. Like, I've just invested so much money and time into this. And I feel like I did it wrong. Like, I feel like I didn't try hard enough. And, like, I wanted this to, like, do so much for, like, my family and, like, provide for my transition. And, I just feel like I dropped the ball. Like, I feel like I fucked up and, like, someone else has it now. And I, like, don't even know what I...
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy, like, how trademark can work, though? Okay, you guys don't have to feel bad because it's fine. Like, everything's fine. Everything's fine. It was sad at first, even though I also condemned Jules for condemning Chapel. Okay, it's just a lot. Condemning of condemning of condemning. But I don't think this was like ever a thing to worry about in the first place. But also, I don't know a lot about trademark law. I don't know. The word demure is obviously a word that already exists, right? Her phrasing of very demure, very mindful is what has taken off and become this huge trend. And it's everywhere from the entertainment industry to celebrities to, you know what I want to do? I want to walk into a Chili's. In like Arkansas. And I want to ask people, does anybody know what very demure, very mindful means? I want to see if it's made it all the way down to like a Chili's in Arkansas.
Could have done better because, like, I didn't have...
Hogan, thank you for the gift to very demure.
And I'm just, like, sitting in bed, just, like, feeling so fucking bad about all of this.
Okay. Anyway, here's a trademark lawyer.
With advertising services, her ads that are on there, Jules is going to be just fine. Let's talk about why. So first and foremost, we have a lot of time. The U.S. Trademark Office has just started reviewing trademark applications from this past January. Plus, it usually takes over a year for the trademarks to actually get registered, and that's if everything goes really well. A lot of the times it takes 2 years or more. The next thing is, to be a trademark, it has to actually function. Meaning that the trademark, very demure, very...
What somebody said, what does very demure, very mindful mean? According to Jules, who has popularized this, who has created this, it is being mindful and considerate of the people around you, but also of yourself and how you present to the world.
Very mindful would have to be actually used in connection with goods or services, with products. Here, the application that he filed was 1B, which means that he intends to use it. But to get and keep the registration, you would actually have to use it. He would have to be making very demure, very mindful merchandise or advertising materials. The next thing is the date of first use. The person who uses the trademark first gets priority, even if somebody else applied first. Jules' TikTok is very clear that she has been using very demure, very mindful in connection with advertising services. Her ads that are on there, her money that she makes from TikTok would all be evidence that Jules has been using this trademark before this person. Next would be the class that he applied in. So he applied for advertising.
Let me specify, when I said a Chili's in Arkansas, I was specifically thinking about an older crowd. What's a place where, okay, maybe not Chili's. What's a restaurant that like old people go to? Like Golden Corral? I don't know. Cracker Barrel? Bob Evans? Yeah, maybe like a Bob Evans. I don't know. You tell us, Queen. That is not very demure and very mindful. Excuse me. Wait, Bonefish Grill? Okay, you want to know the funny thing about Bonefish Grill? When I visited Will's parents for the first time, we went to Bonefish Grill. Bonefish Grill. Yes. But anyway, maybe it's not even like a restaurant necessarily. Maybe I just go into a bingo hall and I go, anybody know what very demure and very mindful is?
Marketing and promotional services, which is a very narrow class. This does not include merchandise, clothing, podcasts, anything service. Like that. Also notice where it says attorney of record, it says none, meaning that he filled out this application himself. I'm not saying it's impossible to get a trademark registered by filling out the application yourself, but I'm just saying it's a bit more difficult. It's like representing yourself in court. Can you do it? Yes, but a lawyer is going to know the actual jargon and how to respond in a timely manner, write the briefs back to the U.S. Patent and
Can you imagine being the lawyer where you get this case? You're someone who, when you first had dreams of getting into law, you're like, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to do good. I'm going to learn the law, and I am going to help people understand and fight the law. And then this ends up being like what you do.
Trademark office in a way that's going to move your mark application or your trademark application forward. Lastly, this man has a history of trying to trademark popular slogans and failing. He tried to trademark Let's Ride, and the application was abandoned. He tried to trademark Take Command and Go Broncos, Let's Ride, and the applications were dead. He never demonstrated that he was using them or anything, or even responded to the trademark office. The Let's Ride trademark application.
Okay. So basically this guy just does this. It's like, what's your job? Oh, I try to trademark slogans. Oh, like your own slogans? No.
Video in a trademark battle. If you haven't seen Jules LeBron's video, you've heard her now famous phrase, very demure, very mindful. Eva Pilgrim is back with this story. And Eva, the creator, now has someone else who trademarked this.
I'm sorry.
Eva Pilgrim is back with this story.
Is that a cup of gravy for... Okay. That's Cane's sauce. Why is there so much sauce? Why is that look like a milkshake of sauce? That seems like a lot of sauce. Doesn't it? Or am I being boring? That it seems like a little bit too much sauce.
And Eva, the creator, now has someone else who trademarked this before her.
Yeah, this whole thing doesn't feel so cutesy, does it?
No.
In a now deleted video, popular TikToker Jules LeBron claims her catchphrase, very demure, is being taken from her, raising the very mindful question, who, if anyone, is the rightful owner?
It's the trademark
I
battle
bet it's
that's
good as
far
hell.
from
I bet
being
it's so
demure.
good.
TikToker Jules LeBron skyrocketing to fame after going viral with this phrase.
You see how I do my makeup for work? Very demure, very mindful.
That TikTok viewed more than 48 million times and taking the internet by storm.
You see how I get my nails done?
Very mindful, very classy, and very demure.
Even Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Straight hair, very demure. Wearing a seatbelt, very mindful.
And J-Lo getting in on the
I just can't look at Jamie Lee anymore. I can't. It's been ruined.
action.
See how I do this when I drink from the bottle? Very demure.
And while Jules made the phrase
very
popular,
demure. My marriage to Ben Affleck, not demure. Not demure, not mindful.
others are now staking their claim to take ownership of it. One Washington man named Jefferson Bates going as far as filing a trademark application for it.
Jefferson kind of got there first. He has the ability to say that he filed.
Bro, every time, I swear to God, we're watching any news clip talking about whatever case, this man, what's his name, Brian? He is always the legal expert. The legend returns every damn time.
For a trademark before Jules did, even though she's used it on her own. Jules LeBron herself can actually petition that this trademark doesn't go through.
The phrase is meant to evoke a certain refined, proper way of being.
When I take a bite, I don't get sauce all over my face. Very polite, very classy, very demure.
But with the drama in...
I gotta say, I think very demure, very mindful. I think we've killed it. I think we've burnt that shit into the ground. I think that as soon as like politicians and celebrities got in on it, it's always, you know what it always feels like? When your parents finally do a meme, when like boomers do memes, and then it's dead. And then it's over. Yeah. And If I see it pop up, I just turn my phone off. Yeah. It's been dead for a minute. I don't ever, like, I feel like a lot of people were using it, and I used it too, and it was we're being ironic. Like, we're using it ironically. Like, it's a joke, you know? But it's done.
For who was ultimately the most mindful in making a claim, the question now remains as to who may be the most demure after all.
Jules' manager tells us she is working with attorneys to handle the situation and that she has no connection to Jefferson Bates. We also reached out to Bates for comment.
The heterosexuals ruined it, and I'm part of them.
I still haven't fully figured out how to use the words.
Okay. No, you did. You did just fine. But, if she used it first, it feels unfair that this has happened.
And there's a lot of debate about who used it for. There's another social media person.
Okay, anyway, last update on this, because I don't really care about this that much, but it's been...
I have to say something.
Handled.
We got it handled. Now we're gonna leave it at that.
It's all good.
We got it handled.
It's all good.
Mama got a team now. It's getting handled. I appreciate you guys tagging me. I appreciate all the mentions. It's getting handled. Keep an eye out. Divas on the trademark.
Okay, very demure, very mindful has been trademarked. I'm happy for Jules. I hope Jules can transition now. And I hope that Jules also stops talking shit on Chapel Roan. Not cool, Jules. That is not demure and mindful. I will just say that. Okay. There's you want to know what sucks? What sucks is when somebody is in the news and you're like, oh, I'm supporting them, and then they do something else, and you're like, I do not support you for that. And then they do something else. You're like, okay, I'm supporting you. And then there's something else. You're like, I am not supporting you for that. Can we just chill, please? Like, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. You're like, okay, no, I don't support you for that. Support you for that. No, I don't support you for that. Okay, this I'm supporting you on. I'm supporting you on that. No, not that. Not this. When the old racist tweets hit the timeline, do you think we will ever live in a world where the headline, white influencers, racist tweets found, won't be a headline like every other week? Do you think we'll live in a world where some white girl who's got 5 million followers on TikTok won't also have racist tweets of her saying the N-word? Oh, that Alex girl finally posted some apology. Alex Early, finally. Fuck her. It is something where I don't know. And let's be clear. This isn't me doing the thing that we talked about earlier where it's like, pat me on the back for not saying the N-word when I was 13, 14, 15, whatever. But I genuinely mean it where I go, I was like not out here as a 15-year-old calling people the N-word. I don't get it. How were so many people saying it? I know, because let's be real. When people are like, well, she was 14. And I'm like, yeah, but what you're forgetting is this was 2017, okay? It's not like she was 14 and the year was 1962. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, she was only 14 years old. Yeah, and she's 20 now. Which means that this is from 2018. I'm not talking specifically about Alex Early, but I see this excuse used. I'm like, no, see, that doesn't work. No, this is the 2010s when this is going down. Do you guys remember like when Hailey Bieber, when her racist tweets were all found, and it was her calling people the N-word, her saying Go back to your country if you don't like it here. Like if you're complaining, like leave. Really horrible stuff. Classic. Once again, white girls with millions of followers on social media. One, why have you not deleted your tweets by now? Or like, why have you not scoured what exists online that is you saying the N-word? You know, I'm always surprised by that. I'm always surprised by like, have enough white TikTokers not fallen for you to be like, you know, I should probably scrub my social media. There's that. And then also, why were y'all thoughts? Okay. Truly bonkers when people don't look back on their own behavior. Like maybe, yeah, it's one of those where like, I'm glad you're getting exposed. Point of view, you're 30 minutes from the nearest toilet. Your last fart smelled like a dead badger. Stomach's cramping and you've started sweating.
It's time to play the game. Time to play the game.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what my thoughts are on this. If you can't pull over to the side, hopefully there is a hat in your car that you got from a bar mitzvah that you were just at, and you can butt explode into that hat. Can you sing this for me?
Time to play the game.
Time to play the game. Time to play the game. Nandre, you don't know the poop hat story? I would like to preface it by once again saying that I was like 8 years old, okay? I was 8. I was very young. And I've had IBS my whole life. I didn't do the laugh. Time to play the game. Anyway, yeah, in my past, it's not discovering that I was saying the N-word. It's discovering that I was tweeting things like, I'm with her, and that I have stories from when I was 9 where I went to a bar mitzvah with my family. We were driving back late at night in the gold minivan, and I was young, I was a kid, and I had eaten a lot of sweets and snacks and was having problems, and I told my mom that I needed to go to the bathroom. My dad wasn't there, and it was just my mom and all 5 kids. And my mom was like, nope, sorry, you gotta hold it. I can't pull over anywhere. And I was like, Mom, I'm gonna shit myself. And then I did not technically shit myself because we had brought home one of the party hats. It was in the car. It was like this, kind of fiesta looking hat. And so I shit into the hat, and then all of my siblings started screaming because it smelled so bad, and everyone was screaming and crying, and I was crying, and my mom was screaming, and it was really a nightmare scenario. It was really, really a nightmare. And then we had to drive like that because my mom couldn't pull over anywhere, and then finally pulled over and chucked the hat onto the side of the highway. And everyone was still crying and screaming. That's a comedy movie scene, dead ass. Yes, I think my siblings and my mom, years after the fact, can say that it was comedy, can now laugh about it, and they have made fun of me for it for many years. But at the time, it was a horror film. It was not a comedy. It was a nightmare. Screaming, crying, throwing up. My God, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay now. I'm okay now. Did I get made fun of for that? Oh, yes. Immensely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you have siblings, they make fun of you for anything. And when you shit into a hat when y'all were on a road trip. Oh, and that's the other thing, that we had driven from Iowa to Chicago to go to this bar mitzvah. And it was a 2.5 hour car ride in the minivan. And we still had quite a way to go. So even after we got rid of the hat, it smelled like an outhouse in there. So you shouldn't have a yarmulke? No, it was not a yarmulke. No. I don't know why, but this bar mitzvah, I remember it being kind of like Mexican themed. I just remember that it was like this fiesta hat. Oh, kind of a sombrero. Yes, I don't exactly remember it, but I remember that being like a funny thing. I was like, why is this? Okay, whatever. The shit brero. Yeah. We should do a stream where we watch my bar mitzvah video. Baruch Adonai. I hope this is probably one of those things where people are like, you couldn't waterboard that out of me. And you know what? I don't care. If I were like 20 when that happened, I think I would care more. But I was a kid, okay? I was a kid, and who wasn't shitting themselves when they were a kid? You know, who doesn't have a shit story from when you were a child? We can watch your bar mitzvah video, and then I can shit in a hat after. Thank you. That will make me really just the memories of that incident. The memories of my hat shitting incident will just come flooding back if I recreate it. Would you rather shit in a sombrero or a bucket hat? A sombrero. I'm assuming more surface area. And it wasn't like solid poop. No. It was, I'm sorry for the details, but yeah, no, it was explosive diarrhea into this hat in our gold minivan. I feel as if I can still hear the sounds of my siblings screaming. Yeah. So the first time I told this story, it produced this. When mom find poop hat. When mom find poop hat. That is so traumatizing. Yes. No, I know. Oh, my poor siblings. You know what? They probably did things though that they probably did things that traumatized me too, you know? How did you get your pants down? I was wearing a dress. The girls were all in dresses for this bar mitzvah. And I don't think that dress made it. Or if it did, like if my mom took it, it didn't survive necessarily is what I would say. So, please, the comedy movie version. Did somebody steal this?
I have to go.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I really do.
We just stopped.
I couldn't go. The bathroom was too gross.
Well, can't you hold it in?
I can't. It's an emergency.
Honey, there's a restaurant.
No, that's 3 miles off the road, and that's 3 miles back. We lose 10 minutes.
So what? Your daughter wants to go to the bathroom.
Please stop, Dad.
All right, Jason, just look back there for an empty jar.
A jar? Girls don't pee in jars.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Jason, we're gonna need a jar
To be fair, I told my mom, I was like, I gotta go.
and a funnel.
Dad, I don't have to pee. It's number 2.
Sorry, I can't stop.
Dad, I'm prairie dogging it.
What the hell does that mean?
You know, like when a prairie dog sticks his head in and out of the ground.
You know.
Ow! Ow! Oh, I do not want to picture that.
I hate you. I hate you.
All right, nobody look. All right, I'm gonna turn on the radio, honey, so nobody can hear you.
Never forget this. I hate you.
It's also the scene from Bridesmaids. Very much so. The scene from Bridesmaids where Melissa McCarthy is screaming, she's like, don't look at me! Don't look at me! Don't look! That's how I feel like it was, where people were just screaming and crying and yeah, the poop sink. The poop in the sink. Oh no. Anyway, what a fun story that is. How fun. How fun. You know, that's the type of thing that once upon a time I'm like, I would never tell that story to people. And now I've told it multiple times online. And it probably will tell it again. You ready to fess up to shitting the urinal at the Streamer Awards? It was not me. It was not me. I would say if it was. And it was not me. I was not Fartgate and I was not urinal shitgate. Okay. Time for we're gonna need a bigger boat. What did I join in on? Nothing important. Nothing that you need to worry about. You know? Okay, it's time for some trauma, you guys. Will Neff bought a boat. I'm just going to choose to ignore that. Not my problem, you know? I'm just going to pretend that I didn't see that. All right. Why are men so obsessed with boats? Why? Do you know? Okay, can I actually say, Will is obsessed with boats. When we were in Charlevoix, which is the port city that we stayed in when going to Beaver Island in Michigan, he kept trying to pitch a boat to me. He kept trying to pitch boat life, like saying we could get a boat and we could live on this boat. And there was a store that had advertisements for boats, and he was legitimately looking at different boats that were for sale. And I kept saying to him, no, I don't think that's a good idea. No, I'm not sure about this. Oh, and he'd be like, oh, this one, we could get this one and we could live on it. And it's $200,000. It's cheaper than a house. And I was like, okay, no, thank you. Like, I think his argument was, this is cheaper than getting a house, so let's do this. And I was like, I'm not gonna live on a boat. Read out loud. Thank you for the 15 months. Okay. Let me turn my light off. Yeah, big boat guy. Big boat guy. Okie dokie. Okay, we're gonna play the rest of Chapter 4, talking about boats. Well, we got a boat. We ended up, the chapter ended with us finding a boat. It was very exciting. Hi, GG boy. Hi. We got a boat. Also, it's still on site with Ben as soon as we can. As soon as it's possible. Do we care about Omid?
Omid's doing okay?
We'll see how Omid is doing.
As expected under the circumstances. I did what I could for him. Cleaned out the wound, but he's got a real infection. Running a fever. Without antibiotics,
Will you quit pacing? You're making everyone nervous.
Okay, you just got here, Molly.
Hey, if your friend really can get that
Although
boat
you are
working,
cute.
you're taking me with you as payment for saving your asses. I figure that's fair enough, don't you?
Okay, to be fair, I did save my own ass, which no one cares about.
You want the good news or the bad news?
No one cares that I went into the sewers. I'm actually a bad news person first.
Let's get the bad news out of the way first.
Like in
Bad
life.
news is, she's not taking us anywhere the shape she's in right now. Gas tank's empty and the battery's dead.
Okay.
So what's the good news?
That's it. That's all she needs. Some gas and a battery. Other than that, she's good to go.
Well, how are we supposed to get that stuff?
We should go back out on the street, see what we could find.
That's not gonna work. Crawford took everything and brought it inside their walls. They siphoned every gas tank, stripped every battery.
She gave you the thing
There's
to open the
nothing
grate.
left out there. You saw that for yourself.
Okay, that's true.
She's right.
Well,
that is
what
true.
about this Crawford place? Sounds like they'd have everything we need. Maybe we should try there.
Wait, does everyone know that Chuck is dead or no one cares?
Surely we have to try. If there are people left in this city who are still alive, who still have supplies, what harm can it do to ask?
Trust me, you don't know these people.
Well.
I do. You showing up with a wounded man, might as well put a noose around his neck. They don't exactly welcome children with open arms either.
What the hell kind of a place are we talking about here?
The worst kind? But I don't see what other choice we have.
And just how exactly do you figure we do this? Because from what I've heard, that place ain't exactly friendly to outsiders.
I
There's got
think
to
we
be some
sneak.
way we can sneak in there undetected.
I think we sneak.
There might actually be a way. I know the sewer system that runs beneath Crawford like the back of my hand. Y'all wouldn't happen to have a map by any chance?
Yeah, actually.
Actually, right here.
I think I could lead us through so we could pass under the perimeter and right into the center where they keep their supplies. We come up right underneath them, take them by surprise, grab what we need, and get out before they even knew what hit them.
Okay.
That's actually not the worst idea I've ever heard. I mean, it's close, but I don't know. Maybe it could work.
I've thought about it before, just never had the people to do it. But I think if we all work together, we could pull it off.
I would just like
What
to
do
say
you
it
want
was
in
my
return
idea.
for all this help you're giving us?
I just want
Crawford doesn't
everyone
just
to
have
remember
what
that.
you need for your boat. They're also well stocked with medical supplies. Medicine that my people could use, just as yours could.
We can do this. We have to.
So, it's decided then? We're going to Crawford?
Yes.
We can do this. I know it.
Yes!
Hell yeah, we can.
Are we seriously talking about this? I mean, what about the risk?
Okay.
I don't know about you, kid, but I'd rather take a chance on doing something than just sitting around here waiting to die. That
I have
boat
an
out there
automatic.
is
If
an
Ben
answered
doesn't like
prayer.
it, then I love it.
Just gotta push a
Then I
little
love
bit
it.
farther. Are you in or out?
Colin
go
stands.
tonight,
Thank you for
under
the
cover of
10
dark.
community
I'll let my
subs.
people know. Give you all a chance to prepare. I'll be back before midnight.
Be careful.
That's how I'm
Appreciate
still
you.
alive.
Ben is def a raw dogger? Ben hears about raw dogging flights. He's like,
How long have you been there?
I want to be a man.
Is it going to be dangerous?
It's what gonna be dangerous?
Crawford.
You know what? Yes, I gotta be honest with her always.
Yeah, it's gonna be dangerous.
Yes.
But it's the only way to get the things we need to make Omi
I will
better
not lie to this
and get the
child.
boat working. That's why we have to do this.
Sorry for going back to an old topic. How old still counts as a child for the purposes of getting away with shitting stories?
I don't want anyone else to die.
You know what? That is a subjective decision for you.
Neither do I, Clem, but sometimes we have to take that kind of risk.
I was a 30-year-old child, and I
guess I should
shit
go
my
get ready.
pants.
Say what now?
You said you'd need all of us to do this, and you said I'm a big help, remember? Molly said Crawford is the only place left in Savannah that still has people. That means it must be where my mom and dad are, right?
Yes. I think this is...
Where I'm going, it's just too dangerous. For children
maybe
especially.
where I lie.
You said I'm supposed to always stay close
Max
to you.
Choi, thank you for the 3 months. And Friendly Neighborhood Mexican, thank you for the 4 months.
Can't I come with you?
Oh, God. I can't risk. No. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know, you guys. No, she's the only person I care about.
No.
She's the only one.
I'm sorry.
Fuck. Oh, God. Wait, Ben is staying? I thought Ben was going. I'm sorry. I cannot risk Clementine. She's the only person. She's the only person that I care about. She's staying with Ben. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Leaving her with Ben is just as dangerous. Here's the thing. Crawford also kills their kids. They're kid killers. You know
Check
she's
out
going
what
to
I found
follow
in the
us
garage.
anyway. I know.
Hatchet, hacksaw, some other tools.
Ugh.
Might come in handy on this little break-in.
Nice.
Can I talk to you a minute?
What's up?
I took another look at the boat. She's a 30-footer.
So?
So, we're gonna have a capacity problem. Assuming everyone makes it back alive, there ain't gonna be room for everyone.
What are you trying to say?
Okay, we can get rid of Ben.
Just giving you a heads up is all. Thought you ought to know.
It's fine. Don't worry. Ben's not coming. Also,
Who the hell is this?
She's not coming.
This is Bree. She can help us.
Help us how?
I was a student at the school where Crawford keeps their supplies. I know the layout.
With her help, we're in and out
Jeez,
fast.
lady.
Anyone have a problem with that?
I guess not.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving.
Clementine.
Hold up just a sec.
Clem.
You understand why you have to stay behind, don't you?
I guess.
Plus, you have a job to do. An important job. I need you to stay here and watch over the house. Watch over Omid.
Yeah.
What should I do if something happens while you're gone?
Here, I want you to take this.
I mean, I taught
You
her how to
remember how to
shoot.
use it, don't you? It's just like I showed you.
I remember.
So if anyone tries to get inside the house that isn't one of us, or if something does happen to Omid,
I know what to do.
let's
I
get you
taught my
inside.
girl how to shoot. Also, Clem, if Ben is annoying you, feel free to shoot him. Just shoot him anyway, you know? If you need to practice your shot, practice on Ben.
Let's get this over with.
Look, this is what we do in America, okay? Rather than have gun laws, we're just going to arm the children. That's the solution. You arm the kids, so when a mass shooter
This should be it. We're right
shows
underneath the
up,
center of Crawford.
the
old
kids are
school
armed.
should be directly
The
above
toddlers have AKs.
Okay, people. This is it. Remember the plan. We stay quiet, we stay hidden, and we stay together. We find what we need, and we get the hell out before anyone even knows we're there. Got it?
Oh, Ben is right there. Okay. Never mind. So it's just Omid.
Can't get a good look above with the cover on.
Okay. Well, open. Let's see. Let's see.
Let's go.
Where is everybody? There should be guards patrolling.
What? Are you disappointed?
It's just strange is all.
I think I see one. Over there by the door.
Okay. Me and Kenny will sneak out, try to take him out quiet. The rest of you wait for our signal, then follow us over. Everybody got it? Okay, Kenny, let's do this quiet. No shooting unless there's no other choice.
Okay.
Right behind you.
Okay.
Do I hit him? I don't know.
What the fuck?
He's a zombie! Bro, how did I not know that was a zombie?
What the fuck is a walker doing inside here? Get inside, fast!
There are too many people in this group. Someone's gonna die. Somebody's gonna end up on the menu. Everyone's like, Ben.
Fuck! Do you think they saw us?
I don't know.
Your
Kenny.
guess is as good as mine.
Shit.
What the hell happened here? I thought this place was supposed to be secure.
Your
What always
answer
happens, I
freaked
guess.
Ben out.
In the end,
Great.
the dead always win.
Oh man, we are so screwed.
No, this is good.
Oh, okay.
What? How the fuck is this good?
Before, everyone at Crawford was smart and they had guns. Now they're dumb and they don't. Hey, trying to look on the bright side here.
I agree. So long as we don't let them box us in, we can still do this. The plan hasn't changed.
The plan hasn't changed? Every time walkers show up, the plan changes. Do you even have any idea how many of them are out there?
No. You want to do a head count? Or do you want to
Yes.
get what we need and get
Why
the
don't
hell
you
out of
count
here?
him, Ben? I like how everyone hates Ben.
Come on. I think I know which way to head.
Ben is public enemy number 1. He's not long for this world.
I got a bad feeling about this.
He's not.
Just keep moving.
Here.
Yeah. Ben wears a varsity jacket, but for what sport?
Looks okay.
Golf.
Everybody in.
Debate team? Damn.
Figures.
This feels too easy. Something's not right.
Looks like they were using this room as some kind of command center.
Okay, so now what? Where do we start looking?
Here.
Okay, Bree is actually very helpful.
Just give me a sec.
She's...
Where can we find some fuel for the
She's
boat?
helping us out. She's worth coming.
There's a maintenance shed across from the playground here. If they were storing fuel, that's probably where it'll be.
Way more helpful than Ben.
Where would be the best place to look for medicine?
Right here. Nurse's station. They were using it as a medical facility.
How do you know that?
Just makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So then we just need a battery. This auto shop. It's right next door.
Yep, it's called Herman's. You can't miss it.
Okay, I'll make the run to the maintenance shed for the fuel.
It'll be faster if I go with you. I can take you right to it.
I'll come too.
No, 2 people's enough. You stay here, see if you can use any of those tools we brought to get that armory door open. We might need to shoot our way out of here.
I'll go for the medicine.
I'll come with you. I know what to take.
Okay.
So it's
Guess
just...
that leaves me to go find us a battery.
I'll go with you. Watch your back.
Honestly,
okay,
that's who I want with me.
Everyone be careful. Stay
That's
close
who
to
I
one
want.
another. We'll all meet back here. Good luck.
Carly loved batteries. Is this gonna be a VOD? Yeah. Carly loved batteries. Carly.
Hopscotch. Might come back for these later. Any reading material would be nice once we get on that boat.
Always thinking of Clem. Ara Salim, thank you for the prime.
Creepy. No power, no TV.
Okay.
Looks
I feel
like they had
something's
quite a
gonna go
system here.
down.
Crawford's final solution.
Something's gonna happen. Number of citizens brought to court, number of ineligibles. I don't trust these mofos. You're gonna do something. Good night, Sako!
Have to wonder what's going on in the rest of the world.
The rest of the world is like totally fine.
Just a bunch of paste.
I love these observation times. Huh, a chair.
Nothing but crayons and construction paper. So according to Bree, fuel is at the maintenance shed, medicine might be at the nurse's office, and a battery would probably be at the auto shop out through here.
Okay. Door to playground. So auto shop. Okay.
Bree said the entrance to the auto shop was in the alleyway by this fire escape.
Alleyway by the fire escape.
The fuel's in a shed across from the playground.
Yes.
It's just outside the stairwell.
Okay.
If we're gonna find medicine anywhere, that would be the place to look.
I'm brain dead and I don't remember anything. I guess I should talk to Ben and threaten him real quickly. Hold on.
Hey, you need any help with that?
Thanks, I got it. Just once, I'd like to do something useful, you know?
Why don't you kill yourself then?
Well, I'll let you get on with it.
You know what would be useful, Ben?
No, wait. There is something you can help me with. Something that's been on my mind.
I have
could
not
use your
forgiven him
opinion.
for leaving Clementine.
What is it?
okay?
It's Kenny. Since I've been helping him work on the boat, I've gotten to know him a little better. He's a good guy, you know? And it's eating me up knowing what I know. I've been thinking about telling him the truth.
Ben, come on. This again?
It's my fault Duck
Ben
and
left
Katya
Clem.
got killed. If I hadn't screwed up back at the motor inn, they'd still
And
be alive.
he's the reason
How
that
am I supposed to just
Carly
carry something like that around? I have to
and
tell
Duck and Katya are dead. Everyone is dead because of Ben. Let's just keep that in mind. You should tell him.
I agree. I think you should tell him. Just not now.
You don't get it, Lee. What am I supposed to do whenever he talks about Katya and Duck? Just nod and pretend like it wasn't my fault? I can't do it anymore.
Ben, listen. Kenny seems like he's got his shit back together because right now he's got a purpose. but he's still in a real bad place. You tell him now, he's gonna lose it, and then we're all screwed. There'll come a time when he's ready to hear it, but it's not now. Not yet.
I think he would
I hear you. I'm gonna get back to this.
love to find out now. You know, they say that timing is everything, and I think the time is now. Okay, seriously though, you guys, Carly, Duck, and Katya, all dead because of Ben. Clementine, almost dead because of Ben. Chuck, dead because of Ben. Okay, I don't know if that one's really true, but like almost
Must be the
pretty
guy
much
who
true.
ran this place. Looks like he figured himself as some kind of supreme leader.
Now I blame Ben for Chuck. Okay, me too.
Nothing in here, I guess.
The alleyway to the auto shop's down here. You coming or not?
Yeah, girl.
This
Ben's
must be
kill
the way
count
to the playground,
insane.
where Bree said the fuel was being stored.
Bro, no one even cares about Chuck. It's sad. It's not right. It's not right.
Shell casings all over. Whatever happened here, it wasn't good.
I know, Molly kind of scared the shit out of me too.
Must be the guy who ran this place. Looks like he figured himself as some kind of supreme leader.
Okay, where'd Molly go? Oh, wait, maybe there's something in this locker. Do I have a weapon? Do I have anything? Oh, I gave Clementine my gun.
Can't open it without the combination.
Oh, I feel like I'm gonna need that combination. Maybe not. Where am I going? The alley. Yes.
This must be the door to the alleyway where the auto shop is. But where the hell is Molly?
Do we trust Molly? Oh, I do have another gun. True.
Molly, you out here?
I forgot I got Chuck's gun.
Guess I'm not going that way.
Molly, what the fuck? Oh, I just said I'm not going that way. What the hell? Okay, I don't know if I trust. I think she might be working for Crawford.
Damn. Well, climbing the fence isn't an option.
I don't know. Molly seems like the type to trip you if you're running. Hole. Show hole now. Show hole. Nice. I didn't even know that was what I was supposed to do.
Must be the entrance to that auto shop where Bree said we'd find that battery. Damn.
Shit.
It's jammed tight.
Damn. Okay. Something's gonna happen.
Better not get too close.
This rooftop angle is very Resident Evil. The fuck?
Leave him! He's mine.
Molly, where did you come from, girl?
What were you doing up there?
I think he's dead. Is he?
Molly? Molly!
Girl, I think
What?
you got him.
I think you got it.
One more.
Okay, you know what, girl? Go
For
ahead.
luck.
Go ahead.
He's wearing medical scrubs. Some kind of scientist or doctor, maybe?
Yeah, well, he ain't shit now.
He's dead, that's true.
Did you find us a way in?
Yeah, but the garage door's jammed. Can't raise it.
Okay, but like, who is this guy?
Not a problem. Look what I found.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
sick.
That'll work.
Bro, how are these zombies even finding us?
Come on!
Oh, shit. God, it's always tense, isn't it? There's always something on the verge of killing us. Alright, we made it.
Take a look around. I'll make sure no stragglers get under this door.
Nice.
Looks like Crawford had their own semi-trucks.
Bro, can we take this truck?
Maybe there's a car battery in there we can use for the boat. Well, I can see where the battery should be, but it's not.
Perfect.
Why can't Lee be the one? I know, because I have to do fucking everything. I do everything here.
I can't reach it up there.
Well, why don't you turn it down?
Looks like it's the hose for the lift hydraulics.
Let's turn it down, buddy.
No power.
God damn it, it's always fucking some shit.
More of Crawford's rules. How did anybody live like this? I'd rather take my chances on the outside.
Okay, where is the power? Office door? Let's see.
It's locked.
Everything
No
is
way in.
locked.
Don't think I can pry that hose apart with just my hands. Maybe if I had something to cut it with.
Oh, you know what? Molly has something. Molly.
Something you need?
Yeah.
Think I can borrow that hook thing of yours?
I don't know. Hilda and I have been through a lot together.
Girl, I just need it for 2 seconds.
That's what I call her. Don't judge.
Please, can I borrow Hilda? I'll take good care of her. She won't get a scratch.
I got your promise now. Not a scratch.
Who is that guy?
Something you need?
What was all that about back there?
He came at me up on that rooftop. Tried to take a bite out of me, so I took care of business. What, you got a problem with me killing geeks?
Nah. It just seemed like you went to town on him a little more than you needed to.
Hey, you never really know when those things
Is that
are all
what
the
she
way
calls
dead.
walkers?
I was just making sure. Look, you want to get this battery or not? Time's wasting.
So why did you decide to help us?
I told you. I'm expecting a ride on that boat once that hillbilly friend of yours has got it running.
You sure that's all of it?
You want to keep interrogating me? Or do you want to get the damn battery and get out of here?
What do you think happened to Crawford?
Don't know, don't care. As far as I'm concerned, these fuckers got what was coming to them.
Not a lot of sympathy for all the people who died here, huh?
I have about as much for them as they did for the
This is
sick and the
character
old and
development.
anyone else they didn't think was fit to belong in their little paradise. So
True.
yeah, fuck them.
Based.
I'm going to have a look around.
You do that.
Based. Fuck them. It's very, very
I
cummy.
did it. Whoa, whoa!
That's probably not good.
No shit!
Oh!
I'll try to hold him off. Hurry!
Okay.
There's the battery. Finally something goes right.
Shit.
Still attached to the terminals.
Oh god, I gotta turn these off. Oh my god. God, drama! Drama!
Still attached to the terminals.
Still attached to the fucking terminals? Detach. Detach.
It's off.
Okay, thank you for that.
Got that one off.
Okay, now grab it.
Got it.
Yeah, but we still got a problem here. Put it in here, I'll carry it. Okay, follow me.
Okay, we're gonna raw dog this.
Move your ass!
God, she's so fast.
Great. Now what?
Skylight.
Oh!
It's shut.
Shoot it out!
Oh god, okay, okay. Ah! Oof! See, you guys, I told you Molly was the best person to be with.
Okay, so now we're on a roof.
Do you ever stop complaining? Come on.
You know what, actually? She kind of called me on my shit. She kind of just called me on my shit, and she's right.
Come on, what are you, chicken? Jump!
Yeah, Molly could carry me, but Kenny could not.
I don't know, man.
Okay, go. Oh my god. Maybe this is the beginning of something beautiful? I'm thinking we can trust her too. I feel
Come
that
on.
as well.
Later. Something I gotta do first.
What?
Catch you later.
Wait, you've still got the battery.
Yeah, I think I'll hold on to it. Make sure you don't leave without me. See you back in class.
Molly! God damn it, what the hell is she doing?
You know what? Molly can't be tamed. She can't. She's smart. She's smart. That is smart. I know, we just said we can trust her, and then we're like, maybe not. Is everyone else, are people back, or are they dead?
You guys need any help?
Thanks, but I think we're almost in.
We're taking care of it, Lee. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I just want you to know that I already got the car battery, so the fact that you haven't gotten to the fucking room...
You sure you two don't need any help?
We're taking care of it, Lee. Don't worry.
Okay, well, you know what? My mission is complete. We can trust her, but she doesn't trust us. It's smart.
Little help here!
Oh, shit! Oh, gosh!
Lee, do something!
Oh, right in the face. Right in the face.
We got it!
Brace the door with something!
Oh, wait, what do I do? What do I do? Oh, shit! Wait, what happened? Oh, never mind.
Lee, do something!
Oh, just forget that happened.
We got it!
Brace the door with something!
was just a blooper, you guys. That was a blooper. That was an outtake.
Hold. And damn well better.
We were just having fun.
There's so many of them.
We got the fuel.
Let's not start high-fiving each other just yet. Let's get the hell back to the classroom. Give us a hand with these fuel cans. They weigh a goddamn ton.
Forget what happened? Exactly.
Hey, how'd you guys make out?
We got the fuel.
Awesome. Good job, guys.
How you doing with that door?
Yeah, have you done anything?
Not so good.
Oh my.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Oh my God, Ben.
Did you get that battery yet?
Yeah, Molly has it. She should be back here soon.
She'd better be.
Ben is fucking useless,
Bree?
man.
Hey, Lee. Thanks for all your help back there. I don't think we would have made it without you.
No problem. We're all on the same team.
Are we?
How long have you known Vernon?
Couple of years. He ran our support group. He was really great, helping me come to terms with my disease. But how do you come to terms with something like this? With a place like Crawford? I don't know what I or the other survivors would have done without Vernon. He's the one who held us together, kept us alive.
I feel like this is setting it up for Vernon to die.
So you're a cancer survivor, like Vernon and the others.
Yeah, I was diagnosed when I was in college. Been getting treatment ever since. Just when I was starting to get better, when I thought there might be some hope, all this happened. Lost my whole family.
Damn.
I'm the only one who survived. Funny how things work out, huh?
What do you think about this whole Crawford situation?
I'd rather not talk about it. Too many awful memories. Even being back here gives me a bad feeling.
Even now, with everyone dead?
I got no sympathy for what happened to these people. They weeded out the sick and the old, even children, those least able to defend themselves so that they could save their own skins. Whatever happened here, however Crawford fell, I consider it poetic justice.
Damn, girl, that's cold.
It's how I feel.
Himbo, thank you for the 13 months.
I'd feel the same. I'm a little busy here, Lee. Maybe you should go get that battery or help with the medicine.
Oh. Okay. Should I tell them that I killed a man? Should I make my rounds and be like, by the way, I was on my way to jail because I killed Mama just killed a man. Oh.
Kristen Vernon must be trapped in there.
Shit. Fuck. Am I shooting him? No, there's gotta be better. Oh, okay, here we go. We're just going boom. Watch this. Now watch this drive. Now watch this drive. Unlimited bullets. Yeah. That's right. Girl.
What the hell happened?
They wandered into the hallway after we got inside. I think they must have heard us rooting around in here. The whole place is infested. They're everywhere.
Calm down. I took care of them. What about the meds? Did we find what we need?
Yeah, that's our other problem. Take a look.
No!
Looks like they were keeping all the prescription meds in that safe, locked up tight.
Can we just guess the combination?
It's a 4-digit code.
6969.
Well, I doubt they just wrote it down and left it here for us to find. We should just try busting it open. We don't have any other choice.
Okay, you get started. I'll take a look around, see if I can find anything useful.
0420.
I'll have to take time to rest later, I think.
No, you're gonna take a nap now.
What is this? A copy machine. Not that it matters with no power around here. Just a bunch of papers. No safe combination, though. Phones probably haven't worked in months. Looks like some kind of medical file. Anna Correa. Guess she must have been a patient here. And what's this?
Oh, we're about to get lore. We are about to get lore, you guys. Oh my god.
How's it coming?
Slow. Too slow. I'm worried that by the time we manage to get this thing open, it may be too late.
Molly helped me get the battery we needed.
That's great. One down. Where is she?
She took off. Had some kind of errand she needed to run.
Took off? With the battery?
Yeah. Don't worry, she'll be back.
I hope so. That girl doesn't really strike me as a team player. More the mercenary kind.
How much time do you think Omid has, Doc?
You want my medical opinion? The sooner we get him some strong antibiotics to start fighting that infection, the better. Let's just leave it at that, huh?
Hey, Doc, I just wanted to thank you for coming with us, and for all your help. I really appreciate it.
Don't mention it. It's times like these we've got to help each other the most, right?
I love the
And we're no
doc.
better than those Crawford sons of bitches.
I heard that. I'll
Heard.
go see if I can find something that'll help us get that safe open.
Good idea.
Big fan. Big fan of the doc. Okay. Camcorder. Oh, where? There. This is about to be some
tape
freaky
inside.
shit, you guys. Yeah, put the tape in it.
Vernon, Krista, come look at this.
This is day 82 since the outbreak. 1547. Dr. Logan in consultation with patient Anna Correa.
Why are you recording this?
Regulations. Oberson has ordered me to keep records of all medical examinations and consultations. I need you to brace yourself, Anna. The sonogram confirms that you're pregnant.
A pregnant.
Oh,
A baby
God,
zombie.
Oh, God.
Baby zombie.
As you know, the rules are very clear. The termination is mandatory.
You don't have to tell them. Tell them it was just nausea. That you gave me something for it and it went away. This is my problem, not yours.
If Oberson finds out that I concealed evidence of a pregnancy, I'm sorry, but these are the rules. I'm going to give you a sedative. It'll make the procedure easier on you.
Let's look.
I don't want the procedure. I want my baby.
The code.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
Anna, you don't have a choice. Now, if you like, you can take some time with this, but I need you to come back no later than tomorrow,
Binoculars.
or I'll have no choice but to inform Oberson myself. I'm sorry.
Come on, dude. Come on, do the code. Do the code, man. Come on.
Damn it, we almost had it.
What the hell kind of place was this?
Like Molly said, the worst kind.
Lee, maybe there's another tape. We gotta keep looking.
I think I recognize that doctor. He was one of the walkers out in the alley by the auto shop.
Maybe you should search it. See what he's got on him.
Fuck. I have to go all the way out there.
There's dried blood on this printout. And on the floor. Looks like a trail of it from the safe to the camera over there. Then out the door. What the hell happened here?
What in the Sam hell?
Already cleaned out. Hey, Krista.
Yeah.
Did you try boob?
I hope I did the right thing leaving Clementine back at the house.
What else were you going to do? Bring her on a dangerous mission?
I know. Just want her to be safe.
Why shouldn't she be?
No offense, Krista, but Omid's pretty sick. If he dies with Clementine alone in the house with her...
That is not going to happen. Do you
Oh
hear
my
me?
God, I didn't even
That is
think
not
about
going
that.
to happen. We're going to get these meds to Omid, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Are you making any progress with the safe?
No. Without the combination, I don't know how we're going to get this damn thing open. If we don't get back to Omid with some medicine soon,
It's okay. We'll figure it out. Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine. Why are you asking me that?
It's just that you've been looking a little pale the past couple of days. You've been throwing up.
Oh, come on. You just dug up a rotting dog carcass. I'm surprised we weren't all throwing up.
She's pregnant.
Lee, I'm fine. Quit worrying about me, okay? Worry about Omid. We've got to get him these
She's pregnant.
meds. Look, Lee, I just want to get back to Omid. Let me do my thing, all right?
Okay.
So it might as well.
Do you think shooting it open would work?
Might as well.
Only thing that would accomplish is getting us all killed. So, no, I don't.
Okay. Do you think we can just raw dog it?
What's this on the floor?
It's a sonogram.
Y'all already checked these drawers?
Yes, Lee. Nothing in there worth taking.
Okay. All right, I know what needs to be done. I know what needs to be done. I have to go out to that fucking doctor's body. Okay, we gotta go find the doc. Must find the doctor's body. Where are the Crawford people? This doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem... Something's going on. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, why don't I have my gun out at all times? Oh, shit! Oh, where'd this guy come from? And that's why television kills, kids. Wait, his body's gone. Oh, because he's a zombie and is walking away. Oh my god, I woke up my dogs. Here's my papa. Yow. Zowie. Another tape.
This might be just what we need. And
I
what's
think
this?
it is.
Looks like some kind of code. But Vernon said the safe combination was only 4 numbers.
Is it the locker?
Shit, time to go.
Time to go. Wait, how do we get back? Oh, nice. I bet you it's this locker combination. And I bet you I'm gonna find some weed.
Logan. This must have been his locker. Another tape. The safe combination has gotta be on one of these.
Nice. Nice. Yes. Hello, please enter. All right, you guys.
I found 2 more tapes. One of them is dated October 10th.
That's the day after the first one we watched.
Put it in.
That's what she said.
Have you made a decision?
I thought you said I didn't have a choice.
Well, technically you do. You can terminate the pregnancy or leave Crawford. Of course, that would be a death sentence for both you and your unborn child.
Maybe that's best. I
This
stayed
is the
up all
future
last
that
night
liberals
thinking
want.
about this.
This
Why
is
are
what
we even
liberals
trying
want.
to survive? To keep on living, if this is what it takes. If this is what it's turned us into.
I don't make the rules, Anna.
Doctor, I'm begging you. Please help me.
Maybe one day, when things are different, you can try again. But for now, today, we have to do this.
7, 2. God.
No. No.
Oh, fuck. Wait, dude, just put the combo in. Shit. Oh, no.
I think we know what happened to Crawford.
More importantly, we got the combination.
She's pregnant.
Krista, are you all right? What's wrong?
It's nothing. That was just hard to watch. Don't worry about me. I'm fine.
All right. Let's get those meds
Wait,
and
so
get the
that
hell
zombie
out of here.
killed everyone in Crawford. Got it. Okay. I kind of thought we were going to have a showdown. Wait.
We're in business.
How did we get
Antibiotics, morphine.
How we get the
Take as
code?
much of this as we can carry. Okay, I think we're good. This is more than enough for your people and mine.
Up.
Let's go.
You know, I found a third
I don't
tape in
remember
the
seeing
locker
all the
outside.
numbers, but
Maybe there's something
it was
else on there.
the
We got the meds for Omid. That's all I care about.
You saw the code.
We'll head back to the classroom. Don't take too long, Lee.
I only saw 3 numbers, but that's just me. Okay, I mean, great. Not complaining. Let's see this third tape.
Listen, as fun as this was, I have to put a stop to this little arrangement. This is the last I can give you.
Why?
Oberson had someone down here yesterday taking inventory. He's really cracking down. I just can't risk it.
We had a deal.
Yes, we had a deal. We don't anymore.
My sister needs this medicine. Without it, she'll die, or she'll start showing symptoms and they'll take her away. I can't let that happen.
I'm sorry, Molly. I've done all I can, but I have to look out for myself here.
Yeah, that's the Crawford way, isn't it?
Oh, shit.
Well, shit.
Oh. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
Vernon and Krista already
You know
took
what?
everything we need.
I get it. I get why she did what I get why she threw that zombie from the roof. I get why she threw him from the roof and then stabbed his ass 1,000,000 times. We trust her again, you guys. We're good. We're good.
Jesus Christ! Oh, you scared the shit
Oh my
out
god, I
of
thought
me.
she was a zombie.
Where the
I
fuck
was
have
like,
you been?
Sightseeing.
I'll take that battery now.
Oh, yeah. About that. I'm just kidding.
oh my god, Molly. Oh my god. Girl,
Here you go.
you can't fuck with me like that. And you definitely can't fuck with Kenny like that.
What's that?
Nothing.
You can quit with the act, Molly. I know you're from Crawford.
What? Who told you that?
I saw you on a security tape. Why'd you lie to me?
I said there were stories about Crawford. I never said that's how I knew about it. I never lied to you, and even if I did, so what? I don't owe you anything.
You saved my life twice, but you can't tell me the truth?
Are we really gonna do this now?
Look, I
guess
went
that's
to
up to you.
prison.
I used to live here with my sister.
Look,
She
I
was 14 years old.
killed a man.
When the dead started walking and Crawford shut itself in, it seemed like a pretty good deal at first.
I was
We
on my
were
way
safe.
to prison.
We had everything we needed to survive. Then the rules started coming down.
Look, I was supposed
No
to
one
go away
who couldn't
before all
justify
this.
their place, earn their keep. No one who required special care. My sister was diabetic. And by Crawford's rules, that made her a liability.
Oh, Molly.
I kept it a secret. Kept her safe for as long as I could. But in the end, I couldn't protect her. That's when I got out. Crawford, they always talked about how their system worked. How anything was better than becoming one of them. But I saw what they'd already become. I just wish I could have seen it before it was too late. Before they came and took my sister away. This is all I have left of her. I didn't have time to take it before I got out of Crawford. I just wanted it, okay?
It's okay, Molly.
I get it.
understand. She's pretty.
What the hell?
I think that's our cue to get the hell out of here.
I like how I'm like, I get that you took that picture. Your sister's very hot. I don't care option is so ruthless. I know. You know what, Molly? I don't give a fuck.
Whoa!
Jesus!
Shit!
Ben,
Sorry.
what
I
the
just got spooked by those bells, and then I heard someone coming.
We're okay. Did you get that door open in the classroom?
Have you done
Not
jack
yet.
shit?
Kenny sent me out to look for something we can use to bust it open. I found this.
Ben? Where did you get
Oh
that?
my god, oh
I
my
just
god.
found it. It was stuck in
No,
the door
oh
handle
my god.
at the end of the hallway.
Oh
back
my
there.
god, he's such a fucking idiot. Oh my god, he's the dumbest dumb fuck. Oh my god, Ben, you continue to be the stupidest motherfucker on the planet.
Lee! Shoot this fucker!
I'm trying. Oh my god, that was such a good shot.
Nice
Holy
shot.
Thank me
shit.
later. Come on! Ben, we gotta go. Ben! Move your ass!
No, actually, Ben, you should stay. I think you'll be able to fight the zombies that way.
They're coming.
Oh, shit.
That ought to hold them.
Ben,
Sure,
I think
but
you should
now how do
stay
we get
right
out?
there.
Through the armory. We could just get this damn door open.
Come on,
Ben, you
damn
are
you!
so worthless, dude. You are so worthless.
This is my fault. All my fault.
The hell's he babbling about?
Ben, we talked about this.
Oh my god,
No,
oh my god.
Wait, I want to know what he meant.
Oh my
what
god.
do you mean this is all your fault?
Oh my god.
Kenny, I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry, man.
Kid, this ain't the best time. Whatever you did, save it for later.
I opened the door. I let them in.
I said save it for after we get out of here.
Fine. Go ahead, tell him.
It's been me all along, putting all of us in danger. Katja and Duck, it was all me. It was all me.
Wait a minute. What are you saying?
It was me who made the deal with the bandits at the motor inn, slipping them supplies. I thought maybe I could keep them off our backs. When it got discovered, that's when they attacked. And that's when Duck...
Kenny, man, I agree with you. You should kick his ass. But now's not the time. We gotta focus on getting out of here.
You little pissant! You're fucking dead! You hear me? Dead! My wife and child, you gotta both fucking kill!
Kenny, listen to me. You can whip his skinny little ass later. But right now, we gotta go.
Nice group you got here.
Not the time, Molly.
If this asshole thinks he's getting on my boat after what he did, he's out of his motherfucking mind! You hear me, shitbird? You can stay behind and fucking rot!
Kenny, we'll sort this out later. After we get out of here, okay?
Ain't nothing to sort out. I just told you the way it's gonna be. The boat's not big enough for all of us. Somebody's gotta get left behind. Might as well be this piece of shit right here.
Well, I vote we leave him. I'm sorry, Ben. I know you mean well, but all I want to do is get back to O'Neill.
I mean, Ben
and you
hasn't
put that
helped us at
risk.
all with this, too.
I'm sorry, Ben. I've got to do what's best for the group. And that means cutting you loose.
What about the rest of us? Don't we get a say?
Now can we go?
Damn right. Vernon, come on.
Oh my god.
So much for the armory.
Oh my god.
few rounds. That's it.
That's what happens
You
when
didn't
you
close
vote.
that door behind us? I couldn't. The lock was busted. Great. Just fucking great. Come on. There's gotta be a way out down here.
You know, Bree, I hated you. I started to hate you less, but...
It's not gonna hold. Back upstairs!
A spot just opened up for Ben? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. No.
Lee,
no
look.
way. Are you gonna go through all the seasons? I don't know yet. Oh my god. Okay, okay, I gotta focus. I gotta lock in. Use the S key to back up and get away. S key. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys, I'm a sick shot. Oh no. Oh no. Pull leg. Oh. Oh gosh. Okay, pull it. Pull it. Come on. Come on. Oh shit. Oh, I think I'm dead. Oh, I think I'm dead. Oh, I gotta do. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Never mind. That was. Select your leg to free it. Look up to find. Shit. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Pull leg. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh. Just forget about it. It ate my dick again. Okay. Here we go. Ready? Okay. We're gonna free. And then we're gonna fight. Yes. And then we're gonna free. And then we're gonna fight. Yes. Good job. Okay, come on. Free your fucking leg, dude. Free it. Come on. Come on, mate. Come on. Okay, there we go. Forget the other outtakes. Oh my god. Wow, it's about 10 times somebody actually does some shooting around here. Besides me. That guy looked like Tony Hawk. Oh, oops. Sorry, I was distracted by the Tony Hawk looking zombie. Oh god, I'm back here again. Okay. Okay, here we go. Lock in, lock in. Lock in. Let's go. Oh gosh, okay. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh. There goes my hatchet. Okay.
Come on!
Any way out of here?
This leads to the roof. We might be able to find a way down from there.
You didn't come into town from the railroad, did you?
Yeah. Why?
Never mind. I can see the sewer where we came in from here. I think we can do this.
Well, what are we waiting for? Go, go!
Do I need to go back and get the hatchet? I don't know. I don't know. Is that what I'm deciding?
Come on, let's go!
No, I thought we decided we were leaving Ben. Oh my god. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, you know what? Oh shit, I was about to do it. Oh god, I actually was gonna try to save him. I was too late. I mean that sincerely. I mean it. Oh fuck! I was gonna help him. No, I'm actually not being. I'm actually not being facetious. I was kind of like delaying, and then I went to go shoot him.
Clementine!
And then I went to go shoot the zombie. Oh, fuck. I don't even have time. I don't have time to be upset about that. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
You made it back!
Told you I would, didn't I?
Did you find my parents?
No.
No, we didn't. Sorry, sweet pea.
Okay, R.I.P. Ben. Sorry, I was gonna try to shoot that
Clementine,
zombie and
what
help you. I
happened
was
here?
really slow.
One of those things got inside. It tried to get upstairs. I stopped it.
Upstairs? Homid.
Clem, I'm so proud of you.
You did good, kiddo.
She's more capable than Ben, I know.
Hey, what do you say we go check on Omid?
I know.
Krista? Everything okay?
Omid!
Oh no.
Krista, don't! Stay back!
I never should have left you. I'm so sorry.
Krista, get away from him.
Oh my god. Omid, what the fuck?
Hey. Back already?
We got you medicine.
Good.
Omid.
Feel like I could use some.
Omid, I'm gonna kill you.
Where's Ben?
Oh.
He didn't make it.
What happened?
Dumb son of a bitch nearly got us all killed. Lee stepped up and did what he had to.
Wait, no, that was an accident.
That's what happened.
No, wait, people know about that? Shit.
Nice going, asshole.
Shit.
What's eating you?
Yeah.
Oh no,
I did what I
people know
had to.
about that.
But I don't expect Clementine to understand that. Oh no. Hell, I don't want her to understand it.
Oh, fuck.
You did the right thing. Trust me. She'll understand.
Damn it!
I'm gonna go start work on the boat.
Okay, with a little luck, you should start feeling better pretty soon.
Fuck, Ben!
I'll stay here for a few more hours to check on it.
Fuck you, Ben.
Let me
You're
know if you
always
need
ruining my life. You are always ruining my life.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Maybe now's a good time for you and me to have a little talk in private.
Oh fuck.
Listen, man. About what happened to Bree.
Don't beat yourself up over it. There was nothing you could have done. You want to know the worst part?
Reload and kill Ben again.
I don't feel much. I mean, I don't feel enough. Shouldn't I be broken up over what happened to her? That's how I was when I lost my daughter.
Have faith, thank you
When
for
I
the
lost my
bit.
friends in those first few weeks.
I know it's all because I didn't
But now,
high-five Duck.
It's like I just take something like this in stride.
Ugh.
Like this is what our world is now, and we'd better just get used to it.
What did you want to talk to me about?
I know you care about Clementine. Anyone can see that. And I know you want what's best for her. But this plan of yours, putting everyone on a boat with no destination, do you really think that's her best chance of finding somewhere where she can be safe? Because I don't. So I want to make you an offer.
What kind of an offer?
I'll take her off your hands. What? Take her back with me, to my people. We're well supplied, well hidden, and a lot of us have had kids of our own. And now Crawford's fallen, we got nothing left to fear from them. She'll be safe with us.
No,
Safer
no.
than she will be if she stays with you.
No,
I promise
absolutely
you.
fucking not.
That's what you want for her, isn't it?
No,
Be safe?
dude.
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say any of this and give you a chance to walk away, which you ought to do
Get the
right now.
fuck out of my face.
I know you think you're doing what's best for her. And if you were her real father, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But you're not. And staying with you is not what's best for her. If no one else around here will tell you that, then I will.
That little girl's in my care. We've been through more together than you can imagine. Anyone who tries to
I'm
get
the
between
dad
me
who
and her,
stepped up.
anyone, is gonna wind up dead. You hear me?
Take your hands off me.
You're not her dad either, and you're 100 years old. That's my Clem. Fuck, Clem's gonna be so mad at me though because of Ben. Shit. Oh god. Okay, I really gotta say the right thing here. Damn it. Yeah, the biggest liability for everyone's survival is dead, so Clem is safer. Yeah.
Hey, going somewhere?
Yeah, I'm about to head out.
What?
I just wanted to say thanks for everything.
But we have room on the boat.
It's been fun.
Wait, what?
What are you talking about? Kenny's working on the boat right now. Thought you were coming with us. God knows you earned it.
Yeah, I've been thinking it over. It's not for me. Sounds like it'd be pretty crowded, and I never did like the water.
You sure
Doesn't
about
trust
this?
me?
I'm sure. I've always done better on my own anyhow.
Shit, what?
Listen, I'm not much for goodbyes.
What?
Tell the others for me?
Sure. You take care of yourself, Molly.
Bro.
You too, Lee. And you be sure to take care of that little girl. You know she thinks the world of you.
Good luck.
Ain't nothing to do with luck.
You guys, for the last time, I was gonna kill the zombie.
Hey, Sweet Pea.
Kenny's working on the boat.
I know.
What are we going to do after he fixes it?
Fuck Ben.
Where will we go?
Someplace else. Someplace better. Clem, honey, what's wrong?
What happened to Ben? What did Kenny mean when he said you did what you had to?
Oh my God.
Clem, you have to believe me. I tried to save him.
Before we leave tomorrow, will we have time to look for my parents?
I'd like to, Clem.
I can't keep eyeing
we'll
her.
have time. We really shouldn't stay here any longer. It's not safe.
I gotta be honest there, because I lied about Ben. I lied about Ben. Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh.
Clementine?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Clementine?
Oh no. Oh God, please no. Oh, please. Oh no. Oh no. I should have fucking lied.
Clementine? Clementine!
Fuck. Dude, I thought we were doing honesty. I thought the honesty was good. Clem, why the fuck did you leave the walkie? Ah! Oh no. Oh no. Oh, being a parent is hard.
Clem?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
No. 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 Fuck.
Lee? Lee? You out here? Lee!
Are you crazy? What are you doing out here?
Oh my god.
It ain't
Oh
safe.
my fucking
Lee?
god.
Where's
oh
Clementine?
my god.
She's not in her room.
Oh my god.
Vernon ain't in the house either.
Oh, no.
What the hell is going on?
Whose blood is that?
It's a walker's. Fucker jumped me from behind.
So where's Clementine?
Clementine's gone. I found her hat and her radio on the ground out here. That's all I found.
There's no chance she just wandered off on her own?
Oh, fuck.
No way.
Oh,
Then who the hell took her?
fuck.
I don't know. Last night, Vernon came to me and offered to take her with him.
Oh
Said
my
she'd
god.
be better off.
Oh my
Son
god.
of a bitch.
Why'd I lie?
knew you
I don't know.
couldn't
I don't
trust
know.
that
I can't make decisions.
Wherever
I
she
can't make
is.
decisions right now.
I have to find her.
Oh my. You should know I'm bitten. Fuck. I don't
Clementine's
know.
my responsibility. Can't ask any of you to risk your lives over this. This is something I have to do alone.
Lee, man, are you sure that's how you want to do this?
I'm sure. This is on me and no one else. Thanks for understanding. It's better this way.
We'll get the boat out onto the river. Figure we can wait there until you get back. Or at least until nightfall.
Good luck, Lee.
Oh,
I mean that.
no.
Yeah, man. Good luck.
You too.
Oh no. Oh, why am I lying? I don't know. I don't know why I'm lying. I can't explain. Holy shit. Oh.
Where the hell are they?
Oh my god.
Vernon! Get out here! There doesn't have to be any trouble here. All I want is the girl. Give her back and nobody needs to get hurt.
Wait, what the fuck? All this because of a high five. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Did Vernon take her?
Clementine, are you all right? Where are you? Vernon, you son of a bitch!
Hello, Lee.
Who is this?
Who is this?
It's not Vernon if that's what you're thinking. And you should really watch your tone. Clementine's fine. But if I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully.
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You and 18% of players hid the bite? Interesting. Who came with you? 6% solo. 18% liars. Wait, you guys, I have the lowest percentage. This is the How is it that I manage to How is it that I manage to pick the choices that are the least picked? Oh my god. Well, we're gonna save the last chapter. I can't believe I got bitten. I can't believe it. What choices did I make that would have not had me get bitten? Is this the worst ending? Oh no. Oh, okay, you guys are fucking with me. Dude, when you guys say worst ending, I think it's because I've picked the wrong things. And that's what leads me to it's inevitable. Oh, you mofos. You mofos. I thought that I fucked up and got bitten. And that's why I was like, worst ending, worst ending. No, it's just emotionally devastating. Yeah, I'm emotionally devastated. And also I was dealing with thinking that like I could have picked a choice that was not me getting bitten. Cheddar's told his son worst ending the whole time too. Yeah, you mofos. You mofos. Anyway, we're saving the last chapter for tomorrow. Holy moly. This is emotionally devastating. I can't believe I picked oh, fuck. Oh no, I freaked out. Okay, I freaked out because I was lying. I lied about the bite. And then I freaked out that if I had people come with me, oh fuck, what's gonna happen? Ah, God, I thought they would fight harder too to come, you know? They'd be like, no, you've done so much for us, Lee. Let's come with you. Clementine has helped us so much, like crawling through doors and windows. And they were all like, oh, okay, sounds good, buddy. Clementine's missing, but yeah, sure, we'll just let you go by yourself and hopefully she's alive. But if not, see you later. Oh my God. One turned into 3 lies that turned, yes, it was 1 lie that then became 10 lies. Okay. I think freaking out is natural makes the play. It is because you lie and then you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. I feel like I did what everyone was thinking, which is let Ben die. And then the squad kind of turned on me. Molly was like, sorry. Sorry, I'm going to go my own way. And then everyone else was like, and Vernon was like, Clementine shouldn't be with you. And then everyone else, when I said, Clementine's missing and I'm going to go look for her so you're not put in danger, they're like, great, sounds good. Cool, thanks. We'll see you later. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you die. Maybe Clem dies. And they don't know. They don't know that I have been bitten. Fuck. Shit. Well, you guys, we will find out tomorrow. Oh, I don't think I'm ready for this. It's too sad. Remember when Kenny dropped you in an alley of walkers and down in a sewer and no one cared that you got back safe? Thank you. Thanks. I feel like this has kind of been the story of everything, you know? Like I've been saving everyone's lives and no one saves my life. Anyway, okay. We'll be back tomorrow for the finale. Do you plan on playing through the whole series? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I really love it. Maybe it's one of those where like I do another game. I still have to beat Radon. I don't know. We'll see. TBD. I never know the answer. If you have a question like that, I probably don't know the answer to it. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm gonna send you guys to J Dilla. Alrighty, you guys. Get ready for tomorrow. Emotional devastation. We will see. Oh, look who it is.
How did you know? Can you come up, please? Come here. Come on, Lisa. I know. We'll go for a walk. We'll go for a walkie. Come here.
Okay. Anyway. He always knows, the titty boy. Okay, you guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.